Chapter 1 Seraphina. I took a deep breath and stepped into the ruins of the old temple, all my senses alert. The sun was starting to set on the horizon, and it was getting darker gradually. As far as my ears and nose could tell, there wasn't a single soul in this part of the woods. There couldn't be a more perfect time than this. I carefully walked through the ruins, watching my steps in the debris. I continued until I reached the center of the ruins, where the two pillars stood tall and proud. Even though most of the structure of the ancient temple had collapsed and withered away due to time and weather, the twin pillars remained standing. Had I come at dawn, I could have seen the sun rising through them in the east. That would have been beautiful to watch, but I saved that for another day. The carvings on the pillars were more precise than ever, regardless of all the damage the rest of the structure had suffered. This always made me wonder about the materials used to erect the pillars. But tonight, my interests were somewhere else. I was here for something more important, and I needed to focus on that. I stood between the two pillars, facing the vast snow-topped mountains. I closed my eyes and took several more breaths to calm my body down and focus on my surroundings until I felt myself becoming one with the woods. I felt everything at that moment, the turn of the breeze, the rustle of the leaves, the gentle way they landed on the forest floor, and how the small animals moved around. I stood there until I felt like an extension of the woods. It all felt so right in the moment. This was it. I started chanting the spells gently, lifting my hands and feeling the night breeze playing with my hair. I couldn't help but smile at that. It felt so good. I was starting to love it all too much until the breeze stopped flowing abruptly. The woods around me fell silent, or everything froze. I couldn't decide. Everything had been put on pause, and the reason for that was an all-powerful presence that I felt behind me. I wanted to turn around and see it, but I couldn't bring myself to. A shiver ran down my spine when I felt the presence approaching me. I swallowed hard. "Is that you, Luna?" I whispered, on the verge of shaking. "Why did you summon me, my child?" asked a voice. It was the sweetest and most soothing voice I had ever heard. It instantly put me at ease, but still, I didn't find the courage to turn around and see her. Is this real? Are you real?" I asked, unable to believe my ears that I was talking to a goddess. "I'm as real as everything around us, and tell me, why did you summon me?" she urged, stopping behind me where I could feel her power surging through me with such intensity that it made me feel weak in my knees. "Luna," I licked my lips, feeling anxious all of a sudden. I should have thought about this more, but forget it. I was here, and the goddess was waiting for me. I didn't feel like wasting her time. I needed to be upfront with her about what I wanted. Otherwise, I was never going to get it. After all, I knew well from childhood that closed mouths never got fed. "I'm looking for a mate," I told her up front and received a gentle, amused laugh from her. I could guess. I heard the smile in her voice. "I'm done dating and waiting for my mate to come around. Most wolves find their mates before their 20th birthday. Don't you think it's a bit too late for me?" I asked her. 9 years late, to be precise, she agreed with a gentle smile. "Exactly," I sighed. "I'm just tired of waiting. It's hard, especially when I see everyone around me paired up," I whispered, blinking tears stinging my eyes. I didn't want to think about my last boyfriend, Kale. He was like me, too, mateless, and I thought I would have him with me for a while until last year when I saw him find his mate. At that moment, everything changed. He ended our relationship and disappeared with his new mate, leaving me alone again. I had tried my best to move on from that, but it had done the damage. After all, it wasn't the first time that had happened. I had another boyfriend before Kale. He was way older, but he was mateless. I thought he'd be great for me, but he went out without me one night and found his mate. Just like that, and ended it over a message. It hurt bad then, but I was younger and thought I'd learn to live with it, and then I met Kale. I should have thought it through. I should have been careful and known better, but no. It shattered me when I got dumped for the second time, especially after dating Kale for almost 6 years. And now here I was, mateless, clueless, and on the verge of becoming lifeless. Since Kale ended it last year, I decided to be celibate and wait for my mate, but it got too hard. Too lonely. I'm the only mateless person I know. And this time, I didn't have it in me to pull myself back again and find someone else, only to be dumped for the third time so brutally. If I get dumped the third time, then I'll lose it. So, I ended up paying a witch heavily for a spell to summon the moon goddess, and now here I was asking her for my mate. I know what you mean, my child, but everyone has their time, she assured me. When will mine come? I asked her impatiently. I didn't care how I sounded at that moment. I was desperate for a mate, just someone to cling to in this empty life of mine. I had no family and no friends. Only some associates that I worked with once in a while. It didn't help that my work was somewhat solitary. I was done with this. I needed someone or else I was going to lose myself. Soon, the moon goddess assured me. How soon? I pressed. You'll find that out, she said. I didn't miss how she sounded uncertain about that herself. This almost made me turn around and look at her. Have you not found anyone for me yet? I asked her. Is there anything particular you're looking for? She asked me after a pause. That uncertain tone remained in her voice. I tilted my head to the side, thinking. Actually, yes, I breathed, feeling excited. Then tell me, my child. What do you wish to have in your mate? I have made you wait long. I owe this to you, she urged, something dark in her voice. I licked my lips excitedly, ready with a long list. But I wish I had given it some more thought. There's a reason why they say to be careful what you wish for. Chapter 2 Myra, I would like someone kind and nurturing, I started. Kind and nurturing, the moon goddess noted. But at the same time, aggressive and determined, I imagined. It was contrasting, but it ignited something inside me. I hadn't thought about this properly before. This was the first time I was considering my likes and dislikes in a person. Otherwise, I generally dated whoever I found suitable, and that was a small population that was constantly dwindling. So, I didn't ever have a choice. I went with whoever came along, and that always ended with me being hurt. Aggressive, the moon goddess muttered, a strange inflection in her voice. I didn't pay much attention to that and continued. I want someone who will treat me like I am the most precious thing on this earth, but at the same time, I want them to be firm and protective with me. I want someone who would let me be myself, but at the same time, call me out on my faults and set me straight whenever I cross any line. I want someone who encourages but corrects me too. I want someone who burns for me, but at the same time, cannot live without me. I want someone who craves me so much that it'll hurt them to be apart from me for even one day. I want someone who sees my best and worst and yet accepts me with an open heart. I want someone who makes my heart flutter every time I look at them. I want someone who supports me no matter what. I want someone who will follow me to the ends of the earth, if that's the place I wish to go. I want someone so dedicated to me that their only goal in life is to make me feel valued and cared for every time they touch and look at me. I want someone who makes me laugh every day and makes me feel cherished every night for the rest of my life. I want someone who is generous and giving, but they're selfless when it's their turn to receive. I want someone who worships me like their life depends on my blessings, but at the same time, holds me close and cherishes every part of me. I want someone who loves me so much that I feel complete every time. I was still surprised to feel the presence of the goddess behind me when I was done speaking. I thought she might have left in the middle because no one had any time for a crying Camilla like me, but she was there, listening, and it gave me some comfort. It'd be okay if I didn't end up getting what I wanted, but for once, I was glad that I was able to get it all off my chest instead of just burying it down and only wishing. At least now I knew that I had asked even if I didn't end up with it. That's quite a lot, the moon goddess commented, a hint of something unreadable in her voice. I tilted my head to the side to listen more closely to her. But I hear you, thanks for listening, I sighed deeply. I will see what I can do, she told me, her voice suddenly serious, but I have a condition. I froze. A condition? Of course. What did I expect? That I could summon a goddess and ask her for a mate, and it would just happen? No. Everything came at a price. What condition? I asked. It's simple, but might not be easy for you, she trailed off, her voice somewhat unfocused. Whatever I must give you, you shall accept without question. I found her words strange. Everyone accepted their mates. I had hardly heard of rejections. They happened, but they were rare, and for a moment, this made me wonder if I would end up being one of those unfortunate few who would get rejected. Suddenly, my heart ached. No, I wouldn't be able to take that. Every relationship I've ever had so far has always ended bitterly for me. Whether it be friends, family, or my couple of boyfriends. Everyone always left me. What was the guarantee that my mate wouldn't? The idea scared me. Why can't I catch a break for once? What did I do to deserve such pain and loneliness? I will accept my mate, I told her sternly, earning a mocking laugh from her. At that moment, I wondered if I was doing the right thing by asking her to pair me. I didn't miss the cruel tone in her laugh. Was this her way of giving me new sources of pain in my life? You must keep your word, she stated darkly, taking a step closer to me. A chill ran down my spine. The energies oozing out of her subdued my senses and threatened to overpower me. I felt so weak at that moment that, without realizing it, I dropped to my knees. I breathed, feeling lightheaded. In response, she laughed that mocking laugh out loud until the voice echoed throughout the woods. The night air suddenly turned so chilly that it made me shiver. Black dots started in my eyes while the rest of my body began to feel weaker. I collapsed on the floor, my head hitting the ground and pain seared through my head. My body seemed to be growing colder with every passing second, but at the same time, it felt like I was burning. I had never experienced something like this before. As my consciousness continued to fade away, I felt the presence of the goddess lingering around me. Sleep, my child, I heard her whisper as I swam in darkness. Get all the sleep you can before they find you. They? Who was she talking about? What did she mean by that? I wish I could ask her that, but it was too late already. Chapter 3 Jorvvic. I glared at the screen, reading the email from my cybersecurity team. The same thing happened again. Someone entered our systems and corrupted all our systems. I ground my teeth while reading through the whole damage assessment my cyber team did. This wasn't the first time that something like this had happened. This was becoming almost routine by now. Despite all our efforts, someone always found a way around all our security checks, and this was now starting to grate on my nerves. So far, we have a list of culprits who could be behind this. The list consisted of 3 names. I would hunt them all down at any cost and make them regret their whole life. I'd ensure they paid for their actions, but they wouldn't have it easy. No one ever crossed me and got away with it. I always hunted them down and made sure they learned the consequences of their actions. Before I could drive my fist through the screen, my phone rang. I scowled and picked it up. Crossed Dax off the list. Hunter, my brother, spoke first. I cocked an eyebrow and leaned back in my chair. You killed him? I asked, intrigued. Dax was one of our 3 main suspects. Nah, he killed himself, Hunter responded, a tone of amusement in his voice. I clenched my teeth. In times like these, I wouldn't say I liked to humor a lot. But before he took himself out, he tipped us, really. I asked, who is it then? Florence. It was another one of our suspects. In response, Hunter chuckled. Florence is dead too. Someone else took him out, Hunter spoke, his voice dark and cynical. At this point, you can guess correctly who it could be. Morgan, I breathed. It was a hacker no one had ever seen. No one knew who they were, where they lived, what their real name was, and most importantly, why they were targeting us. But I knew one thing, it was Morgan alone. Dax and Florence were notorious hackers, but they didn't have it in them to play such pranks on us. Deep down, I had known subconsciously that it was Morgan, but I had sent my brother after Dax and Florence just to be sure. That person, Hunter muttered. Have you found something about them? I asked. Nothing, but we can be sure now that it had been them all along, Hunter confirmed, and I agreed. Whoever this person was, they were good at what they did, so good that even my cyber team, who were supposed to be the best in the country, couldn't find Morgan. Despite my frustration and anger at them for their ongoing attacks on us, I was impressed by Morgan's skill. They seemed to know what they were doing, and they did it well. If they weren't against us, I'd have paid them millions to work for us. This made me more curious about Morgan and even more restless to find them. They had proven that their skills were the best in the country, and if we failed to find them in time, they could bring us down single-handedly. I wasn't going to allow that. And what did Dax tip you exactly? I asked. Dax had been trying to find out about Morgan for years, and so far, he told me that Morgan is a woman and she's from somewhere around the south coast. A woman, I gritted. A she-wolf, Hunter mused, making the fire burn harder in my chest. I was now more determined than ever to hunt her down. I wasn't going to let a she-wolf destroy us. And once she had been caught, I'd make sure she regretted messing with us. What else? I probed just to be sure. Nothing much. I'll be back by evening after I finish the business here properly, Hunter told me, and in the background, I could hear a few of our men talking and breaking things. They must be tearing Jeremy's home apart to find other important things. Come back ASAP. I'll find this she-wolf soon, I declared, making Hunter chuckle. Promise me, you'll share her with me. I'd like to have a piece of her, too. After all, she had kept us on our toes for a while, Hunter chuckled. I knew what he really meant by that. I didn't know why, but I was more interested in hunting down Morgan. Morgan would wish she were done with this, I growled. She must have nerves of steel to mess with us, Hunter commented after barking a few orders at one of the men in the background. To mess with the two of us, and not once, but numerous times, and doing this for years without us ever being able to find out anything about her. He spoke what I had been thinking about all this time. You've got to give it to her for that. We have to find her soon, I stated before he could go on about her, because Dax and Florence are out. This might have alerted her, I know. I'm tearing down everything in Jeremy's house to see what else he found out about her, Hunter told me. Gotta go now. See you tonight, brother. With that, he disconnected the call. Immediately, I messaged my team and told them everything Hunter said to me about Morgan. In the meantime, I could only wait for them to continue their investigation and for Hunter to return. And this was the part which I hated the most, waiting. I was the most patient man, but lately my wolf had been acting strangely. I sighed deeply and checked the time. It was about to be 5 in the morning. I hadn't slept all night because my wolf had been quite active inside me, not letting me sleep. It was as if he was trying to tell me something, but whenever I tried to talk to him, he shut me down. This had never happened before. I had always been in sync with my wolf. Something was making it act strange, and I didn't know what it could be. Maybe I should visit the old witch who lived in the woods. She knew everything, one of the reasons why we never messed with her and let her stay in our territory even though she wasn't a member of our pack. She'd throw us a bone once in a while, and that was all that constituted our symbiotic relationship. I got up and decided to try to take a nap even though I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep. I left the office and went to the house I shared with my brother. I went in my bathroom and stripped before taking a cold shower. I sucked in a sharp breath as the cold water hit my body, pricking my skin like 1,000 needles. The discomfort eased out in a couple of seconds, and my muscles relaxed while I felt the water run down my body. We're coming for you, Morgan. Chapter 4 Hunter. It took us a while to get out of Jeremy's house. We found numerous hard drives that seemed to contain data. It had been given to Blake, our head of the cyber team, to see if we could find anything else about Morgan. I found some notes made by Dax about some of Morgan's previous work. I made sure to take them as well. It was dark when we finally managed to leave. It took us a whole day just to do this work, and I was feeling agitated because I had other plans for today as well, but I couldn't take care of them because of raiding Jeremy's house. Despite all of this, we were one step ahead. We now knew Thorn was a she-wolf, and she lived somewhere on the southern coast. Interesting. Very interesting. Of all the people, it happened to be a she-wolf. Who could have ever thought about that? But it complicates things for a bit. Usually, we knew all our enemies, and most of them were men. There were a couple of she-wolves on the list, too, but I could imagine none of them to be Morgan. They didn't have the nerve to do what Thorn did. It made me more curious about her, and I could tell that my brother had the same feelings about this whole Thorn ordeal. It had been years since she had been messing with us. Last year, she had stolen 10 million from us, and Jorvvic had been furious since then. This was when things turned serious for us. It was one thing to mess with us, and another thing to steal so much money. I had been on the ground since then, trying to find Thorn myself. Previously, I had a separate team looking into Morgan, but I decided to take things into my own hands once it became serious. Finally, we seemed to have some clue, filling me with a strange excitement. Thorn had been a big mystery we were trying to solve, and finally, we seemed to have a clue. We could eventually move in a direction where we could finally get to her and stop her from ruining us. Whoever she was, we couldn't deny that she was very powerful and had the absolute potential to bring us down. This couldn't be allowed. When I stepped out of Jeremy's house, a cold breeze brushed my hair, soothing me for a bit. I stood on his driveway for a second and breathed in the fresh night air. Immediately, it made my wolf stir. It had been a long time since I had taken a proper run, and tonight, something was in the air calling me to transform into my wolf and run free through the woods, tasting freedom. Freedom from what? Well, I had been feeling pretty odd lately. It was hard to describe, but it unsettled me at night. So much so that I wasn't able to fall asleep. I'd often spend my time in the training room, training until all my muscles hurt and I'd pass out from exhaustion. Still, it wouldn't go away. That unsettled feeling would make my mind wander during the day when I needed to focus on my work. It felt like a part of me was slowly fading away into darkness. It felt like I was losing touch with a piece of me, and it deeply scared me. Why was this happening to me? Was this some sickness of the wolf? I wondered about it as I stood there, enjoying the night breeze. The run to our pack from Jeremy's house would be far away, but I wanted to let it out. Maybe this would finally calm me down, and I could think straight again. I decided to go for a run. I informed one of my men and went to Jeremy's backyard, where the woods could be easily accessed. I carefully stripped and changed into my wolf before taking my clothes into my mouth and running. I ran through the dark woods, letting the chilly night air brush through my furs. It felt so amazing, and for once, it made me feel free of all the worries in life. But despite all that, the unsettled feeling remained. It just wouldn't go away. Instead of letting it ruin my run, I enjoyed the night and the woods. I kept running without taking a break. My wolf was fully energized because it hadn't been out for a while, so he was pleased to be out, and despite running for miles, he didn't seem to have gotten the least bit tired. I entered the pack territories just in time and stopped only when I was at the doorstep of the house I shared with my brother. I transformed into myself and walked in with my clothes in my hand, stark naked. It didn't matter. Nudity wasn't an issue in our pack. Everyone had seen everyone's bodies. I found Jorvvic in the living room with his laptop when I entered the building. He looked up as soon as he sensed me. "You went on a run?" he asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. I guess I was late. I ran here, yes, I nodded, running my hands through my hair, that unsettling feeling creeping back into me, but this time it was even more intense. The harder I tried to push it back, the worse it seemed to get. Jorvvic seemed to have read my expression because he asked, "What is it?" "Nothing," I dismissed and went upstairs to shower quickly. When I returned downstairs, dinner was served, and Jorvvic was waiting for me at the dining table under the grand chandelier. I grunted at the dinner choices, but decided just to shut up and eat. "You know I'm supposed to be the grumpy one," Jorvvic commented. I frowned. "I'm just tired," I said, filling my plate with ribs. Silence fell between us as we continued to eat. I felt Jorvic's eyes on me, waiting. He had noticed it, and there was no hiding anything from him. He was a keen observer. Sometimes too eager for my liking. I started, trying to collect the right words to describe that unsettling feeling adequately because I knew Jorvvic wouldn't give up until I told him what was bothering me. "I've been feeling restless for quite a while. My wolf is acting strange. It's like he has gotten a mind of his own all of a sudden and doesn't want to listen to me at all." As soon as I said that, Jorvvic's eyes widened. "You've been feeling that too?" Chapter 5 Myra. I lingered in the shadows for a while, waiting. In the distance, the sound of the sea crashing against the rocks filled the silence, along with the natural sounds of the woods. The woods were thicker and harder to reach here, which made this the perfect place for me to meet people. I naturally claimed this territory to be mine. I straightened up, alert, when I heard some noise in the distance. My wolf was on alert, too. I listened intently to her and the noise to see who it could be. I didn't step out of the shadows of the trees until a familiar figure stepped out into the clearing and headed towards the cliff's edge. But even then, I took my time to watch him. I couldn't understand why, but something had been bothering me lately, making it harder to lean into my natural intuition. When I didn't step out immediately, the figure scanned the woods, missing me easily. I smiled to myself. It was Nat, one of the most skilled killers, yet he missed me even when I was partially visible. I guess my several hours of camouflaging practice were paying off well. "I'm here," Nat announced when I didn't step out yet. I pondered for a couple of seconds, wondering how it'd go if I teased him. That would be comical, but my shoulders dropped immediately because that wouldn't be possible today. I had somewhere else to be after this meeting. Maybe next time. Casually, I stepped out of cover, my hands in my pockets, my mask and the voice modulator on, and my eyes set on the man. I noticed how his body visibly stiffened at the sight of me. I couldn't help but smile to myself. He feared me, and for some reason, it pleased me. Deeply. It made me yearn to see the fear in his eyes as I stepped before him. He held his breath, swallowing hard visibly. It made me smile wider under the mask. "I got stuck at an errand," he clarified quickly. "Your task has been carried out flawlessly." "The payment has to be done by tonight," he pushed, tilting his head to the side and giving me a challenging look even though the tension in his body grew severe. I chuckled. "Show me first," I demanded, stepping closer and seeing him getting tenser. He gave a breath before pulling an envelope out of his coat. I snatched it from him and tore it before looking at the pictures of a man shot in the head. "What do you think?" he asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I glanced at him. $10,000 deducted, I spat. It'd have been perfect had the shot been in the middle of his eyebrows. "Come on. You wanted him dead, and he's dead," he protested, angrily throwing his hands in the air. I gave him a stern look, and he straightened up quickly. He couldn't see my eyes, but he could feel the wrath in my gaze under the mask. $20,000 deducted, what? Total 30,000. Wait, no, he cut. All right. I get it. I will keep that in mind next time. I nodded, took the lighter from my pocket, and burned the pictures. "I have some news." He tried to tempt me before I could leave. I tilted my head and glanced at him. My hand was on the gun just in case he was wasting my time. "But I'd need those 30,000 if you wish to hear it," he told me. "What about you tell me the news, and then I kill you?" I asked, and he straightened up quickly. "This is going to get you killed someday," I heard him mutter under his breath. I pondered if I should show him my new gun, but he spoke up before that. "But I'll throw you a bone today. Florence is dead, that's old news, and so is Jeremy," he added quickly, making me freeze. He smirked at me, knowing that this was the first time he had caught me off guard. I clenched my fist as he continued, and you could guess who took him down. The King brothers. Those two bastards. Not that I was sad at Jeremy's death. No. I was glad he was dead because he had been trying to keep tabs on me. With him gone, I had one less thing to worry about, but if anything, his death was more of an indirect message from those bastard brothers. They're out there, looking for me. I knew I was next after Jeremy. I should have been scared, but it made me laugh out loud, puzzling Nat. He watched me with shock. "You shouldn't be laughing, really," he commented, his expression hardening. "They're coming for you, Morgan. If I were you, I'd wish the earth swallowed me whole before the brothers could reach me." "That's the thing, Nat," I laughed. He was trying to warn me, but if anything, his words made me laugh. "You're not me. You'll never be me. I have my ways, and it's okay if you don't understand them. Just stay in your lane and do as you're told to do," I told him. He shook his head at me. "You should fear them, Morgan," he told me. "They're not like Simone. They're much more dangerous, and they can go to any extent to hunt you down. And why are you so concerned about me?" I laughed instead of getting serious like he wanted me to be, but forget that. I didn't fear anymore. Not even those bastard brothers. They'd never get to me. Ever. You pay me well. I would hate to get that cut. Besides, they're the Alpha brothers. Everyone fears them. You should too. I'm not everyone, Nat. I appreciate your concerns, but it's clear you undermine me. A lot, I told him. I think it's time for me to find a new hitman, I announced, and he shook his head again. I could tell that he wanted to say more, but I left before that. I had more important matters to deal with than those bastards. Chapter 6 Myra. After meeting Nat, I went back to my place and showered. It was a fairly sunny day, and even though I had too much on my plate to deal with, I decided to take a break today. I hadn't had a break in a while. For once, I wanted to pretend to be a normal girl spending some time by myself along the beach, soaking up the sun before winter could arrive. This summer has been quite busy for me. I hadn't had the opportunity to take myself out much and enjoy myself. I should have taken myself out more. Otherwise, how was I going to meet my mate? The moon goddess promised me that she'd fulfill all my desires, but something was unsettling about the whole thing. I couldn't figure it out yet, but there seemed to be a catch I must have missed. As much as I was excited to meet my mate, I was somewhat anxious. What if he turned out to be nothing like I had imagined? I'd be devastated, but for the time being, I was trying to be positive about the whole thing. That was the only option I was left with, or I could worry myself sick, but forget that. After my second lover left me, I wasted a year mourning the abrupt end of our relationship. Now, I chose to move forward and be more optimistic, hoping that things would work out. This was one of the reasons why I decided to take today off. I wanted to have a moment for myself and enjoy the last sunny days of summer. Even though I was the kind of person to always keep myself busy, I decided to postpone all the work for tomorrow. The world could wait. I put on some light makeup and slathered sunscreen before getting dressed for the beach. I took my surfing board and drove down to the beach that was almost 20 minutes away from my residence. I couldn't help but smile to myself as I parked my car and went down to the beach with my surfing board and my tote bag. Today, the beach wasn't crowded, making it even better for me. I chose a quiet spot for myself and spread out my towel before lying in the sun for a while. It was the perfect sunny day, not too sunny, and at the same time, a gentle, cool breeze was flowing. This day couldn't have been more perfect. I drank some beer as I scanned the waves. I wanted to go surfing, but there weren't many waves today. That was all right. I didn't feel like leaving my perfect spot, so I lay there and enjoyed the day, watching people and slowly drifting off. I woke up abruptly when I felt a shadow hovering over me. I opened my eyes to find a pair of gray eyes intently staring at me. Hey, the man smiled at me. I shot him a glare as I grabbed my tote. I wanted to be left alone, but his confident smile gave me an idea. Are you from here? He asked. I ignored his question and studied him from head to toe. He had a great body and looked good, so I decided to give him a chance. You're new here, I remarked. He gave me another smile, which formed a deep dimple down his left cheek. It almost reminded me of Kent Clark. He was really easy on the eyes and made it easier for me to forgive him for disturbing my small nap. I could always have a little fun while I wait to find my mate. Yes, I'm here for a couple of days. What about you? He asked me. It's a work trip, I noted, ignoring his question again. He shuffled on his feet because the patient was due and the questions were being ignored. Where are you from? I asked. North, he shrugged, focusing his eyes intently on my body. Are you a local? He asked. Yes, I finally decided to answer. Want to go around the town? I offered. Well, I could cancel my whole weekend. I needed a break, and I think I could have some more fun if his skill set matched his looks. That's what I was talking about. The man gave me another smile. I'm Orion. He offered his hand to me. I gave it a look and took it, getting up from my spot. I knew that he was a complete stranger and could mean danger, but forget that. I needed to live a little bit more. I could always take care of things if they went south. Besides, strangers were the best kind to have fun with. However, I made a mental note to get all the info on him when I returned home tonight. I'm Myra, I told him. You're so beautiful, Myra, he told me, his eyes running over my body. I laughed, thanks, I get that a lot. Now, what would you like to do? I asked, testing. He shrugged. I'm down for anything, he told me. Time limits. I have a meeting at 7 tonight, he told me. I tilted my head and gave him another look. Who do you work for? I asked, keeping my tone casual. Suddenly, the confident mask he had been wearing slipped off his face. Something dark flickered in his eyes before his smile was back. "Why don't we get going, sweetheart?" "I want to make every minute count with you," he told me instead, stepping closer and gently running the back of his knuckles against my jaw. I laughed. "I cannot wait to see what you have in store for me, Orion," I whispered, running my hand down his chest. I felt him suck in a sharp breath, making my smile grow wider. "So far, so good." "Let's go then," he almost growled his words before grabbing my things and leading me off the beach. Chapter 7. Jorvvic, why is Orion so late? I growled. Rory shrugged, texting away at his phone, probably asking others about Orion. "And where's my brother?" I growled, waiting. "He's out too," Rory answered. "Jax says Orion's on his way. He was out with a girl the whole afternoon." "Did he think this trip was to have fun with beach girls?" "We are here to find Morgan," I growled. Rory sighed heavily. He replied, "He's on his way here." "I'm going to have words with him if he doesn't have any info on Morgan," I growled. Orion was my right-hand man, and I usually gave him some slack, but lately, he had been testing my nerves. Maybe I should go down harder on him this time to remind him who he worked for. I wouldn't say I liked how he was getting too comfortable working for me. "And where is Hunter?" I asked, cracking my knuckles. I was doing most of the work here, while others were treating this trip as a vacation. This was another thing testing my nerves. We needed to find Morgan fast before she could figure out that we were not only after her, but we had managed to find her city. "Nothing from him yet, but Orion's going to be here in 10, Rory updated me. "I'm going to have a word with him," I growled, and Rory pursed his lips, suppressing his laughter. That was it. I would give everyone hell tonight because no one seemed to be taking me seriously lately. Rory must have sensed the shift in my energy because he straightened up quickly and hung his head low in submission. Just in time, I heard a knock on my hotel room suite. "Come in," I growled, knowing well enough who it could be. Orion strolled in, a look of glee on his face. "Evening, boss." I punched his face before he could finish, and he collapsed. Suddenly, I was craving control. I was usually good at controlling my emotions, but ever since my wolf had started to act strangely, I had multiple instances where I lost control completely. But this was excessive. I should have stopped at the punch, but the frustration was unexplainable. I didn't know why, but suddenly, I wanted to break through my anger, and the thought of him feeling the weight of my frustration seemed satisfying. At that moment, it felt like that would give me some relief from the chaos brewing inside me for days now. "Jorvvic," Rory stepped in between before I could cause more harm to Orion. Meanwhile, that guy got up and lowered his head in submission. I could see one of his eyes slowly bruising. "Are you all right?" Rory asked me cautiously. "Where is my brother?" I roared, making the walls shiver. "I am trying to get to him. But Orion, tell us what you've gathered till now," Rory urged while I tried to calm my nerves. This hadn't happened before. Why was I seeing red all of a sudden? Was I going mad? No. Why would that be? I tried to think of other reasons, but I couldn't come up with any. The only thing that seemed reasonable at that moment was that I was starting to lose control of my wolf, and maybe myself. This would be the worst case, but why? Why me? Why all of a sudden? I couldn't find any answers, which made it worse for me. I've talked to a couple of vigilantes. They say Morgan is most definitely a she-wolf. "She doesn't belong to any pack here," he informed. "What else?" I demanded, finding it hard to calm down. "I've gone through the rogues list and the lone wolves that live here. Still, I didn't find any woman who could be Morgan. Only 2 women live apart from the pack. Both are lone wolves, and they seem to be too old and disconnected from the world to be Morgan. What else?" I growled, getting more and more impatient with every passing second. Whatever Orion was telling me was too vague to make out anything. Orion shuffled on his feet and exchanged a look with Rory. "This is all I have found till now. I was out with this girl today. She's a local and seemed to be from one of the packs here. She knows some stuff because she's the one who told me all this," he informed me. But still, it wasn't enough to satisfy me. This wasn't exactly what I was looking for. "Then bring her to me. I will see how much she knows," I growled, and Orion straightened up. "Okay." I'm not sure if she'd be up with this, he told me hesitantly, shuffling on his feet. She's hard to get. He spoke with a tone that made me want to snap again. I didn't know why I was feeling this way. Maybe a run would fix all of this. It had been a while since I had gone for a run, and perhaps it would also help my wolf. Hunter had been having somewhat of the same problem lately, and he said letting his wolf out for a while and going on a run helped him a bit. But at the same time, I didn't want to waste any time here. I wanted to locate Morgan before she could know that we were here. However, I wouldn't be surprised if she already knew about our presence here. She was very skilled, and after Jeremy's death, I could bet she was looking out for us. She knew she was next, making it more critical for us to make our next move as soon as possible. Then do whatever you need to do to bring her to us. I don't care. If that girl knows anything, then I want her. Do you understand me? I growled. Yes, Alpha. I'll bring her to you tomorrow, Orion promised grimly. I could finally see him getting back into work mode, which made it one less thing to worry about. For now, I needed to find Hunter and see how I could stop my wolf from making me lose control again. Chapter 8. Myra. I laughed, staring at the scene. A familiar pair of gray eyes with a Kent Clark face stared back. Under his picture, all the information about him was listed. Name, Orion Blackstone. Date of birth, January 12th, 1991. Place of origin, Green Bay. Member of the Nightfall Pack. Rank, second in command to the Jorvvic King. The last line made me laugh harder. It seemed like I had spent the whole day flirting with no one other than the right-hand man of my enemy. It couldn't get more satirical than this, but sometimes I liked life's sense of humor. I scrolled through the rest of the data about him, which included all his information. The more I read, the more I laughed. They thought they were going to find me before I could know that they were here, but one of their men gave it all away. My stomach was starting to ache from laughing harder. I knew something felt off about him when he kept asking about the packs here and trying to learn more about the wolves. Also, the fact that he was from the north. I managed to go out with him and feed him some useless information. Now I knew what he was here for, and even though this should have set my guard high, I was looking forward to seeing him again tomorrow. I wasn't going to let this opportunity go to waste. I wanted to keep feeding him the wrong info and see what they did with that. Things just got more interesting. I closed Orion's files and looked at the other data I found on the Alpha brothers. I hacked into the airport server and knew when they had landed in the city, and even managed to see which hotel they were staying at. From the looks of it, the trip seemed to have been abruptly planned right after Jeremy's death. However, this made it clear that they were looking for me. And this time, they were serious. This should have scared me. This could have scared anyone else, but not me. Instead, it oddly excited me. My mind was already filled with all the ideas of all the ways I could mess with them. That'd be a lot of fun. I knew that they must have found out about the city from Dax since he had been on my tail for a while, but hadn't managed to find out about me as much. This was good. Here I was, almost getting bored with life, but now I had something to look forward to, and that was to mess with the brothers. I checked more details to see how long they planned to stay here and what they were doing. I had hacked into that hotel's security base several times, so it was easy for me this time as well. It was one of the posh hotels in the city, seemingly very guarded, and often high-profile people stayed there. These factors made it my favorite place to hack into and access the cameras to see what was happening there. I checked the details to see which floor and room they were staying on. This couldn't have been easier for me. I checked the footage and found one of the brothers walking down the hallway. I zoomed in on the footage to figure out which brother it was. It turned out to be Jorvvic, the eldest. I couldn't make out much in the grimy security video, but he looked tense. I didn't know why, but as soon as I saw him on the screen, something shifted inside me. I watched him walk towards a lift. There was just something about the way he moved that made me focus more on him. I knew what the brothers looked like. I had seen their pictures several times here and there, but this was the first time I saw a video of one of them. There was no doubt that he was a powerful wolf. There was no denying that by the way he moved. There was this aura about him that could be felt through the screen. Again, this should have set off all my alarms, but instead of that, it fueled my thirst to mess with them. I wanted to mess them up pretty badly. I watched Jorvvic get on the lift and go down 2 floors before disappearing into a room. I groaned, wishing there were cameras in the room, too. I could hack their phones. I did it several times to maintain the thrill, but I decided against it. After all, where would be the fun if I already knew all the cards my enemies had been dealt with? I was merely choosing to play fair with the brothers. For now, as long as I could have as much fun with them as possible, I'd get rid of them as soon as this was all over. It was as simple as that. But the idea of getting rid of them almost made me sad. If I permanently got rid of them, there wouldn't be any fun left for me. I pouted. Now, this was a great dilemma, but for the time being, I would focus on having fun. I could always figure out something on the way. I watched the camera footage for a while and saw the other brother, Hunter, enter the hotel. Again, something stirred inside me as I stared at him on the screen. I couldn't figure out what it was about the brothers that provoked something profound and primitive inside my being. Maybe it was merely my wolf's reaction to seeing a strong wolf. Even though I didn't belong to any pack, my wolf was somewhat receptive to the pack hierarchy. Not that she liked to be part of it. It was the opposite. The 2 of us hated having any authority over us. I'd rather die than have an alpha make decisions about my life. I liked to be free and independent. It was one of the reasons why I avoided pack life like a plague. The pack life always made a person subservient and minimized their potential to fit in a useless hierarchy that'd eventually crumble one day. I could either wait for that to happen, or I could make it happen. Of course, I chose the latter. Chapter 9. Myra. The next day, I met Orion at the agreed spot. I couldn't help but smile wider at him. He gave me a flirtatious smile, his eyes scanning my body. There was a glint of hope in his eyes, but little did he know about the plans I had for him. "What do you plan to do today?" I asked, giving him a playful look. We were at a small cafe near the coast. The beautiful blue sea was visible from there, making the ambience of this place just perfect. "We could go diving today." "The weather's great too," I offered, testing how he'd respond. "I have something in mind," he offered, downing his beer. "I planned it last night with a buddy." I couldn't help but laugh at that. I could easily guess who his buddy was, but I wouldn't let him, of course. "Oh, really?" I acted surprised and intrigued. "Yes, you might not have heard of it," he teased. I laughed at his face. I knew this city like the back of my hand. He didn't know who he was talking to. "Then, pray, tell me about it." "Where is it?" I asked. "It's a private club. My buddy is a member. He's throwing a party tonight. I want you to come with me," he told me. I cocked an eyebrow at him. Sure, I looked like an unsuspecting girl, but I was far from that. I had dug enough on him to know what he was thinking about. I knew why he wanted to take me to that private party and what he hoped to get out of me. It was either more free information for him, or he hoped to get closer to me. The latter was never going to happen. I had standards, after all. Sure, I'd have considered it if you weren't working for his brother. "Oh, that sounds interesting. Where's the place, though?" I asked, pinning him with my eyes. "It's at the Pearl Hotel." "I'm staying there, of course you are," I smiled innocently to stroke his ego. "But tell me, what is this party all about? Will you be introducing me to your friends?" I asked playfully, twirling my hair and giving him a suggestive look. He stared at me for a second longer, pondering in his head. I could almost see the wheels turning. He was wondering if he wanted me to keep to myself. He didn't want any competition. Even though I wasn't active in the dating scene after getting my heart broken, I knew that I was quite the catch. At least at first glance, he wanted to keep the score to himself. But this gave me more ideas. What if he took me to the party, and I met one of the brothers? I could easily catch their eyes and do whatever I wished to do. The idea almost made me want to giggle out loud. The wheels in my head were turning as well. Of course, meeting the brothers directly could be risky. Even if I weren't the hacker they were hunting for, hanging out with the brothers was never a good idea. They were dangerous, ambitious, and probably crazy. I was sure about this. One had to be a certain level of crazy to stay on top and maintain fear among everyone. It was one thing to play with them harmlessly and another thing to get too entangled. That would be too much of a commitment for reckless individuals like them. Even if those two were the last men alive on this planet, I'd choose to avoid them. It's a small celebration for a huge deal we closed last night. Sure, my friends would be there, he answered after a few seconds. He tilted his head to the side, studying me. I gave him a disarming smile. That sounds wonderful. I cannot wait to meet others, I told him suggestively, and instantly, something dark flickered in his eyes. I saw a hint of possessiveness. Not the kind that would have flattered me. No, it was the kind of reckless possessiveness that kids had with their toys. I'll see about that, he told me darkly, his nostrils flaring. What's wrong, Orion? I asked, reaching across the table and brushing my fingertips on his arm. I didn't miss how he sucked in a sharp breath. I knew the effect I had on him. He put his beer down and was about to hold my hand, but I pulled back just in time and gave him an innocent smile. I'll pick you up at 6, he told me. Dress your best. I cannot wait to see your reaction when you see me in my little black dress, I told him suggestively, and immediately, his eyes darkened. His breath shallowed, and I could imagine him becoming excited. I giggled inwardly. I will look forward to seeing you, he said as I gathered my things and got up. See you, Orion. I blew him a kiss before walking out of the cafe. It was around 10 in the morning. I had a few hours to prepare for tonight. I didn't know why, but suddenly, I was too excited to go to the party. Especially my wolf. She had started pacing frantically, scattering my thoughts for the moment. I decided to go home and do some more digging. It was always a good idea to be well prepared if you were planning to go into your enemy's den. I didn't want to mess up the opportunity. This could be the first time I might meet one of the brothers. I needed to make a great first impression on my enemies, even though they didn't know about me yet. I wondered if I should leave some hints for them. That'd be fun. Chapter 10 Jorvvic. I glared at my watch, irked at Orion for not arriving at the private party soon. My brother Hunter was out again, and his absence considerably worsened my mood. Since yesterday, it had been getting harder and harder for me to keep in control, especially after I snapped at Orion. That had never happened before. I had never lost control in that manner. Sure, I had disciplined Orion in the past more than a dozen times because he messed up something important, but that had always been deliberate on my part. In all those situations, I was always in control. I always knew what I was doing, but last night's event had planted some worry in my mind. It was true that I hadn't been in my right mind for a while now, especially with my wolf pacing inside me and keeping me awake at night. I couldn't help but watch the people around me in disdain. They were enjoying themselves tonight, but I was miserable. Partying wasn't my thing. Hunter was more into such things, but I loved working hard, getting things done, and always ensuring I was 10 steps ahead of everyone. That was where I derived most of my satisfaction, and while I tried to remind myself that this was all a work thing, especially this party, I still felt irked by everything around me. Tonight, I drank more than I usually did at parties. That was the only thing helping me calm my senses to some extent, so I could sit there without getting frustrated. I kept looking for Orion again and again, wondering where the heck he was. Was he messing around when he was supposed to be here with me? If so, then I'd need to give him more grief for wasting my time. Instead of sitting there and waiting, I could have productively used my time to go out and do some independent investigation because, given how my men were treating this as a vacation, I knew I had to be the serious one to get things done. I was already considering leaving the party and meeting some local contacts when I was informed of Orion's arrival. Immediately, my wolf was alert and pacing as if something important was supposed to happen, which worsened my mood. My wolf needed to be the last thing to trouble me in that situation, but I guess I could never catch a break. I left the private booth where I had been sulking most of the evening. I had been drinking alone while watching people through the one-way glass. Although it was a good vantage point for observing people, I felt the need to step out and take matters into my own hands. He's getting her settled. Give him a couple of minutes, Rory told me, nodding towards the main bar. I was tempted to return to my private booth, but I went to the bar instead and ordered a strong drink. Even though I had been drinking for most of the evening, I was still annoyingly sober. I might as well have been drinking water all this time because my wolf's sudden overactiveness was making it harder for me to get drunk. As soon as I sat at the bar, I looked around for Orion. I didn't have to search for long. I found him instantly, occupying a table in a less crowded corner of the room. But it wasn't Orion who caught my attention. No, it was the woman with him. As soon as I saw her, all my senses amplified. It felt like I was slowly waking up from a deep slumber, as if I had been underwater for my whole life, with all my senses suddenly unlocked, and everything felt more vivid. I watched the woman from afar, laughing with Orion. I was too far from the table for her to notice me, but I couldn't find the strength or willpower to look away after seeing her. She was stunning, captivating, and powerful. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest irrationally as I stared at her. The more I looked at her, the more I became aware of the emptiness inside me that had lingered under the surface for years, yet I had always ignored it. She made me feel alive, like I had been asleep all this time, but the sight of her had just breathed new life into me. But I didn't like that she was with Orion. No, she should have been with me. Her whole attention should have been on me. She should have been with me. She was mine. That was decided in that instant. My chest vibrated with a growl as my wolf agreed with me. She was ours. She was my mate. I had finally found the woman I wanted to be with, to bond with. She was meant for me. I straightened up and headed for Orion's place without much thought. I needed to be by her side, to talk to her, to know her name, to know everything about her, and having any space between us already felt like torture. I felt drawn to her, like an invisible force pulling me toward her. My legs moved faster. She straightened and snapped her head toward me when I was close enough for her to feel my presence. By then, I was already at their table. Her eyes widened as soon as she saw me. When our eyes locked, I felt all the tension and frustration drain out of my body until the only thing left was the aching need for her. I didn't know I had been craving her until I saw her. I heard the chair scraping and footsteps hurrying away, but I couldn't care less. At that moment, all that mattered to me was her. "Hello, mate," I greeted. Chapter 11. Myra. I met Orion at our usual spot, and from there, he took me to the venue. He talked the whole time while driving. I tuned in and out of the conversation, mainly focusing on my wolf, who had been acting strange all day. I couldn't communicate with her to figure out why. She constantly blocked me out. All I could tell was that she was preparing for something, but what exactly? She wouldn't tell me. She kept pacing, mulling over things I couldn't understand. I couldn't help but frown to myself. She was distracting me from tonight, which wasn't good. I was soon going to enter the enemy's domain, and I needed to be focused on everything. Otherwise, I'd be walking right into trouble. Well, I was already doing that, but I didn't want to do it recklessly. I was going there with plans for a possible ambush, to collect information, and to see my enemies up close. Focus, Myra. I kept telling myself repeatedly. "We're here," Orion declared, stopping at the hotel's grand doors. He helped me get out of the car before tossing the keys to the valet and leading me inside. I acted as if I were interested in the place, as if it were my first time there. I smiled and batted my eyes innocently at him, and that was enough for him to be disarmed. I had also worn my unique black dress that hugged my body in all the right places and accentuated my features. I had spent far more time working on it, not to show them off on such an important night. I knew it was working better than anything because I caught Orion staring at me whenever he thought I wasn't paying attention. His obvious reactions didn't go unnoticed. He dreamed of making this night memorable, but that wasn't going to happen. I had standards, after all. I couldn't help but laugh at his face every time, knowing how things would soon turn out for both of us. But despite all this, I reminded myself that I was partly there to have fun, too, so I was open to all kinds of possibilities. I led him on with sweet words and encouraging smiles, only to turn him away firmly whenever he tried to get too close. I wasn't going to allow that, no matter what. Too serious, broken relationships had given me enough heartache to last a lifetime. Also, the knowledge that he worked for the brothers instantly eliminated the possibility of having any emotional investment in our brief fling. Sure, he was handsome, and I could spend time with him, but there wouldn't be anything beyond that. "If I knew you'd look so good, I'd have taken you somewhere more private," he said, helping me sit. I glanced around the room and noticed a few faces I had some intel on. All the while, I was making many mental notes about everything and everyone around me. However, I hadn't seen any of the brothers yet, which was disappointing. I laughed at Orion and focused on him, listening to his chatter. He was very talkative tonight, and I couldn't help but wonder why. I wasn't complaining, though. The more he talked, the more I knew. There was an unmistakable enthusiasm in his eyes that was hard to ignore. Man, he had high hopes for tonight. I laughed again, sipping from my drink, careful not to drink too much. Anyway, as I said, my boss is throwing this party because I closed an important deal for the company. He's deeply pleased with me this time, he said, with a hint of sarcasm. I asked him casually, what did you say your work was again, even though I knew all about him? Oh, I manage the real estate. He stopped abruptly, and his eyes drifted behind me. His face blanched and his body tensed, leaving me puzzled. Before I could turn around, I felt an unmistakably assertive presence behind me. Whoever it was, they had a strong aura that always commanded everyone's attention. It made my wolf oddly alert and tense. I could almost guess who it could be, but I turned around. It was none other than the Jorvvic king, the eldest of the Alpha brothers. Of course, his presence was so overpowering, so consuming, that I felt intensely aware of everything around me, especially his presence and how he was watching me as he closed the distance between us. My mouth dried up as I looked into his steely brown eyes, which captivated me instantly. I forgot all about Orion. I thought I heard him leaving, but I ignored him. My eyes were glued to Jorvvic King, and his powerfully charged aura triggered a wave of emotions inside me. The intensity of the feelings shook me up from the inside. I forgot to breathe or blink as I watched him move with the swiftness and ease of a predator. Even under his clothes, I could see his muscles flexing, making me want to rip everything to shreds so I could see every inch of him. I needed to know every inch of him, mainly due to how he looked at me. My heart was erratically beating in my chest, and my wolf howled in my chest with joy and enthusiasm. As he moved to take the seat beside me, I felt a surge of heat between my legs due to how close he was. His intoxicating scent hit my nose, making me salivate. I wanted to taste him to see if he was as delicious as he looked and smelled. "Hello, mate," he greeted me. Chapter 12. Myra. It wasn't the first time I had seen Jorvvic King. I had seen numerous pictures of him in various places. I knew what the man looked like and sounded like. I knew everything about him, but despite all my knowledge and intel, nothing could have prepared me for the revelation that I was his mate. My wolf was over the moon to finally meet our mate, but the only thing I felt while looking at him was dread. This was not what I had asked for. He was not what I wanted. In my wildest dreams, I could never have imagined that I'd get paired with none other than Jorvvic King, the man whom I hated fiercely, the man who was the reason for many people's sufferings. All I had asked for was a kind and nurturing mate who'd love me no matter what. But the man sitting closer to me and gazing at me was anything but kind and nurturing. He was a ruthless beast. And he was my mate. I was doomed. I should have seen this coming when I asked the moon goddess for a mate. Back then, I had suspected there must have been a catch somewhere, something I had been missing. Now, I could see what she did. This was terrible. Why did she do this to me? What did I do to deserve such a terrible fate? Why did such things always happen to me? All I wanted was a mate, but I got a monster. All I needed was someone to love me, but the man before me was only capable of destruction and ruin. I could never be with someone like him. What is your name? He asked me, his gaze intensely possessive. I swallowed hard and tore my eyes away. I needed to leave. Otherwise, I was afraid I'd end up doing something I would regret. I needed some time to think. I wasn't prepared for this situation, but I should have known. I should have seen this coming. How did I miss such a thing? My wolf already knew this was going to happen. That's why she had been acting up lately. I should have paid more attention to her. Where's Orion? I snapped, leaning back to create as much space between us as possible. I needed to get away from him. I couldn't stay here for another minute. His eyes darkened with rage when I mentioned Orion, and his nostrils flared. Are you with him? He asked. No, scratch that. He demanded to know as if I owed him an answer. It doesn't matter, I snapped, taking my purse and leaving. But I should have thought it out well because the way Jorvvic looked at me, it was clear that he wouldn't leave me alone anytime soon. "Ladies, stop." He tried, but I was determined. I stormed towards the exit, leaving him behind. But before I could exit, he grabbed my arm and tugged me back. I hissed as soon as my back pressed against his chest, and he wrapped an arm around me. "You aren't going anywhere until we talk," he declared, dragging me back. I wanted to fight him, but I knew it would be futile. I could feel all his muscles pressed against my back. I wouldn't win against him. Talking about muscles, feeling my body pressed against his was an instant distraction. His intoxicating scent and my wolf's eagerness to approach him weren't helping me either. I gave him a threatening look as he took me to one of the private meeting rooms of the hotel. As soon as he released me, I ensured to put as much distance between us as possible. It was for my best. I couldn't afford to get distracted at that moment. He locked the door and turned to me, eyes blazing with desire and possessiveness. My wolf started pacing inside me, wanting to get closer to him, to kiss him. I blocked her out before she could make it worse and glared at him. "I know I interrupted you and Orion, but you must have figured out why I got you here," he spoke, his voice smooth and businesslike. I should have hated it immediately, but I felt butterflies in my stomach. A part of me imagined how he'd sound whispering sweet things to me. I snapped out of the thought before it could get more heated. In response, I crossed my arms on my chest and sharpened my glare. "I was here on a date with my boyfriend," I said, even though Orion wasn't my boyfriend. A part of me wanted to see him jealous, and oh, did he instantly look like he was going to take Orion down. "Boyfriend," he muttered, disdain in his voice. "I didn't know he was seeing someone. Well, now that you know, you should let me go," I pressed. "We are not done talking yet," he said, pouring me a drink before setting it in front of me and taking the seat opposite me. "I'm not interested in talking further," I told him, ignoring the drink and glaring at him. He didn't touch his drink either. Instead, he watched me with his scrutinizing gaze, taking in every single detail about me. I had been stared at numerous times before, but it never made me feel anything like he was making me think. Under his gaze, I felt like a unique specimen being studied. He looked at me like I was the most important thing on this planet, and I didn't like how good it made me feel. I should have hated how he focused his attention on me single-mindedly, but I loved it too much. I tried to remind myself that I shouldn't feel this way. "Is it serious with Orion?" he asked, and I noticed his jaw seemed tense. "Maybe it is," I shrugged. I might as well be endangering Orion, but internally, I was enjoying this. "It's a personal matter, and you shouldn't interfere. Orion works for me, and you're my mate." "I have to interfere," he stated, his voice stern. I cocked an eyebrow at him and glanced around, taking in the room. There was no way I could leave this room, as it was blocking my way. I couldn't beat him physically, but I could always talk my way out of it. I needed to act. I needed to put on a show for him, enough to distract him while keeping my emotions in check. I was stunned by what he told me. "Oh," I breathed. "What is your name?" I asked even though I knew the answer. Something flickered in his eyes, making the butterflies in my stomach flutter aggressively. I ignored them and focused on him, maintaining my aloofness. "I'm Jorvvic King," he answered, his tone firm and proud. His gaze was intense with interest. Jorvvic, I tested his name, oddly liking the sound of it. His eyes softened and flickered to my lips. I sucked in a breath, imagining him kissing me. "Focus, Myra. Focus." "I'm Myra," I introduced myself and quickly added, "I'm with Orion. He is going to propose to me tonight." Chapter 13. Jorvvic. It took all my self-control to refrain from leaping over the table, sweeping her into my arms, and claiming her. Her enticing scent filled the room, overtaking my senses and clouding my judgment. I forgot everything about the party and the night as soon as I laid eyes on her. Nothing else mattered to me then, only the she-wolf sitting before me, my mate, my to-be wife. I had dreamed of having a mate of my own and having a family with her for so long. I had almost given up on that dream a couple of years ago when it felt like I was out of luck. Usually, wolves found their mates in their early 20s, and it was said that once you were past 30 and mateless, you were to remain mateless for the rest of your life. Once I turned 30, I accepted my mateless fate, even though it was hard for me to do so. But somehow, I came to terms with it and learned to accept and live with it. Seeing her tonight was nothing less than a blessing, a miracle for me. Yet, she was looking at me with disapproval in her eyes. There was another unknown emotion in her that I couldn't recognize. I wondered why she was resisting me. Didn't she want to mate too? On top of that, she claimed that Orion would propose to her tonight. The thought immediately raised an inferno inside me. I wanted to find him and confront him, even though he was innocent. I couldn't help the waves of intense emotions taking over my logical side like a tsunami. I had just met her and I was already a mess. It terrified me to an extent, but at the same time, it excited me in an unfathomable way. The mating bond seemed to be working its charm on me already. When did you meet Orion? I asked her, using every fiber of self-control in my body to stay logical. I didn't want to scare her away. I needed her to like me. To crave me the same way I was craving her already. Just a few days ago, she shrugged, leaning back and fixing me with her burning, determined gaze. It made me feel weak in places I didn't know I could feel weak. This damn female. And you decided to get married? I asked, finding her answer somewhat irrational. It seemed as if she was trying to test me. I wouldn't be surprised if that were her primary intent, but I couldn't help but wonder why. Yes, it was love at first sight, she said with a playful smile. A whirlwind romance. I cannot wait to be with him. She spoke dreamily, making me thirstier for Orion's blood. My wolf was already plotting, but I tried my best to keep my logical side working. I kept reminding myself that Orion was innocent. He didn't know she was my mate, and once he did, he'd step aside. I could tell he'd figured it out already when I interrupted them, which was why he left in haste. I see, I muttered. Then why did he leave you? I pointed it out, and she frowned at me, getting her defenses up. You scared him away, she snapped. Rightly so, because you're mine now, I stated. No, I'm not, she said, her voice sharp and her eyes flashing. For some strange reason, I found that immensely attractive. Her fighting spirit kindled my desire for her. She was one glorious female, and I felt like the luckiest man to have been paired with her. They said good things take time, and looking at her, all my years of loneliness and disappointment felt worth it. I was being indirectly prepared for her, and I couldn't feel more blessed. I must have done something to impress the moon goddess. I couldn't wait to take her home, make her mine, and give her everything she could ever demand. I was finally prepared for a mate, but she seemed oddly guarded. You don't seem pleased to be my mate, I commented, examining her. You're not what I asked for, she muttered. I cocked an eyebrow, feeling a pinch in my heart, but at the same time, I wanted to listen to her. If there were a way I could make her like me, I would do that no matter what. I needed her to like me, to love me, or else I wouldn't know what I'd do with myself. A mate's rejection meant a painful existence. The thought of her rejecting me sent another wave of intense emotions coursing through me. No, I wouldn't let that happen. I'd work hard to win her heart no matter what. Then what did you ask for? I asked her, tell me, and I'll provide it for you, anything, I stated. I might as well have offered her a blank check, but I didn't care. She was invaluable, and no amount of money or wealth mattered to me if I couldn't have her. She laughed in my face and said, you don't know what you're talking about. It felt like a challenge. I don't. I tested. Then tell me what you're talking about, I demanded, ready for a challenge. She was my challenge, and I was more than enthusiastic about conquering her, about making her mine no matter what. She laughed again, mocking. Her eyes twinkled with mischievousness, setting my mind on fire. I thought I couldn't crave her more, but I didn't mind being proven wrong. I was already discovering so many new things about myself, and it thrilled me. I wondered what else she'd make me learn about myself and, eventually, about her. I couldn't wait to find out. Did I already mention that I felt blessed to have her? You're underestimating me, I commented, dishing back her challenge. I'm the alpha of the Nightfall Pack. There's nothing I couldn't do for you, I told her fiercely. She smiled at me again, but this time, it was different. There was a knowing look in her eyes that I couldn't ignore. If anything, it made me more curious and hungrier for her. I wanted to know everything about her. I see, she said. I'll think about it, but I must leave now. I don't like my boyfriend to keep waiting. Chapter 14. Myra, you're underestimating me, he insisted, giving me a pointed look. I'm the alpha of the Nightfall Pack. There's nothing I couldn't do for you. He challenged me, and it made me want to laugh louder. Instead, I smiled at him and wondered if he'd say the same if he knew who I was. I guess not, but at the same time, new ideas sprouted in my head of how I could mess with him now that I knew he was my mate and how eager he was to get me. It already felt exciting and I needed to consider it. But for now, I didn't trust myself with him in the same room, especially with my wolf growing more eager to get closer to him. His pheromones were also growing more potent in the room with every second. I was afraid that if I stayed there longer, he might overwhelm me, mainly because he was an alpha. His wolf was mighty and commanding. He'd want to secure me as his mate as soon as possible by claiming me. I needed to get out of there before it was too late. I see, I nodded. I'll think about it, but I must leave now. I don't like my boyfriend to keep waiting, I told him with a sly smile. Speaking those words felt like I was pushing his buttons, but I loved it, especially the slightly defeated look on his face. However, the determination was still in him. I could feel it radiating off him, all the more reasons to get out of there as soon as possible. As time passed while we were together, I imagined all the ways he could please me. However, I didn't want those fantasies to overpower my logic. Your ex-boyfriend, he corrected me possessively, his body tense like a predator about to charge after its prey. I might as well have been playing with fire, but I didn't care. I wanted to provoke him, but my efforts seemed vain. For an alpha who had found his mate, he seemed highly in control and rational. This was unlike the other alphas, who immediately turned into animals and wouldn't stop until marking their mates. I had heard some traumatic stories about such mating, and it had always made me wish never to have an alpha mate. The moon goddess had done me wrong. However, the way Jorvvic maintained his calmness meant he was incredibly powerful. I shouldn't have cared, but I liked it. Whatever, I need to see him, I told him, getting up to leave, but he remained seated. His body was tenser than ever. I kept an eye on him as I headed towards the door. And don't follow me. I need time to sort this out. I understand, he uttered, getting up, but before he could reach out and stop me, I stepped out of his reach. He gave me a disgruntled look, but made no effort to get me. Instead, he unlocked the door for me. But when can I see you again? He asked, bringing back his business tone as we stepped out. I don't know, I ignored, determined to get away from him as soon as possible. Myra, he called for me, instantly making my heart flutter in my chest. Everything inside me ached for him, and my wolf howled mournfully, displeased to leave him so soon. Leaving felt even worse because I could hear the longing in his voice. We'd need to meet again, he stated. Yeah, I waved my hand, trying to act casual and unbothered, but inside, my heart was breaking to leave him. Even though I hated him, I loved pushing his buttons and waiting for his reaction. Surprisingly, he didn't seem like the person I expected him to be, which ignited my interest in him. I had half expected him to force himself on me and mark me without my consent, like most alphas did with their mates upon meeting, but he had been respectful of my boundaries and choices. It oddly made me want to look forward to meeting him again. Maybe he was putting up an act to impress me. I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case, but at the same time, I reminded myself that he could have easily forced himself on me when we were alone in the private conference room. Again, I didn't want to read too much into it. That might make me focus too much on his positive attributes, and I needed to avoid that now. He was still my enemy and the man I hated the most. One of the most important missions of my life was to ruin him, and I wasn't going to let some rose-tinted glasses put on me by my hormones and the damn mating bond ruin the work of my life. Nah, not happening on my watch. Myra, he called for me again. He had followed me outside the hotel, which I disliked. I wanted to turn around and tell him to stop following me, but something in me said that would backfire. I'm serious about you, I'm making no promises, I responded, standing by the road. I looked around and realized I was at the back of the hotel. The road there was relatively empty. Why did I get here? Of course, I got too distracted because of him. Damn him. Finally, my patience snapped, and I turned on my heels to give him a stern glare. All he did was stand there and look at me as if I were the biggest puzzle of his life that he couldn't wait to solve. Huh. I'd do a number on him soon to see if he still felt that way. Leave me alone, Jorvvic. I don't want to do this, I snapped. All I'm asking from you is a chance. Tonight wasn't great, but I want to make it up to you. We can start fresh, he offered, stepping closer to me. His dark eyes hungrily searched my face for a sliver of hope, but I was determined to give him none. I will be what you want me to be, he added, a glint of something unmistakable in his eyes, making me pause for a second and consider. He must have read the expression on my face, because he gave me a slow, handsome smile. I tried not to stare too much at his lips and focused on glaring at him. Are you available tomorrow? He asked me eagerly, stepping closer. I should have stepped back, but I didn't. No, I need to go now, I insisted. I'll have one of my men drop you home, he suggested. So that you could find out where I live? I accused. He cocked an eyebrow at me, a hint of challenge in his eyes. Myra, before you get home tonight, I'll have discovered everything about you, he said. I laughed at him again. I'd love to see what you find. Chapter 15 Hunter. As soon as we landed in the city, chaos unfolded inside me. I didn't know what it was, but I found it hard to sit still for more than a second. My restlessness seemed to grow with every passing second in that place, and it often made me want to crawl out of my skin. This all meant that I couldn't focus on our work at all. So far, I hadn't managed to find anything on Morgan, which was quite disappointing, but I was trying to focus, even if it meant that I needed to go for a run 3 times a day to get it all out of my system. Still, it felt utterly fruitless. It didn't help that Jorvvic had been feeling somewhat the same. It was one of the reasons I avoided him. He was generally the calmer brother, the one who handled things rationally under immense pressure. And I was the jester, the one who liked to mess around and find out, the troublemaker and the nonchalant one. However, in all my years of fooling around, I had learned not to mess with Jorvvic when he wasn't in the mood. That resulted in fireworks of the worst kind. This was why I was trying to avoid him as much as possible. His current mood made him feel like a volcano about to burst. I didn't want to be the reason he erupted. Hence, despite my crazed state, I tried to gather as much intel on Thorn as possible. I met some local alphas who were already aware of our presence in the area. They didn't have much to offer, and that wasn't very pleasant. So far, Jorvvic had mentioned Orion finding a she-wolf who seemed to know stuff. Jorvvic had offered to meet her tonight while I was trying to meet some rogues and see if they knew something. However, they didn't offer much either. It was late at night when I finally gave up and decided to return to the hotel, but not before having another long and grueling run through the sparse woods of the southern coast, enjoying the night air blowing from the sea. I transformed into my human form before stepping out of the woods and entering the hotel through the back door. Some of the staff, especially the women, threw me curious looks. Maybe it was because I was in shorts and a sweatshirt, without a shirt. If my mood wasn't so bad, I'd have invited the attention exuberantly and flirted with a couple of them. I headed straight to my room and took a bone-chilling shower, hoping it would wash off the distress and the chaos I had been harboring for days. I was disappointed but not surprised when nothing happened. After I had showered, I decided to see Jorvvic. I was curious if he had managed to get anything from the girl. When I entered his suite, I found him in the seating area with his laptop on his lap, aggressively typing away with a stern look on his face. Anything? I asked, taking a seat and ordering myself some coffee. I was not feeling sleepy. I was merely looking for a distraction, anything that could elevate me from the chaos. Jorvvic remained quiet for a few seconds, his gaze intensely fixed on the screen. I waited, but when he didn't say anything, I asked, "Did you meet the girl, Orion?" "I found my mate," he said abruptly. It took me a few seconds for his words to make sense. I choked, unable to decide whether first to show my surprise or happiness that he had finally found his mate. The topic of mates was sensitive for him. He'd given up his hopes of finding a mate the day he turned 30. It hurt me to see him so defeated. He deserved to have a loving and caring mate after all the sacrifices he had to make. It was the only thing he had been looking forward to, but luck hadn't been kind to him in the past. But it seemed like things were turning around slowly, and I was immensely happy for him. Congratulations! I laughed, getting up to pat him on the shoulder, but he grunted instead, not looking pleased or excited, which made me stop for a moment. What happened, Matt? Aren't you happy? I asked him, frowning. I sat beside him and peeked at his laptop to see what he was so intensely glaring at. I noticed he was going through some emails from our cyber team. She didn't seem pleased with me, he gritted. What? I frowned. I wonder why? Every girl should be throwing themselves at you since you're such a ray of sunshine. You have such a charming smile and aura that always enchants everyone, Matt growled at me as soon as he sensed the sarcasm in my words. I laughed heartily. Forget about that crap about first impressions. You can always win her over with some effort. What's her name, though? What does she look like? Did you dig up everything about her already? I asked, peeking at the screen again. The cyber team has been on it, and he trailed off. And? I urged, not familiar with the uncertain look on his face. This unsettled me even more. I had never seen Matt like this. Oddly, there isn't much about her out there. Sure, the basics can be found. Her name's Seraphina Woods. She's 26 and from one of the local packs. She works for the pack's administration, and that's all. Nothing more. He trailed off, staring at the screen grimly. It just feels too fabricated. I suggested, and instantly, his head snapped toward me. You think so? He asked, looking more doubtful with every passing second. Matt was anything but uncertain. He was the one who always seemed to have answers to everything, which further agitated me. I didn't have a good feeling about this. I can go down to the pack and look for her if you want, I offered. But didn't you spend some time with her tonight? I couldn't help but ask. His situation didn't make sense to me. He should have been more excited to have found his mate finally, and instead of typing away on his laptop, he should have been spending the night with her, strengthening their bond. She left. She didn't want to be with me, and she's oddly fixated on Orion, he growled. I could see murderous rage flash through his eyes. Oh boy, things were more severe than I had thought. I took the laptop from him and scrolled through all the data our cyber team had managed to dig up on her. There was everything he had told me about her, and then there was her picture. She was drop-dead gorgeous, just what my brother deserved, but I found it unsettling how she had managed to throw him off track in such a short period. I'll see what's up with her, I promised him, staring at her picture. She had enchanting blue eyes and a cute, round face framed with bangs, making her look younger than her age. There was a slight smile on her face as she stared ahead. I found her cute and could see why Jorvvic seemed to be so weak for her already. Oddly, I felt like I needed to be in charge suddenly. Now that Jorvvic had found his mate, my carefree days were over. I needed to get more serious about things. My responsibilities were going to grow. It scared me to some extent, but at the same time, I felt ready for it. I'd do anything for my brother. Chapter 15 Hunter. As soon as we landed in the city, chaos unfolded inside me. I didn't know what it was, but I found it hard to sit still for more than a second. My restlessness seemed to grow with every passing second in that place, and it often made me want to crawl out of my skin. This all meant that I couldn't focus on our work at all. So far, I hadn't managed to find anything on Morgan, which was quite disappointing, but I was trying to focus, even if it meant that I needed to go for a run 3 times a day to get it all out of my system. Still, it felt utterly fruitless. It didn't help that Jorvvic had been feeling somewhat the same. It was one of the reasons I avoided him. He was generally the calmer brother, the one who handled things rationally under immense pressure. And I was the jester, the one who liked to mess around and find out, the troublemaker and the nonchalant one. However, in all my years of fooling around, I had learned not to mess with Jorvvic when he wasn't in the mood. That resulted in fireworks of the worst kind. This was why I was trying to avoid him as much as possible. His current mood made him feel like a volcano about to burst. I didn't want to be the reason he erupted. Hence, despite my crazed state, I tried to gather as much intel on Thorn as possible. I met some local alphas who were already aware of our presence in the area. They didn't have much to offer, and that wasn't very pleasant. So far, Jorvvic had mentioned Orion finding a she-wolf who seemed to know stuff. Jorvvic had offered to meet her tonight while I was trying to meet some rogues and see if they knew something. However, they didn't offer much either. It was late at night when I finally gave up and decided to return to the hotel, but not before having another long and grueling run through the sparse woods of the southern coast, enjoying the night air blowing from the sea. I transformed into my human form before stepping out of the woods and entering the hotel through the back door. Some of the staff, especially the women, threw me curious looks. Maybe it was because I was in shorts and a sweatshirt, without a shirt. If my mood wasn't so bad, I'd have invited the attention exuberantly and flirted with a couple of them. I headed straight to my room and took a bone-chilling shower, hoping it would wash off the distress and the chaos I had been harboring for days. I was disappointed but not surprised when nothing happened. After I had showered, I decided to see Jorvvic. I was curious if he had managed to get anything from the girl. When I entered his suite, I found him in the seating area with his laptop on his lap, aggressively typing away with a stern look on his face. "Anything?" I asked, taking a seat and ordering myself some coffee. I was not feeling sleepy. I was merely looking for a distraction, anything that could elevate me from the chaos. Jorvvic remained quiet for a few seconds, his gaze intensely fixed on the screen. I waited, but when he didn't say anything, I asked, "Did you meet the girl, Orion?" "I found my mate," he said abruptly. It took me a few seconds for his words to make sense. I choked, unable to decide whether first to show my surprise or happiness that he had finally found his mate. The topic of mates was sensitive for him. He'd given up his hopes of finding a mate the day he turned 30. It hurt me to see him so defeated. He deserved to have a loving and caring mate after all the sacrifices he had to make. It was the only thing he had been looking forward to, but luck hadn't been kind to him in the past. But it seemed like things were turning around slowly, and I was immensely happy for him. "Congratulations." I laughed, getting up to pat him on the shoulder, but he grunted instead, not looking pleased or excited, which made me stop for a moment. "What happened, Matt? Aren't you happy?" I asked him, frowning. I sat beside him and peeked at his laptop to see what he was so intensely glaring at. I noticed he was going through some emails from our cyber team. "She didn't seem pleased with me," he gritted. "What?" I frowned. "I wonder why? Every girl should be throwing themselves at you since you're such a ray of sunshine. You have such a charming smile and aura that always enchants everyone," Matt growled at me as soon as he sensed the sarcasm in my words. I laughed heartily. "Forget about that crap about first impressions. You can always win her over with some effort." "What's her name, though? What does she look like? Did you dig up everything about her already?" I asked, peeking at the screen again. "The cyber team has been on it," and he trailed off. "And?" I urged, not familiar with the uncertain look on his face. This unsettled me even more. I had never seen Matt like this. Oddly, there isn't much about her out there. Sure, the basics can be found. Her name's Seraphina Woods. She's 26 and from one of the local packs. She works for the pack's administration, and that's all. Nothing more. He trailed off, staring at the screen grimly. "It just feels too fabricated," I suggested, and instantly, his head snapped toward me. "You think so?" he asked, looking more doubtful with every passing second. Matt was anything but uncertain. He was the one who always seemed to have answers to everything, which further agitated me. I didn't have a good feeling about this. "I can go down to the pack and look for her if you want," I offered. "But didn't you spend some time with her tonight?" I couldn't help but ask. His situation didn't make sense to me. He should have been more excited to have found his mate finally, and instead of typing away on his laptop, he should have been spending the night with her, strengthening their bond. She left. "She didn't want to be with me, and she's oddly fixated on Orion," he growled. I could see murderous rage flash through his eyes. Oh boy, things were more severe than I had thought. I took the laptop from him and scrolled through all the data our cyber team had managed to dig up on her. There was everything he had told me about her, and then there was her picture. She was drop-dead gorgeous, just what my brother deserved, but I found it unsettling how she had managed to throw him off track in such a short period. "I'll see what's up with her," I promised him, staring at her picture. She had enchanting blue eyes and a cute, round face framed with bangs, making her look younger than her age. There was a slight smile on her face as she stared ahead. I found her cute and could see why Jorvvic seemed to be so weak for her already. Oddly, I felt like I needed to be in charge suddenly. Now that Jorvvic had found his mate, my carefree days were over. I needed to get more serious about things. My responsibilities were going to grow. It scared me to some extent, but at the same time, I felt ready for it. I'd do anything for my brother. Chapter 17. Jorvvic. I couldn't sleep all night and kept thinking about her. I was second-guessing my decision to let her go. I should have made her stay. I should have kept her until everything between us was clear and set. Instead, I let her go. Even though my wolf was yearning for her, craving her, I didn't want to coerce her into this. I let her go because I wanted her to feel safe with me. She had been somewhat overwhelmed when she saw me, but something else about her transfixed me. I tried to catch a wink of sleep, but the thoughts of her wouldn't leave me alone. I regretted letting her go so much because I wanted to make her feel comfortable. It had taken a lot of self-control not to sweep her into my arms, take her to my room, and stay there until we were bonded correctly. That was what usually happened when an alpha found his mate. Once an alpha found his mate, his wolf wouldn't rest until they had bonded correctly. Sometimes, that didn't end well for the woman. There had been many instances where the alpha had pushed for more than the woman was ready for, leaving scars for the rest of her life. I couldn't imagine myself doing that. Even if I were on the verge of losing my mind with the need for her, I'd never force myself on her. She'd always be in charge of how the relationship would progress, but being in the relationship was my call. Maybe she was overwhelmed by my alpha status, which was understandable to an extent, but I don't think that was precisely the case with Myra. She looked rather surprised and disappointed to find out she had been paired with me. I'd never forget that look on her face. It was permanently etched in my brain. Knowing that I had failed whatever expectations she had of a mate made me ache, but I was fiercely determined to make it up to her and show her that I was far better than whatever she had in mind. I was willing to do everything for her, all she had to do was ask. Instead, she left. I groaned, tossing in bed. I had felt restless for the past week, but now that I knew why, my restlessness seemed to worsen. She had changed me in one single meeting. Literally. Since I saw her, breathed in her essence, and touched her, my body could only think of her. Especially my physical response, which was painful, but there was more to that than just the bond. It wasn't there before, but now, feeling that shift in me made this even more torturous. I got out of bed and went to the bathroom for a cold shower to calm my body. I stripped off my gray pants and stepped into the bone-chilling cold shower. Goosebumps spread all over my skin, and it felt like an iceberg had hit me, but despite that, the tension in me remained strong. At the base of me was the new bond, waiting to be completed by her presence. I groaned as I tried to distract myself, but it only worsened the ache. I continued, trying to focus on something else, but it was impossible. Every part of me longed for her. She had done this to me, and this bond was permanent. Every time I'd look at it, it would remind me of her. She'd affected me this way forever, and this realization made her absence more unbearable. I needed her beside me. Even if she wouldn't let me claim her, I'd be okay with that. I'd bear the torture without a complaint, but I couldn't ever live without her presence from now on. Earlier in the evening, I could have never imagined that I'd experience something so life-altering. But even if I did, nothing would have prepared me for Myra. She was magical. That's how she had made me feel during our brief exchange. Meeting her felt like a miracle, like she was a divine blessing in my life, but that blessing had been snatched away far too soon for my liking. I growled, thinking about her smile, her beautiful face. She was a work of art, and I'd feel honored to have her by my side. I thought of her curves, how perfect she was in every way. I couldn't stop thinking about her. I focused on her, edging closer to my release. The cold shower was still on, but it didn't do much. All my focus was on her, making me forget the chilling water. Instead, my body seemed to heat up even more, anticipating relief. I threw my head back and found some release. I looked at the result, panting after the release. It was thicker than usual. It was my body's way of preparing for her to be with her fully. My bond felt tighter, more uncomfortable. No matter what I did to soothe myself, my whole body and Wolf seemed to want only one thing, Myra. And without her, I couldn't feel peace. I needed to find her again, or I'd lose my mind. I couldn't go long without having her beside me. I needed to see her, to touch her, to fill my lungs with her intoxicating scent, which relaxed me but at the same time stirred an insatiable longing inside me. It was the kind of longing that would make me follow her to the edge of the earth, to purgatory or even hell, to wherever she was planning to go. As long as she was mine, it wouldn't matter. Without her, I felt like my existence had no meaning. It hadn't had a sense all this time. I was merely pretending to live, but meeting her had changed everything. She gave me a glimpse of all the things I could have, and I was already hooked. But when she left, I felt like someone had pushed me into an abyss of melancholy. I felt like I was merely floating through space without a destination, a purpose, or a name. I felt like I was nothing. I needed to find her. The sooner, the better. I stepped out of the shower instantly and checked the time. It was sometime around 4 in the morning. I started dressing. I needed to go down to the pack immediately. Chapter 18 Hunter. I couldn't sleep again. This was becoming my new standard. Instead of getting frustrated, I decided to use my time productively. I took my laptop to the hotel lounge and researched Jorvvic's mate. He didn't seem in a good mood, so I left him alone for the night. He needed some rest because he had been working non-stop for the past couple of weeks trying to find out about Morgan. He had been the one to take on all the burden while the rest of us could relax. My brother needed a break. I reviewed all the details the cyber team had sent Jorvvic about Myra. At first, everything about her seemed normal, but I felt something wasn't right. The more I tried to find out about her, the less I found out. It slowly confirmed my belief that something was wrong with her information. It all felt planted carefully. I found little information about her education or work experience. I found whatever info was available on the PAC website, and she was a junior administrator at the Moon Creek PAC downtown. It was a small PAC, and I decided to dig into its alpha and the other members, too, since I'd be meeting them soon. I looked through the PAC pictures. Oddly, Seraphina was in none of them. I frowned to myself as I kept looking at other things. I wished it were all in my head and that Seraphina was an ordinary girl. The last thing I wanted was for Jorvvic to lose his mind over his mate. That wouldn't be pretty. I spent hours reviewing all the information and communicating with our cyber team, but I made little progress. I was frustrated and about to give up and go for another run when I spotted Jorvvic in the hotel reception. It was early morning, and seeing him up so early worried me. I could tell that he hadn't slept much. "Where are you going?" I asked him after catching up. "I'm going to meet the PAX Alpha," he answered. "Now?" I asked. "It's 4:30 in the morning," I pointed out, even though I knew why he was getting so restless about seeing her. I'd have been in the same state if it happened to me. No, wait, I don't think I'd have been able to hold myself back this long if my mate left me. I'd have immediately gone after her and made her stay with me no matter what. Jorvvic was too patient. I was the impulsive one. However, his patience hadn't been producing results lately. Maybe being impulsive now and then was good. Well, it was for me. We'd be there in half an hour. Most of the pack members are up by that time for training, he suggested. I nodded. "I'll go with you," I offered. "I'd have dragged you with me anyway," he shot, tossing me the car keys. I gave him a stupid grin before heading out with him. The ride to the pack was quiet. It wasn't the tense kind of silence. Matt was deep in his thoughts, lost in thought, or maybe missing his mate. I'd have done the latter if I were him. But I had to admit that focusing on his problem made me forget about my issue. It was still there, but it didn't bug me anymore. Instead, I felt a strange sense of relief. It was the relief one experiences knowing they are doing what they should do. What if it meant that I was going to find my mate too? The idea suddenly crossed my mind, and I stepped on the gas. "What the heck was that?" Matt growled. I laughed. "An idea crossed my mind," I told him, grinning. That's bad, he muttered. Your ideas make the devil look innocent. No, this isn't that kind of an idea, I clarified, licking my lips. It intensely excited me now that I thought about it. Previously, I had never considered it a possibility, but now I have hope. We have been feeling strange for the past few weeks. You ended up meeting your mate. What if I'm close to meeting mine too? I proposed. Matt remained silent for a while before speaking. If you meet yours, I hope she doesn't run away like mine did. His words pinched my heart, but at the same time, made me more determined to hunt down that girl named Seraphina who had done this to my brother. I'm positive that wouldn't happen. I have irresistible charm, I jabbed. Matt snorted, but said nothing. Fortunately for you, I have enough charm for the two of us. I can charm your mate on your behalf. Enough talking, he growled. Now focus on the road. I want to get there soon and in one piece, hopefully. Of course you do, I chuckled. I'm sure she'd be happy to see you the first thing in the morning. That is if she lives there in the first place, he muttered, but I heard him. His mood remained terrible despite my attempts to lift it. On a side note, did you get anything on Morgan? I asked him. No, I gritted, grinding my teeth. Seraphina is the woman Orion claimed to have some info about, isn't she? I checked. Yes, all the more reasons to find her, I noted. She is the pack administrator. She could know a thing or two about the famous hacker. Thorn had messed with everyone's systems at least once, I pondered. For now, it'd be good enough for me to see her again, Matt muttered, gloomier than usual. I sighed deeply. We'll find her, brother, I assured him, despite my doubts. Chapter 19 Jorvvic Hunter tried to improve my mood, but it didn't work. Even though we were on our way to meet the alpha of the Moon Creek pack, I was agitated. Another feeling inside me was rising slowly, dread. I dreaded going there and finding out Seraphina wasn't there and everything about her was untrue. It would devastate me, but I was preparing myself regardless. I like to be ready no matter what, but Seraphina made it difficult. Now that I think of it, her name could be fake, too. Maybe it wasn't Myra. I'd be disappointed if that were the case, but for now, I'd be pleased enough if I found her in the pack. My wolf kept pacing inside me, thinking about her and missing her. His pacing disturbed me even more and made it hard for me to focus. When we reached the pack's borders, I felt like changing into my wolf and running straight inside the border to search for her myself. That'd be a disaster. I struggled to maintain my composure as my brother talked to the patrolling guard and asked to meet the alpha. We had to wait for a few moments before getting permission to enter. The air in the car was tense as Hunter pulled up in front of the alpha's office. Consequently, the administrative building was right next to it. I could search for her, but I held myself back. I was there to look for my mate, not to make enemies. One wrong move would send the wrong message to the alpha. We got out of the car and stepped into the office. The alpha's secretary gave us a curious yet guarded look before leading us to his office. The rest that happened next was a blur, but after talking to the alpha, it was clear that Seraphina was not part of the pack. The alpha had never heard of her. No member named Seraphina had ever been in his pack, and no she-wolf named Seraphina had ever worked as his junior administrator. It was a quick meeting, one that broke something inside me. But again, I was curious. Why would she feel the need to do this? What could be her motivation to lie to me, to upstage such a thing? I have a theory, Hunter declared while driving back to the hotel. Speak, I muttered. I was mulling over it repeatedly until I couldn't think straight anymore. All I could think about was our meeting last night and how she had smiled at me, touched me, and talked to me. My body was still yearning for her, especially my bond. Without her, it felt like life had been sucked out of me. Look, I'm shooting arrows in the dark, but I'm trying. Thinking isn't my strongest skill, but lately, I've had to do a lot of it because that she-wolf has hijacked your mind, he said, irritating me further. Just spit it out, I demanded. I think Myra, or whatever her name is, has something to do with Morgan, Hunter stated. My head snapped towards him with lightning speed. What? I asked, unable to believe my ears at first. He sighed deeply before repeating, Seraphina might have to do something with Morgan. She fed all the info to Orion, remember? He claimed she knew something, I reminded him. Well, not directly. Seraphina told him the basics, just about the wolves in the area, and still, why is all the information about her out there fake? He challenged me, and this time, I was quiet. I had no other defense. I contemplated his words in silence and found myself agreeing. We need to talk to Orion, I stated. That is needed. I was looking for him last night, but didn't find him. Rory said he left after figuring out his date was your mate. Hunter told me. Saving his neck, probably. Find him and call him back. I'm going to talk to him, I growled. I needed to know everything he knew about her, including how he found her and their relationship before I met Myra. Even though he was utterly innocent, my jealousy was at its peak. I don't think that'd be a good idea, Hunter chuckled. I'll handle him once we go back. You can go check in with the cyber team. We will have a meeting about it in the afternoon and plan our next move, Hunter declared, sounding serious. I glanced at him briefly, ensuring it was my brother talking. It was rare to see him serious. He was taking hold of the situation because I was struggling to focus. I needed to take control back and lead. As much as I liked to see my brother taking responsibility, I preferred to see him reckless and carefree. That was his forte. I didn't want to change him. But whatever it is, I wouldn't be surprised if Seraphina has some sort of connection with Morgan, Hunter proclaimed. I'm starting to think that as well, I agreed, but at this point, I didn't care about that anymore. I just wanted to see her anyhow, at any cost. I'd give away everything to get her in my arms. Enough moping. Let's get to work, Hunter spoke as we pulled up in front of the hotel. As soon as we entered the lobby, Rory and Orion greeted us. Immediately, I wanted to grab Orion and drag him somewhere alone and get everything out of him. Still, before I could do that, Rory stepped in between us. The cyber team reported an emergency. What is it? I demanded, irked. These days, something seemed to always be coming up. His expression told me nothing was good, but I needed to hear it. One of the main offshore bank accounts has been frozen, Rory said. How much was in there? A sizable amount. 300 million, Rory responded, tensed. And let me guess who did this, Hunter mocked. Morgan. Rory nodded hesitantly before adding, there's more. The cyber team has called for a meeting as soon as you two get back. Let's get going then, I gritted, getting into the lift with the three of them. However, I kept an eye on Orion. He was unnaturally quiet this morning and maintained his distance. He was wise for doing that. The timing is too perfect, Hunter noted. She's watching us. Who? Rory asked. Myra, Hunter winked at me. Chapter 20 Hunter. It turned out that Thorne went further than freezing one of our important offshore bank accounts. She created several fake cases of money laundering and tax evasion as well, and now we were being looked at by federal agents. That was a huge mess. It was not the kind we couldn't deal with, but it was still a huge mess and pretty annoying. It would quickly eat away months of our time to clear such a mess. This means one thing, I stated. She knows we are here and looking for her. And she doesn't like it. She wants to keep us distracted and busy. Of course, she doesn't, Jorvvic gritted, looking through the documents. I studied him for a couple of seconds to ensure he was all right. Even though he didn't show it on the surface, I knew my brother was still shocked and hurt to discover that Seraphina had faked her information. If anything, this made me think more about her. Even though it was a wild guess, I felt that Seraphina had some connection with Morgan. The timing of the events seemed a bit too accurate to be a mere coincidence. And also, every piece of information we had found about Seraphina so far was false. Maybe Seraphina wasn't even her real name. There was no way to be sure about it yet. For now, I had two separate incidents, and if I could somehow establish that they were connected, it'd give us a strong lead. We'd finally have something more to work with, and maybe we could also find out about Myra. I kept thinking about it while my brother discussed with others how they would deal with the false cases. The cases were so well fabricated that they even looked genuine. Morgan, indeed, had a talent for messing things up. I had to give her that, at least. This made me more determined to find out about her, but for now, Myra's case needed to be settled. I had to bump her up on the priority list because of my brother. He looked pretty miserable without her already. If we somehow managed to find Myra, my brother would be at peace, and I could finally figure out if Seraphina had to do something with Thorn or if all the things happening were mere coincidences. However, I didn't believe in coincidences. Coincidence happened only once. Anything more than that was planning, and that I could already see. After our meeting, I decided to sit down with Orion. Look, I know she's Jorvvic's mate. I have nothing serious going on with her, he clarified immediately. Just stay away from him for a few days, I chuckled darkly. Orion looked terrified enough, already saying Myra's name. Whoever that she-wolf was, she knew how to leave a long-lasting impression. You don't have to say twice, he muttered. How did you meet her? I couldn't help but ask. I was out on the first day and spotted her at a beach by herself. She looked pretty, so I asked her out. He shrugged. She told me she was a local, so I asked her a few things. She was the one to give me all the basic information. Did she tell you anything about herself? Where does she live? I asked him. No, she mostly avoided talking about anything about herself. I asked her where she lived, and she brushed it off, too. I met her twice after our first meeting, and that was usually in front of a cafe near the sea. Do you have her number? I asked, scratching my jaw. This didn't seem to be going anywhere, and frustration slowly started to seep into me. Yes, he answered, and immediately my eyes lit up. I exchanged numbers with her. I forgot about it until now. Send it to me now. I'll have the cyber team look at it, I said, feeling hopeful again. We could track her location through her number. What else? I asked. There's not much I have right now, but I'm thinking of going down to where we usually hung out and find out about her, Orion offered. Of course, I nodded, getting oddly excited about this. Call me immediately if you meet her. I should leave now. She's there usually around this time, he offered, so I let him go before taking her number. I contemplated calling, but then sent it to the cyber team to see what they'd find out about her. With Orion on the road again and our cyber team looking at her number, all I had to do was wait. However, waiting was often the hardest and the most angsty part. I hated it very much, which is why I was so impulsive with everything. I didn't have anything to do, and that made it worse. I had no distractions, and my mind was back to that restlessness that drove me crazy. I took my phone out and stared at Myra's number. My fingers itched. I needed to do something, so I did what I felt like doing the most. I called her number. I had never felt so anxious waiting for someone to answer my call. I remained silent, waiting even though I wasn't expecting her to answer the call. My heart skipped a beat when the phone started ringing. For some reason, my mouth started going dry. I wasn't expecting this, but I wasn't complaining either. But I felt strange as I waited for her to pick up her phone. As the phone rang, I felt my heart trying to beat itself out of my chest. The restlessness was back, and it was now worse than ever. It felt like I was crossing an invisible line for some reason, but it gave me a thrill I had never felt before. It made me sick with anticipation. I wanted her to pick up the phone, but at the same time, I didn't want her to pick it up. It didn't make any sense to me. Why was I feeling so edgy suddenly? It felt like I was ascending through smoke and going somewhere forbidden. Somewhere I'd regret going soon enough. I had been so paralyzed by my chaotic thoughts and all-consuming senses that I almost missed it. Hello. Chapter 21 Myra, I was sure they would stay busy with the mess I created for them. It'd be enough to distract them, and I was satisfied. Now, all that was left for me to do was pack my things and leave this place for good. But I was feeling tired, and was pretty much drunk too. The things weren't a good combination for me. Without realizing it, I fell asleep on the chair. I slept for a while and dreamt. It had been a long time since I had seen any dreams, but when I closed my eyes, the dreams started floating in front of me as if they had been waiting for me to fall asleep. It was as if they had been conspiring about it. I walked down a known dirt road through the woods until I saw the ruins of the ancient temple. It was where I had summoned the moon goddess. I felt a sense of urgency as I treaded through the path and ventured further into the ruins, seeking the twin pillars. The sun was setting on the horizon, and it was gradually getting dark. Not the best time I'd choose to visit this place, but I was here regardless. I felt like someone was waiting for me there, and I needed to meet them. I noticed a familiar figure waiting for me when the twin pillars appeared. I couldn't determine who it was, but I was sure I knew them. I headed in their direction, unsure what to expect, but the closer I got to them, the more excited my wolf got. I realized who it was when I was close enough to them, but it was already too late. Before I could leave, he turned around and faced me. Myra, he called out for me, and instantly, I froze, unable to move anymore. It was Jorvvic. I missed you so much. His voice was laced with pain as he closed the distance between us. I wanted to step back, but I couldn't. I was too captivated by him and his overbearing presence. My wolf liked him a lot. Jorvvic, I wanted to sound snappish. I tried to push him away, but my voice came out softer. Instantly, he moved closer and wrapped his arms around me until my body was pressed against his. Whatever resistance I had against him left my body due to his touch and his warmth. My whole body lit up with the need to be with him. I wanted to run away from him, but I felt myself giving in to his touch. I tried to get closer to him. No, I needed to get closer to him. Otherwise, it felt like I'd get lost somewhere. He was my anchor to the world, and I didn't want to leave him. Not again. His hands wandered all over me as he pressed his body against mine, making me feel the firmness of his muscles and the heat of his presence. I could feel his body's response, too. "Why did you leave, Myra?" he asked, more hurt dripping from his voice. His glowing eyes were watching me hungrily, but there was something melancholic about them that I couldn't let go of. It softened me for him. I felt guilty for leaving even though I knew I shouldn't. At that moment, I couldn't help feeling all those emotions. "I'm sorry," I sobbed lightly, blinking tears while also feeling an intense pull toward him. It was too powerful to ignore. The longing within me seemed to rise with every passing moment. "I missed you," he told me again, his lips lingering closer to mine. "I missed you so much that it hurts." "I'm sorry," I whimpered, feeling the ache inside me worsening. It was as if I were being punished for the crime of leaving him. I groaned. "I promise I'll never do that again," I whimpered. He growled in approval before claiming my lips. Immediately, it felt like I was bursting into flames. A storm of sparks took over my senses, numbing me to everything around me except for him. All I could feel was him, his lips, his hot and greedy mouth, his steely muscles around me, his scent. He took over everything, and it was slowly overwhelming me. He kissed me fiercely, claiming what was rightfully his. His tongue dominated mine before gently caressing it, teasing it, and doing numerous electrifying things to it. It felt like I was melting against him. The pull inside me only got stronger with every passing second. It felt like I was being consumed by desire. I clung to his kiss because it oddly seemed to help calm the storm within me. I let him suck hard on my lips, torturing me with an insatiable longing. I felt a deep ache, a feeling of emptiness that only he could fill. "Jorvvic. I need you," I moaned softly, barely able to form the words. I needed him. Without him, it felt like I was losing myself. I couldn't bear it any longer. "Myra," he moaned, "my baby girl. I'll give you everything. All you have to do is ask," he promised. One of his hands gently held me, reassuring me with his touch. "I need you, Jorvvic," I whispered, my voice trembling with need. "You're in heat, baby girl," he said, kissing me again. "Baby girl. Heat. Heat. Heat." I woke up with a cold seat, almost falling out of the chair. I didn't realize I had fallen asleep. I got up, feeling disoriented and slightly unsteady. My head was aching and my body was overheated. I had never felt so restless before. As soon as I recalled the dream, my body reacted, reminding me of what I was missing, what I could have had if I had stayed with him instead of running away last night. I reached into my pants, trying to find some relief from the tension building within me, but it wasn't enough. I felt frustrated. The emptiness I felt inside was undeniable. Suddenly, my phone rang. I sat up, shocked and feeling disoriented. The alarm must have gone off. But then I realized someone was calling me instead. This frustrated me even more. I grabbed the phone and without seeing the number, I answered the call. "Hello," I spoke, ready to give the caller a piece of my mind for disturbing me. "Hi, Myra," an unknown voice answered, making my wolf stir again. I didn't know what that voice was about, but it had a strange effect on me. Chapter 22 Myra. Hi, Myra. An unknown voice answered, making my wolf stir again. I didn't know what that voice was about, but it made me feel an intense reaction, forcing me to suppress a sudden physical response. I swallowed the moan threatening to escape my lips while my whole body shook with the intensity of what I had just experienced, making me forget about everything. It took me a couple of seconds to return to the present and remember that someone on the phone was waiting for my response. Hello. I croaked, not liking how I sounded out of breath. Who is this? It took me an effort to ask that. In response, I heard the most melodious chuckle that stirred something within me. It was the most captivating voice I had ever heard. I didn't know why, but I was somehow fascinated with the voice. That's not important, he replied, and I frowned. I wanted to know whose voice it was and why it was making me feel this way. But last night you left something at the hotel. I sucked in a breath, already imagining who could be on the other side of the line. Oh, did I? I asked, opening my laptop and checking the ID of the caller. Hunter King. Great. But how did he get my number? And most importantly, how did he call me on this number? I usually had the blockers active to divert unwanted calls and ensure that no one could track my location through the number. Yes, and I was wondering if you could come back to fetch it, he offered, or it could be delivered to your address. Immediately, I knew what it was all about, but the laugh died in my throat when I checked my blockers. They weren't active. Damn. That meant my number wasn't protected and could be tracked to this location. How did I mess up so badly? Usually, I ensured that even the most minor details were taken care of, but how did I forget about this? No, thanks. I don't need it, I try to dismiss. I was a mess, unsure of what to do. I was caught unprepared in that situation, and the haze from the earlier distraction significantly slowed my thinking. Are you sure, Myra? Hunter King asked, something dark and suggestive in his voice. It's important, look, I don't want to do anything with him. I shot, triggered. I wouldn't say I liked his teasing voice and all the things it was doing to me. I tried to think of something, but my mind was a mess. The tension wasn't helping me at all. It was torturous. We could discuss that properly if you. I said, I'm not interested in your brother, I hissed. A tense silence followed on the other side of the line, making me anxious. I put on the blockers to conceal my location, but something told me it was already too late. How did you know I'm Jorvvic's brother? He asked me after that tense pause. I wanted to end the call. At the back of my head, the clock had started ticking. It was only a matter of time before they found my location. I was in a race against time and needed to act fast. Getting caught wasn't an option. If I got caught, it wouldn't end well. Despite knowing this, I still couldn't disconnect the call. I wanted to hear Hunter talk and see what he had to offer. I liked his voice, a bit too much for my liking. It doesn't take a genius, I snapped. I don't want to do anything with your brother. I hate him. He ruined my date with Orion. He's sorry for that, and he wants to meet you to make it up to you, Hunter assured me, but I knew what this was all about. I don't care, I snapped, annoyed with every passing second. Suddenly, my wolf had started pacing inside me again, interested in the conversation. This added to my frustration. She had mourned all night, and now she wanted to meet him. I'd never allow that, no matter what. Look, I know my brother isn't all sunshine and roses. He's domineering, but I assure you, he'll be nice once you give him a chance. Hunter sounded sincere with that, and it almost made me want to say yes. No, it was my wolf who wanted to say yes, but I pushed her back, and rightfully so. I wouldn't let her out anytime soon, no matter what. Still not interested. I hate him, I answered, checking other security measures on my laptop. I was still bummed about how I had made such a small yet dangerous mistake. It could completely ruin all my years of work. You just met him last night. What made you hate him? I'm sure it just wasn't a ruined date, he pondered out loud. I had to give it to Hunter. He was observant, and it pleased me deeply for some reason. What the heck was wrong with me? You're right. It's just more than a ruined date, I gritted, trying to swallow down the dark memories that started to appear out of nowhere. These two brothers triggered me in every way possible. Then what is it about? Hunter asked, his voice cautious. Oh, It's more than that, I muttered, clutching the phone and glaring at the screen before me. It's old and personal. I was so lost in my destructive thoughts that it took me a couple of minutes to realize that the call had disconnected and Hunter wasn't on the other side anymore. I gritted my teeth, feeling the destructive rage take over me. I wanted to destroy Jorvvic. I wanted to see the brothers suffer. Whatever I did, I didn't feel enough. There needed to be more damage. Irreversible damage. Chapter 23 Hunter, you just met him last night. What made you hate him? I'm sure it just wasn't a ruined date, I stated, unable to find a strong enough reason to justify her leaving my brother last night. There must have been more to it than she was letting me know. You're right. It's just more than a ruined date, she muttered. Her voice was low and whispery. I didn't know why, but a part of me liked it. I even found it strangely fascinating. I wanted to hear her talk more. I wanted to know more. It was a miracle that she had picked up my call and was talking to me in the first place. I was hoping I could talk her into coming back and meeting my brother again. Jorvvic would appreciate that, and beyond that, I was strangely curious while talking to her. I wanted to meet her too. Then what is it about? I asked, hoping there could be some way I could convince her to come back. Oh, it's more than that, she muttered, her voice taking a darker inflection. It's old and personal, she added. I didn't miss the hint of bitterness in her voice. Oddly, it made my wolf stir. It bewildered me, but I had a feeling that she was holding something back. This wasn't solid evidence yet, but it pointed out more to my theory that she had something to do with Morgan. I had to figure that out. I was about to ask her more, but the call disconnected. I tried calling her back, but the call wouldn't go through. The more I looked into this case, the more suspicious things seemed. I was starting to have some hope that maybe we'd figure something out. Just in time, I noticed another email from the cyber team. They seemed to have done some digging on the phone number. The first thing I noticed when I opened the email was the location. I was surprised to find that because I hadn't been expecting that. I was sure she was using some blocker that didn't let my call go through the second time, but somehow, the cyber team had managed to get the location of the call. I acted immediately, getting up and going straight to Jorvvic. He was busy talking to one of our solicitors about the frozen offshore bank account, but he was ready to go with me as soon as I told him about the location. I didn't waste any time. I called Rory and informed Orion before setting out to the location. It happened to be somewhere near the port, a private property in the woods. I drove nonetheless, not caring about the speed limit. We needed to get there as soon as possible, and until we reached our destination, I counted down the seconds. The restlessness was back while I was driving, and it was worse than ever. It made me wonder if this meant I would also meet my mate. I'd be over the moon, but for the time being, I focused on getting to the location as soon as possible. We reached the port within 20 minutes. The sea was a dark blue here, and the city was quieter. It was mostly a peaceful residential area, away from the packs and among the humans. The woods were sparse here, but still good enough to hide if needed. I kept driving, the houses on our left and the sea on our right. The woods got thicker as we headed further north, but the road continued. Finally, we reached a place close enough to the location. What's the plan? I asked, staring at the woods. I could see a house in there. It looked slightly abandoned, but we would check it out nonetheless. I didn't want to leave any stone unturned. Jorvvic was tense beside me while Rory was arming up in the back seat. I closed my eyes and tried to calm down my wolf, but he was more active than he had ever been in my entire life. This made me hopeful. Maybe I, too, was going to meet my mate soon. The thought excited me further, making my wolf more energetic. He wanted to take over me and go out in the woods with his nose to the ground, searching for our mate. I tried to focus on the present. Rory, check the parameters. Hunter, take cover and I'll walk in through the front door, Jorvvic ordered. I chuckled, feeling like I could take over the world. Seeing my brother back made me feel more positive about this. We were going to find Seraphina soon, and maybe my mate too. Like old times, I grinned and exited the car before taking a pistol. I didn't think it'd be needed, but still. Better safe than sorry. With that, I slipped into the woods. I found a tree that was tall enough to climb and search the area, and also provided me with a good view of the house. It was old but big nonetheless. From outside, I didn't see any signs of a resident, but the absence of overgrowth in the driveway told me that it was a regularly maintained place. I was alert as I watched Jorvvic walk down the hall and knock on the door. He waited, but there was no response. He knocked again. No response. He looked around, but there was nothing. He knocked the third time. This time, the response came, but in the form of an explosion. Chapter 24 Myra. As soon as the call disconnected, I knew I had to start moving, or else it'd be too late. It was already too late. I didn't have a good feeling about it. I had to pack my stuff and get rid of all the hardware I couldn't take with me. I couldn't risk it falling into their hands. That'd be a major disaster. I already had systems in place to deal with such situations. I permanently stored the critical hardware in the basement, where I had the safety measures installed. It was easier that way, but my brain felt like scrambled eggs today. Especially after that feverish dream about Jorvvic and the phone call with Hunter. It was all I could think about, and my wolf's longing wasn't helping me in this situation at all. It felt like I was at war with myself. My wolf and I wanted different things. This was the first time I was in a conflict like this. It rarely happened before, but those brothers had done this to me. Especially Jorvvic. Jorvvic. My wolf howled inside me, calling for him. She wanted to be with him so bad that it hurt. I tried to remind her of what he had done in the past, but that didn't matter to her much. She had craved a mate for so long that she would accept someone like Jorvvic. It made me feel pathetic, intensifying my disdain for Jorvvic. I suppressed her emotions and focused on the present. I needed to leave soon because I had a feeling they'd come looking for me here one way or the other, especially after the phone call. They must have found some way to track my location. I opened my wardrobe and hastily stuffed my clothes in a duffel bag. I wasn't going to carry much. If they somehow managed to find me, the last thing I wanted was to be caught with something that'd give them an edge over me. The only things I took were the clothes, cash, and my ID. After that, I started taking the rest of my hardware to the basement. All my data was stored on a server in another location, so I didn't have to worry about losing everything. I always ensured there was backup. After moving everything into the basement, I started working on the safety measures. I had them installed by an expert once. However, this was the first time I waited for them. I checked everything before turning on the timer. My heart throbbed painfully as I watched the countdown start on the screen. I took a last glance at my stuff. It was such a shame I had to get rid of all my things, but it was for the best. I could hear the time ticking away as I locked the basement door and raced upstairs. I had 10 minutes to leave the building and reach a safe location. I grabbed my bag and checked everything once before leaving the place I called home for the past few years. It wasn't much, just a rundown 2-story house that I had gotten from an old couple. I walked out of the woods and was about to leave when I heard a car in the distance. I froze. It was a one-way street. My house was at the end of it. Up ahead, the road continued for a kilometer before abruptly ending on a cliff. It didn't take me more than a second to guess who could be coming this way. I turned around and ran into the woods, seeking cover. I hid at a distance from the house, but it wasn't safe from the explosion. However, the ticking bomb left my mind when I thought about the brothers, especially Jorvvic. He had finally managed to find me. My wolf was happy about it. She wanted to be hunted down and mated like they used to do in the old days. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at her. Thinking logically wasn't her forte. Her only focus was on Jorvvic and being found by him. I focused on the situation before she could drag me into her thoughts. I couldn't see much from where I was hiding, but I heard the car stopping on the road, followed by footsteps 3. Soon, a man came into view. I didn't know his name, but I knew he worked for the brothers. He rounded the house, searching. In the distance, the birds started chirping loudly, trying to warn the woods against the wolves. I swallowed hard. I didn't have to see to know that they were here, the brothers. The Alpha brothers. I glanced at my wristwatch and frowned. It had been more than 10 minutes, yet the explosion hadn't happened. This wasn't a good thing, especially since they were here. If the bomb didn't go off at all, then I'd be in big trouble, but at the same time, I couldn't go there and check because they were already there and the bomb. Maybe it was delayed somehow. I was mentally cursing myself as I held my breath and waited. I caught a glimpse of Jorvvic heading towards my front door. My heart fluttered just by looking at him, but I forced all the emotions away. I needed to focus. He knocked on the front door and waited. My wolf was anxiously pacing inside me. Jorvvic was in danger. If the bomb went off, he'd get severe burns. My wolf didn't like this. She was mad at me for placing him in danger, and to some extent, it made me feel guilty and more anxious. I couldn't help but move closer to the house to see what happened. The basement was at the back of the house, so the explosion's maximum impact would come from the back. There was a back door to it, and I was contemplating slipping in there and checking on the bomb. I knew it would be dangerous, but I had nothing to lose. I should have thought this through. This was the first time I had to carry out an important task like this, and there were too many variables I hadn't prepared for. This was very unlike me. Today, I was entirely out of my element and made one mistake after another. All this because my wolf was fighting against me. I clenched my jaw and tried to swallow my anger. I needed to focus and stop this situation from getting messy. I was close enough to the house when I heard Jorvvic knock again. The next thing that I saw was a flash of blinding light before I was thrown back violently against a tree. I hit my head hard against it, and the last thing I remembered was a sharp pain before my world went pitch black. Chapter 25 Hunter. The explosion knocked me off the tree, and I landed on my back. Hot pain burned through my back at the impact, but I uprighted myself immediately, glancing around. Black dots clouded my vision, and the explosion shook all my senses. It took me a few seconds to fully configure myself and become aware of my surroundings. The back end of the house was on fire, and so were some of the trees surrounding that part. A thick cloud of smoke covered everything, making me cough. My eyes stung from the smoke as I searched the place for Matt. When the smoke slightly lifted off, I could finally spot my brother crouched at a distance from the house. His clothes were tattered, and his skin was burned. I rushed to his side, grabbing his arm and trying to get him upright, but he grunted in pain. "Are you all right?" I asked, checking the burns on his skin. They are mostly minor burns, but he had a deep cut on his forehead that was bleeding profusely. "Yeah," he groaned. "What the heck happened?" he asked. I tore my shirt to tie the wound on his head and stop the bleeding. "The back part of the house blew up," I answered, tying his wound. I was still in shock from the blast, and my ears rang. I could tell that Matt was deeply shocked by the explosion, and it'd take him longer to be upright again. "Where's Rory?" he asked. I supported him by draping his arm over my shoulder and putting my free arm around his midsection. I needed to take him to the car as soon as possible. "I haven't seen him," I replied, dragging him to the road. Behind us, the house continued to burn. There was a lot of black smoke coming out of the house for some reason, and it didn't sit right with me. It made me want to get out of there as soon as possible. This all could have been a trap set up by Morgan, and we fell for it this time. Again, I couldn't help but wonder if Seraphina had something to do with this whole thing. Was Seraphina the bait for this trap? If so, then it'd be a huge mess to deal with. But I could deal with that later. I needed to get Matt out of there and have him checked out. The way he was bleeding made me anxious. He was lucky that only the back part of the house exploded. He'd have been burned had it been the front portion. From his injuries, I guessed that the explosion threw him back with a crushing force, and he must have hit his head hard against a tree. Otherwise, I didn't see any severe burns on his body. After helping Matt get inside the car, I turned back to the woods to find Rory and bring him back. I hoped Rory would be alive when he appeared out of a smoke wall, coughing violently. "Rory!" I gasped, almost hugging him out of relief before checking his wounds. He was not hurt at all. "We need to get out of here as soon as possible." This was a trap set up by Morgan, I told him while he coughed. You need to come with me," Rory managed to say between the coughs, tugging me toward the burning house. It puzzled me. A pitch-black cloud of smoke rose from the house, darkening the sky instantly. It made me wonder what exactly was in the house that was producing so much smoke. "What is it?" I asked Rory, blinking tears. Whatever was in the air was stinging our eyes. "You need to come and see it." I'm not sure if she's alive, Rory managed to respond before heading back toward the house. I followed him, deeply puzzled but fully alert this time. He rounded the house and kept walking deeper into the woods. Here, the smoke was denser and made my eyes burn like lava. I couldn't see much beyond a few meters ahead of me. I wanted to drag Rory out of there, but I wondered who he had found. Oddly, my wolf chose this time to start pacing inside me, anticipating something big. I frowned to myself, feeling more disconnected. Now was not the time when I wanted to get distracted in any way. Matt was hurt, and I needed to treat him immediately. And Rory tried to show me something important. My wolf shouldn't have any reason to act so strangely, yet he did, and it almost got on my nerves. However, the reason for his strange behavior was soon revealed when the smoke started to thin slightly, and I noticed a body up ahead. My wolf stirred again, but this time, he was anxious. My feet moved fast until I left Rory behind and almost ran towards the body. The closer I got to it, the more my wolf was pacing inside me, fighting me to take control. He wanted to be on the surface, dealing with the situation. I tried to ignore him, but as soon as I reached the body, my world came crashing down on me. I was on my knees instantly, pulling her into my arms. My wolf howled inside me as I looked at a familiar face smeared with black dust from the explosion. "Myra," I growled, my wolf taking over me forcefully. Only one word was running through my mind as I stared at her face in disbelief and wonder. Mate. 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 Seraphina was my mate. For a split second, I felt like I had everything in the world, but the grand feeling was gone as soon as her head fell back lifelessly. Chapter 26 Jorvvic. I woke up to a splitting pain in my head, wondering how I got that. My vision was blurry, no matter how hard I tried to focus. I tried to recall how I got that pain, but I couldn't come up with anything. The more I tried to force myself to remember, the more my head hurt. My wolf should have been busy mending it, but he was silent. Awfully silent. It was unsettling to an extent. "Jorvvic," a voice spoke beside me. "Are you all right?" I didn't miss the cautiousness in the question. It took me a few seconds to realize it was Orion. "My head is splitting," I growled. "How did it happen?" I asked. Talking seemed to make the pain worse, but I'd rather have the answers than suffer silently. "You were caught in an explosion while tracking a location," he explained. "I have some meds if your pain is worse," he offered, but something in his words didn't feel right. "I never need to take meds," I gritted. "Why isn't my wolf healing me?" I demanded, and he went reticent. By now, my vision had started to clear significantly, and I could see that we were back in our pack, and I was presently in our pack hospital. "Well, the injury was intense. You lost a lot of blood, too," he explained, but I could tell he wasn't speaking the whole truth. Orion was one of my most trusted men, and he had worked with me for a long time, but ever since Myra, there had been a divide between us. Myra. I last remembered going to a location with Hunter and Rory. After that, everything in my memory was blank. The area was where Seraphina had called from, and I remembered being overly optimistic about finding her there. "Did we find Myra?" I asked as soon as I started remembering everything. "Yes," he answered cautiously. "Where's she?" I demanded, sitting up, and instantly, the pain intensified in my head, but that didn't matter. "I need to see her, Matt. Calm down." "It would be best if you rested," Orion said, trying to fuss over me, but I set him straight with a glare. "Where is Myra?" I growled. "What happened to her? Are you still trying to get back with her?" I demanded. So many questions floated in my head, and I felt overwhelmed by all of them. I needed the answer to everything all at once. Otherwise, it felt like I would lose my mind. I needed to see Myra, talk to her, and tell her how much she meant to me and how I'd forever cherish her no matter what. I'd beg her to be with me if that's what she'd ask of me. I was ready to do anything for her. Any fucking thing. Orion looked more uncomfortable at my questions, making me want to lash out. The image of Seraphina laughing with him that night flashed before my eyes, making my heart burn with jealousy. I was willing to get rid of him if it meant I'd get to keep Seraphina to myself. Well, it's a long story, and no, I'm not dating her. I never had anything going on with her. I had asked her to show me around since she seemed to be a local. That's all. Everything she told you other than that was a lie. I'd never dare to take your mate, Alpha. I know my place, Orion told me sincerely while I stared at him grimly. Even though I was still upset with him, I forgave him. It wasn't his fault that he'd met Seraphina first. If anything, he had done me a favor by inviting Seraphina to the party that night. Otherwise, I'd have never met her. My wolf is possessive, I told him, and he nodded in understanding. Serving you is the most honorable thing to me, Alpha. I'd never disrespect you or cheat you in any way. I respect Seraphina as our future Luna, and I'm looking forward to serving her, he stated firmly, his voice grim and professional. I nodded, feeling satisfied with that. But where's she? I pressed, and immediately, the grim expression on his face faltered. He looked unsure, not looking me directly in the eye. She's sleeping, he answered curtly. She's here? I asked, surprised and optimistic. He nodded reluctantly before standing up. I'll go inform Hunter that you're awake. He can explain better, Orion muttered, leaving the room abruptly before I could ask him more questions. This added to the existing uneasy feeling inside me. After a couple of seconds, Hunter entered the room. The first thing I noticed was how tired he looked. He seemed to have aged 20 years since I was last awake. His eyes lit up gently when he saw me. Matt, you're awake, he spoke in relief. Of course I am. How long had I been out? I asked while he sat beside me. 3 days, he answered. What? I don't. You hurt your head severely, brother. You were the second closest to the explosion, he told me, a dark look on his face. And who is the closest? I had to ask, especially after seeing the look on his face. Before he could answer, I knew what it was going to be. Myra, he answered, defeat in his voice. My heart stopped, and I stared at him in distress. There was a strange look on his face as he stared at me. I need to see her, I demanded, trying to get out of bed, but he pushed me back. She's unconscious, Hunter gritted. And you need to rest too. I cannot rest until I see her. I cannot even feel my wolf, Hunter. I roared, simmering with frustration and angst. It felt like I wouldn't be at peace until I saw her myself. It's not only you, Matt. My wolf has been quiet, too. He growled back, his eyes red with angry tears. He looked on the verge of breaking, making me stop for a second. He must have been taking care of everything ever since the explosion. I shouldn't have been so hard on him, but I couldn't help myself. The urge to see my mate eroded my rationality. What do you mean by that? I demanded. We have the same mate, Matt, Hunter replied. Seraphina is my mate, too. Chapter 27 Hunter, I was shocked to find out that Seraphina was my mate. Not that having 2 mates was uncommon. There were 2 great-granddads on my mother's side of the family, but still, I was shocked and terrified. The first time I saw her and held her in my arms, she was almost lifeless. I thought she was dead, and that had pushed me towards insanity. I hadn't slept or had a moment of peace since the explosion. Seraphina was almost dead, and my brother had a severe wound that refused to heal. Those 3 days had been the most testing days of my life. I didn't have Matt, and I thought my mate was dead. After my revelation, Matt stared at me for a long minute, searching my face. Usually, alphas were said to be very possessive over their mates, but oddly, the idea of sharing Seraphina with my brother didn't make me feel jealous. Instead, it thrilled me in an unexplainable way. I couldn't have ever imagined this in my wildest dreams. Are you sure? He asked. I didn't see any hint of jealousy in him either. He wasn't reacting the way he had responded to finding out that Orion was dating Myra. Yes, I answered, and he nodded in understanding, but didn't say anything. I need to see her, he demanded, getting up from the bed. I could see it pained him to do so, but the determination in his eyes was fierce. He wasn't going to listen to me until he'd seen her. She's unconscious, I told him, supporting him to stand upright. He winced in pain, but didn't complain, his will unfaltering. I need to see her, Hunter, he growled. I want to know what happened. I want to know why my wolf is quiet and why I cannot feel any part of the mate bond, he demanded. I had the answers to his questions, but my heart was too heavy to tell him. I know you know what's going on. She got hurt pretty bad in the explosion, I sighed, knowing that I wouldn't be able to keep it from him for long. He would find out either way, and I could understand his urge to learn more about our mate. But I didn't want him to hurt the way I did when I saw her broken, burned body. I had almost lost my mind and my wolf at that moment. The image of her almost lifeless face was permanently etched in my brain, and I was never going to forget it. How bad? Matt grilled, pushing off my support and walking by himself despite being weak and recovering. Answer me, he growled when I remained quiet. She had a major crack in the cranium, and a part of her brain is swollen, and I trailed off, unable to continue. Every time I saw her broken body, it pained my soul. And? Matt demanded. She suffered from severe burns on her left side, especially her left hand. The doctor says it could be permanently damaged and might need surgery. She inhaled a lot of smoke, too. I finally let it out. My words made Matt walk faster towards the intensive care unit. It was where I had spent the last couple of days. I had been going back and forth between Matt and Myra. It was torture for me, especially the thought of losing them together. Even in his weak state, Matt practically peeled the door off of the intensive care unit before storming inside, not listening to the nurse. He stopped only when he was beside Myra. I didn't miss how his face blanched when he looked at her broken body. I tried not to look at her again, but my eyes betrayed me. Every time I looked at her, I felt a stabbing pain in my chest. Maybe we could have saved her if we had arrived early at the location. This was making me regret not getting there earlier. I could have stopped this from happening, and she'd have been healthy and happy with us. I could have prevented a lot of things, but I was late. This was one of the things that had been eating me away since that day. But at the same time, I wondered who did it. After the fire had died, I had sent my men to look at the ruins and try to find any hints, especially why the place had exploded and why there was so much black smoke. I learned there was a second explosion soon after I fled the place with them. The only thing my men found was ash and melted metal. The second explosion was more destructive and destroyed whatever was left after the first explosion. One thing was confirmed from all this: the explosions weren't an accident. They were coordinated, and somehow Seraphina got caught in it. I was sure Thorn did it, which made me want to hunt her down even more. She hurt my mate. She almost took my mate away from me. She was the reason Seraphina was in such a broken condition. I didn't want to stare at her damaged hand, but I couldn't. It was severely bandaged, but the doctor had said she might not be able to use her left hand. It made me see red. I was now more determined to hunt Thorn down and do everything I could to make her pay. But for now, I wanted Seraphina to wake up. I wanted her to look at me and recognize me as her mate. I wanted her to hear her voice again. My whole body had been yearning for her voice. It pained me physically not to have any of those things. I clenched my jaw painfully, swallowing away the wave of emotions while I watched Matt gently touch Myra's face. There were some minor burns on her cheek, but one side of her face and head was swollen, and that seemed to get worse every day. "Myra," Matt whispered, holding her good hand and kissing it. I stood by his side, watching our mate. "Please, wake up," Matt's voice broke, and a tear ran down my cheek. I was too focused on Matt and our mate to notice when the doctor entered the room. "Alpha Matt." "Alpha Hunter," the doctor greeted the two of us. "When will she wake up?" Matt demanded, sounding out of control. This worsened the storm of emotions inside me. It had been a wonder how I had been holding myself for the past couple of days. "I cannot answer that yet, Alpha Matt," the doctor responded hesitantly, "but I'm afraid we might have to proceed with surgery. The damaged hand is making it worse for her." With that, my heart shattered. Chapter 28. Myra. When I woke up, it felt like I had been run over by a freight train. My whole body ached, and the mere act of blinking seemed to debilitate me. I felt exhausted, yet I couldn't go back to sleep. Something in me wouldn't allow that, and also the lights. The lights were so intense and focused on me. I had to blink several times to focus my vision, but having the lights on gave me an immediate headache. I groaned, wanting to leave my body until the pain eased away. I didn't know if it was possible, but if there were an option to do such a thing, I'd have utilized it. It was too painful to dwell in my own body. Fuck the light, I tried to speak, but my tongue felt dry against my mouth, sending me into a coughing fit. My lips burned due to being chapped, and suddenly, it felt like I was stuck in the desert. I felt some commotion nearby, but the coughing overwhelmed me, draining whatever energy I had mustered. My eyes fluttered, my eyelids feeling heavy as exhaustion took over me. Finally, someone turned off the lights on my face, but the commotion continued. I felt someone fiddling with one of my hands. From the corner of my eye, I saw someone familiar appear, leaning over to look at me. Due to my blurry vision, I couldn't tell who it was, but they had my wolf's attention. She was waking up from a slumber, too. I could imagine her yawning and stretching in my head, but she didn't seem to be in the same terrible condition as I was. However, sensing my pain, she got to work immediately, healing me. Water, I whispered, trying to lick my chapped lips, but I tasted blood instead. My lips were bleeding from being chapped. Myra, what are you saying? A voice asked, the face getting closer to mine, but still, I couldn't focus my vision. Water, I coughed, forcing the words out. Finally, someone seemed to understand me, but I didn't get the water immediately. Instead, I felt the bed moving underneath me until I was somewhat upright. I sighed when finally someone held a cup against my lips, slowly pouring the water. I instantly felt so relieved that I could have kissed the person giving me water. It made me feel alive again. Not more than that. She might choke. An alarmed voice cautioned on my other side, and the water supply stopped instantly. I wanted to curse at that person, but lacked the energy to speak. Myra, that voice called out to me again, and for some reason, I could hear the voice this time. My vision started to focus as well. I blinked a couple more seconds before my vision focused on a face, a familiar one, but not the one I wanted to see at that moment. It was the Jorvvic king, the man I disliked the most. But why was he looking at me wide-eyed? Like, he couldn't believe what he was seeing? And where was I? Why did my mouth feel like someone had poured sand into it? Why did my lips hurt? Why did my whole body hurt? What was going on? I tried to recall, but nothing came to my mind. It didn't help that Jorvvic looked at me like I was a miracle. It took me a few seconds to notice the deep slash on his head and the dark circles under his eyes. His cheeks looked hollowed, too. Overall, he looked worse. It seemed like he had been out in the wild, lost and struggling to survive. This filled my head with even more questions. "Do you recognize me?" he asked, searching my face desperately. I scowled at him, or tried to. He waited for my response. "Yes," I answered, "and I still dislike you." Something flickered in his eyes before he nodded. However, my wolf felt differently about seeing him. She was rather excited at seeing him, wanting to leap at him. Her behavior sometimes surprised me. She started acting like a pup out of nowhere. "She's awake," he informed someone outside my line of vision. "Where am I, and how did I get here?" I asked. Before he could answer, another face appeared in my semi-blurry vision. A familiar one, but it was the first time I was seeing him in person. I had talked to him before, but seeing him in person was different. Hunter King. He looked somewhat messy as well, but that didn't matter. My wolf was happy to see him too. A bit too optimistic. As delighted as she was to see Jorvvic. For some reason, my heart started beating fast as I looked at Hunter. In the background, I heard a beeping sound grow annoyingly rapid, causing more commotion. I didn't know what was happening to my body. I looked at Jorvvic and then at Hunter and then back at Jorvvic, waiting for someone to tell me that it was a dream. I must be dreaming because there was no way I had two mates. The King brothers. The brothers I was determined to distance myself from. My wolf was overjoyed to be paired with them. She couldn't have been happier than I was. I was terrified, angry, sad, disappointed, and many other things. Happy wasn't one of them. What did I do to deserve this? "Myra," Hunter whispered, touching my face. Sparks immediately lit up, dancing all over my skin before traveling down my body. "Our Myra," he spoke, but his words burned my skin. "No," I whispered, but it was lost between my struggling breaths. It felt like my lungs weren't working, but at the same time, my heart was thumping inside my chest like a drill. Before I could say anything more, My eyes fluttered shut, and I was asleep again. Chapter 29. Myra. I didn't know how much time had passed since I woke up and found out I had two mates, but it felt like days. It was more than a couple of days. I'd wake up for a few minutes daily to find one of the brothers by my side before going back to sleep. And I'd dream about the brothers again, about them doing things I didn't want to imagine. I didn't want to think like that, but my wolf craved the two like I craved water. Yet they wouldn't give it to me. I was awake longer than before each time I woke up and felt less tired, but my body was still weak. I couldn't feel the left side of my body for some reason, but one day, I figured out why. It felt like a terrible dream when I found a cybernetic arm in place of my human left arm. Hunter informed me that I had burnt my left arm in the explosion, and they had to replace it. He had been the one to tell me all about it. I'd only talk to him and ignore or pretend to sleep whenever Jorvvic was around. Even though I disliked the two equally, it was easier to talk to Hunter. He was the less serious of the two brothers and had a unique sense of humor that was hard to dislike. Conversely, Jorvvic carried a domineering air that sometimes overwhelmed me because he commanded all my attention. There was a focused intensity to his presence that made me feel entrapped in his essence. His burning gaze always seemed to hold me captive with a suffocating intensity. I wasn't strong enough to withstand that yet. However, my wolf didn't discriminate between the two brothers. She'd jump either of them, or even both, if she could. So, I can take it off any time? I asked Hunter one day. Even though I pretended not to care outwardly, waking up to a robotic arm was something eerie. It was all I could think of. I had lost my arm because of my foolishness. No, Hunter explained, looking at me with soft eyes, it's permanently attached to your bone. It's like a real arm, but it's not, I muttered, and something darkened in his eyes, making me regret saying that in the first place. But he didn't say anything about it. I could tell that the brothers were trying their best to keep me alive, and I should be grateful to them, but I couldn't. I didn't want to, even if I could. However, my wolf was deeply pleased, making her yearn for the two stronger day by day. I'm sorry, he returned. It'll never be a real arm, but it's close enough to that. Even better in some ways, he explained. How? There's a chip placed in your brain that's connected to a what? I asked. A chip in your brain, he clarified. We needed to work on your head too, since it cracked open in the explosion, but it's better now. You're healing all right. The chip in your brain connects to your arm and synchronizes it with the rest of your body, making your reflexes sharper. They say you'll get used to it soon. I licked my lips, trying to take in all the information. I glanced at my arm and tried to lift it, but accidentally smacked Hunter in the face. But he caught my new arm on time and let it down. You'd need a good amount of calibration first, he commented, but that's good enough. He nodded to himself, checking my fingers. My wolf stirred inside me, wanting to hold his hand, wanting to touch him and get closer to him, but I suppressed it all. It was one of the topics I ignored while talking to him. He studied me profoundly as if I were the most essential thing to exist on this planet. I could almost feel his longing and suffering through the mate bond, but I chose not to address it. I pretended I didn't feel it, but it had there and often troubled me in my dreams. How long have I been in the hospital? I asked him. A month and a half, he answered, and I let out a small yelp. We weren't expecting you to wake up soon, he told me. But I'm glad you're awake, Myra. I tried to ignore how my name on his lips made me feel. It gave me those annoying butterflies. I glared at him as the machine beside me beeped loudly, indicating my racing heart. Hunter knew exactly what he was doing because he smirked. You're so beautiful, Myra, he told me. Lying in the hospital bed with chapped lips, pale skin, a shaven head, a half-swollen face, and a robotic arm, I felt anything but beautiful. I felt like a crumbled leaf, and the person responsible for all this was none other than me. It was the most brutal truth to accept because, deep down, it shook something inside me. The hatred I had for the brothers was dangerous. Too dangerous for my good. It had almost destroyed me. I never thought about it too seriously, but when you wake up to find a cybernetic arm attached to your body and a chip in your brain, you gain a particular kind of perspective that an ordinary arm wouldn't have given you. You're lying, I sobbed. I didn't want to cry, but my eyes swelled up with tears when I felt the emptiness inside me. Not that it wasn't there before. It was just that I had been filling it with hate. Becoming aware of it made me feel pathetic. But still, it didn't change anything. I despised the brothers, especially Jorvvic. Hunter's eyes softened, and he kissed my hand, giving me more sparks and butterflies. The machine was beeping wildly, but no one seemed to pay attention to it. I will never lie to you, Myra. You're beautiful, and I feel blessed to be your mate, he spoke, kissing my hand again. I wanted to pull away but didn't because it was oddly comforting. I hated that I felt that way about this exchange, but I needed more of it. It made me feel like an ant lost in a stream who had finally found a dead branch to hold on to. I could have never imagined that a king brother would make me feel this way. It made me wonder why the moon goddess had chosen them for me. Chapter 30. Jorvvic. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't focus on work. Many things were waiting to be done: managing pack affairs, dealing with the officials regarding the fake money laundering cases filed by Morgan, and mainly dealing with all the mess Thorn had created for us. Despite all this work, my mind kept wandering and returning to Seraphina in the hospital. I was glad that she was awake. It had been more than a month since she had been unconscious. She had to be put in a coma for a couple of weeks after critical brain surgery and the insertion of a cybernetic arm. My mind constantly replayed the moment when she woke up and asked for water. I'd asked her if she recognized me, and I would never forget how she looked at me, with disdain in her eyes. She said she hated me, which kept me awake at night. It wasn't like Hunter, and I hadn't slept much in the past month. We had been busy looking for specialist doctors and engineers for her cybernetic arm and the swelling in her brain. I wouldn't be able to rest until she was out of the hospital and living with us, healthy and happy. It was all that mattered to Hunter and me at the moment. The rest of the world could wait. I sighed heavily, staring at the screen and scrolling through the legal documents. I hadn't visited the hospital for the past few days to see Myra. I knew she didn't want me to be there because every time I went to see her, she'd either pretend to sleep or ignore me altogether. However, she was more responsive to Hunter, which was why he spent most of the time at the hospital with her. My wolf kept pacing inside me, urging me to see her. He felt the most tortured of all. Seeing our mate hurt was agonizing in itself, and on top of that, she didn't want to do anything with me. I didn't know why she hated me so much. I kept thinking about how disappointed she looked when she saw me for the first time. It hurt deeply. I snapped out of my thoughts when the office door opened and Hunter walked in. He seemed to be in a much better state than I was. He gave me a look of pity, but I ignored it. She's awake, he told me. You should go see her. It'd encourage her wolf to heal her faster, he urged. My wolf was ready to go, but I wasn't. Every time I went to see her, I felt unwanted and rejected. If she didn't want to see me, I didn't want to disturb her, no matter how bad my yearning for her got. She doesn't want to see me, I told him up front, and he frowned. She seems to hate me. Said who? That was the first thing she said when she woke up, I told him. He hadn't been there when she told me she hated me. But you should go and see her once. It'll help you too. You look worse. Your wolf must be aching to get close to her. I don't want to push her when she's weak, I snapped. I knew Hunter meant well, but I didn't want him to feel sorry for me. I'd pursue her when she got better, but not now. She needed to rest. Seeing me there seemed to distress her even more. Hunter sighed, but didn't say anything. She has been here for more than a month, but no one ever came looking for her, Hunter commented. Doesn't she have anyone? He wondered out loud. I had been thinking about the same for a while. I had tried to dig out more about her, but to no avail. Maybe she's an orphan, I muttered. Still, she must have some friends? Hunter pressed, running his fingers through his hair. Someone who could tell us more about her. She's such a mystery. Didn't she tell you anything? I asked. Not really. She seemed shocked, especially about her new arm. It'd take her a long time to process it. I don't blame her, I muttered. I was devastated to have her left arm replaced, but it seemed to have helped her so far. Did you ask her about the explosion? I asked. Not yet, he shook his head. I don't want to distress her. She needs to heal first. The good news is that the swelling in her brain has gone down, and her body hasn't rejected the new arm and the chip in her brain. Doc says she's healing well, but it's still not as fast as it should be. Her wolf is weak, Hunter informed me. A thoughtful silence fell between us before he suggested, I'm thinking of moving her to our house so we can be close to her. Feeling us around would strengthen her wolf faster. She needs us as much as we need her. I doubted his last statement, but didn't say it out loud. She only seemed to need Hunter while she acted as if I were a nobody. I grunted. What does the doc say? I asked. They say the same. The earlier our wolves bond, the stronger her wolf will get and heal her faster, Hunter replied, looking at me prudently. The empty room upstairs will be best for her. She'll love it, especially the sunroom, I nodded, thinking about it. Even though Seraphina didn't want to be around me, I wanted to be around her. I desperately needed to feel her presence around me and bond with her wolf. Sometimes, I wondered if her wolf loathed me the same way she did. I'd be devastated if that were the case, but for now, I was willing to try for selfish reasons. I needed her achingly. I'll set up her room, I declared, getting up. It'd be a good distraction for me, and even if I couldn't see and talk to Myra, being in the same house would still be more than enough for me. Chapter 31. Myra. My time at the hospital wasn't great, especially after Hunter left. The staff would be around me, looking at me, poking me, and doing all sorts of annoying things to me. I had always hated hospitals, and being in one for so long was slowly starting to wear on my nerves. Each day, I lay there and tried to think of a way to escape the place, but the limited energy in my body wouldn't allow me to walk more than a couple of steps. I was still debilitatingly weak, and doing the basic things felt like the most significant struggle. It made me feel trapped in my own body and forced me to face the truth repeatedly. I had done this to myself. I was relieved when Hunter told me that they were releasing me. I swear I could have kissed him, but my happiness instantly died away when he informed me that I'd be living with the brothers, my two mates. It was a dangerous thing, especially for me. I didn't want to be around them much, no matter how much my wolf howled needily inside me, but I didn't have any choice yet. I still had to recover a lot, and I didn't have anywhere to go for the time being. Even if I ran away, I doubted I could look after myself, especially with the new cybernetic arm. As much as I hated to run away, I realized that I didn't have many options to choose from. I had to rely on them for a while, until I could escape. It was both good and bad. Being near them would allow me to gain more intel on them, but at the same time, I needed to be more careful, especially with how my wolf seemed to crave them more each day. It was something primal and hard to control. Even if I tried my best to hold back, I always found myself loosening up when Hunter was around. My wolf was always awake for him, waiting and craving. Sensing him around helped her heal faster, so that was one good thing, but I didn't like how I was starting to grow comfortable around him. I was afraid that my wolf's feelings would soon mingle with mine until we'd end up wanting the same irrational thing, being with the brothers. What irked me more was that, even though I hated Jorvvic the most, not seeing him as often spoiled my mood somehow. My wolf craved him the most, making me feel increasingly divided internally. I needed to see him, but at the same time, I didn't want to do anything with him. Did that make sense? The brothers lived in a secluded property at the edge of their pack. The greenery surrounding their house was covered with a thin layer of fresh snow. I hate snow, I told Hunter when he took me to their house for the first time. Jorvvic was nowhere to be seen. At this point, I believed that he was avoiding me after I had refused to talk to him at the hospital. As much as I liked his absence, it made my wolf feel miserable. She needed both mates by her side, bonding and healing with them. With how much she craved the two, it surprised me how she hadn't gone into heat already. I wish that would never happen, but it was inevitable. It snows for 2 months only, Hunter assured me as he took me inside the house. The design was modern and sleek, with abstract art and minimalist furniture. It's bland, I commented, determined to be sarcastic. Hunter snorted. You can tell Jorvvic all about it since he's the one who chose the theme, Hunter told me, carrying me upstairs in his arms. I hated it but didn't comment on it. What about you? I had to ask, what do you prefer? I was curious. I had always thought the brothers to be the same, but so far, I realized they were as different as day and night. "You'll see," he told me with a spark in his eyes that made me curious. I was already in his arms, but the smug look on his face made me want to wrap my arms around him and press my lips against his. "Seraphina, stop." It took me immense patience and self-control not to stare at his face too much and pay attention to the surroundings. I needed to memorize everything about that place so I could easily slip away when the time was right. The upstairs stairway opened into a beautiful living room with a grand fireplace. On both sides of the drawing room were hallways lined with doors. Hunter turned left and walked down the hallway before pushing open a door with his feet. "Ta-da! This is my room," he announced with a childish grin. The first thing I noticed was a giant screen and many control panels piled up in the middle of the room. "Is all the stuff of the house stored in this room?" I asked, overwhelmed by all the things in his room. All the walls were covered with either guns or swords. There was a table in the corner, which was piled with more things I couldn't bother to look at. However, his room didn't have a bed. "Interesting. I'm a collector," he grinned, setting me down gently on a dark couch. "Collector of things?" I asked, eyeing all the stuff on the table. I noticed some interesting pieces of equipment there, and it immediately caught my interest, but I hid them. "Yeah?" he answered, standing in the middle of the room somewhat awkwardly with his hands in his pocket, shifting all his weight on one leg. A look of uncertainty crossed his face as he glanced at me. He almost looked nervous. I cocked an eyebrow at him. "What do you think?" he asked. "Too cluttered," I told him, eyeing the desk. "Where do you sleep?" "On this floor, surrounded by your things," I asked. He chuckled, the uncertain look lingering in his eyes. "I haven't been sleeping much lately," he sighed, and finally, the uncertain look he had been trying to hide a few seconds ago completely overtook his face. A spectrum of emotions simmered in his eyes, making me somewhat tense. My wolf stirred inside me, telling me to get closer to and touch him to soothe him. I pushed her back. "Why?" I asked knowingly. "Because of you," he answered with an intense longing in his eyes. It shouldn't have tugged at my heart, but it did. I hated to feel soft for him. I pretended to be indifferent to that. "I'm glad you're home, Myra," he told me after a tense silence. "This isn't my home," I told him quietly. "Then where's your home?" he questioned. I knew better than to answer that question. "Am I going to stay in this room?" I stirred the topic. He shuffled his legs. "If you wish, I can set up a bed here." "No," I snarled, narrowing my eyes at him. He nodded before reaching for me again. I wanted to slap his hand away, but I let him help me stand up, refusing to get back in his arms again. "I can walk," I told him fiercely, even though I greatly doubted that. My muscles were weak because I hadn't walked for a month. "We have set a room for you," Hunter told me, guiding me out of his room and leading me to the next door. I wanted to roll my eyes, but didn't. He opened the door for me and let me walk inside first. It was a big room with a beautiful fairy tale-style poster bed in the middle of the vast windows. The walls were a light pastel lavender color with small details of birds and cats here and there. I noticed a giant closet on one side of the room, my hands aching to open it and see if it was as spacious as it looked. The room was entirely different from the rest of the house, and I loved it even though it wasn't what I usually preferred. It made me feel oddly at home, even though I had never had a house before. I traveled a lot and lived in many places. The place I blew was something I was starting to consider home, but then the brothers came along. Now, I was homeless and armless. It was life-altering if you ask me. "What do you think?" Hunter asked, standing close behind me. I wanted to be sarcastic and complain about the bed and the wallpaper. "It's homey," I blurted out instead. Chapter 32 Myra, "It's homey." The words left my mouth before I could stop them. I wanted to bang my head against the door, but I bit my lip instead. "You think so?" Hunter asked, sounding surprised. I noticed how close he was standing to me. It made me hunger more for him. Up this close, I could feel the warmth of his body, and I needed more of it. "Yeah," I breathed, heading for the bed and plopping down to check if it was as comfortable as it looked. It was excellent. Hunter watched me prudently as I climbed on the bed and lay in the middle. Jorvvic decorated it for you. I hate the bed, I snapped, sitting up to glare at him. He cocked an eyebrow, staring at me curiously with another indistinct expression in his eyes. Why? Is it not up to your liking? Hunter asked, sitting beside me and rubbing his hands over the cover. I watched him like a hawk, trying to anticipate his next step and question. It could have been better, I frowned. What do you want? Tell me, he urged, edging closer to me. I should have moved, but I lay there waiting. I glanced around the room again. It was more than enough. It was bigger than Hunter's room. The bed was excellent, the view was gorgeous, the closet was enormous, and there was a dainty working table by one window and a couch. It was perfect, but I tried to devise an excuse. Meanwhile, Hunter lay beside me, propping himself on one arm, watching me closely. I hate the wallpaper, I lied. He glanced around, asking, what do you hate about it? The cats and the birds. Do you think I'm a child? I tried to sound offended and glared at him. He gave me a soft smile and leaned closer. I think it suits you best, he whispered, brushing his lips against the side of my jaw. My breath hitched and my heart raced. His lips were surprisingly soft and delicate as he planted soft, slow kisses across my jaw. I bit my lip, trying to contain the whimper at the tip of my tongue. I should have moved away, but I still didn't. Instead, I clutched the bedsheet as if my life depended on it. Why? I asked. I had to ask. I wanted, no scratch that, I needed to know why he thought the wallpaper suited me. It was suddenly the most important thing for me to know. I needed to know that before I died, otherwise my spirit would never rest. His kisses grew fervent with every passing second. He edged closer to me until his body was pressed against my side, and his arm was heavily draped over my stomach. I let out a shaky breath as my whole body seemed alive at his kisses. A new form of energy buzzed through my body, threatening to make me burst. Because you're mine, he whispered, dragging the tip of his nose against the length of my neck, making me throb. I whimpered uncontrollably. He groaned and placed a heated kiss on the juncture of my neck and shoulder. My sweet one, he whispered. It was silly to be called that, yet I found it infuriatingly compelling. I clenched my legs and placed my hands on his chest to push him away, but I ended up pulling him closer to get more of his warmth and amazing scent. I filled my lungs with his musky scent, feeling like a person with an addiction. Gosh, he smelled amazing. He smelled of wood and snow. So fresh and instant addiction. You're finally home, and now I can spend time with you whenever I want, he spoke, placing more kisses on my neck. His arm was growing heavy around me while I squirmed under him, seeking more of him. I should have fought him, but I couldn't. Instead, I discovered my profound need for him. I had been trying to deny myself this for a long time. You're going to spend time with me? I asked innocently, but my question rolled off my tongue, writing a soft sound. Yes, he growled, lifting his head to look at me. His eyes were dark with desire and need. His face looked determined, and I wanted that, even though I kept denying myself that. I must be the biggest fool on earth for doing that. Gosh, why did I do such a thing? Why did I hate him? I seemed to have forgotten everything suddenly. Nothing came to my mind. How? I asked, feeling more drawn to him. I knew I was digging my grave, but I was too lost chasing the thrill to reason about the whole thing. My mind had stopped working altogether and submitted to him instead. It should have alerted me, but I found deep solace. All I needed to know was what he had in store for me. I wanted it all because it was all mine. Hunter was mine, too. I'll show you, he groaned before capturing my lips. I let a surprised moan escape against his lips, but he drank it greedily and kissed me heatedly. I should have resisted him, but I kissed him back, taking everything he had to give me. The sparks that flew from our kiss were intense as they traveled throughout my body before uniting between my legs to make the pulse stronger. The kiss was slow, filled with meaning and an unspoken connection. He gently held my bottom lip between his touch soft yet lingering. It was as if he was savoring the moment, coaxing me into a deeper understanding of the emotions we shared. I sighed, my body reacting before I could fully process it, yearning for more. My arms reached up instinctively, drawing him closer, my fingers lightly tangled in his hair. He responded, his lips pressing into mine with a gentle but determined passion, deepening the kiss. It was a moment of connection, one that was both tender and intense, as if time had slowed just for us. I shivered against his lips, feeling the intensity of every touch, every breath. It was as though my body was responding before my mind could catch up, an overwhelming pull I couldn't explain. A deep yearning stirred within me, the kind that made it hard to focus on anything else. I felt as though something vital was missing, a gap in my heart that I had never quite realized existed until now. The warmth between us seemed to stir a quiet, aching desire, a need for connection that was impossible to ignore. My whole body was alive with a tension I didn't know how to release, each kiss fueling a hunger that made it harder to think clearly. My one, Hunter gasped, pulling back from the kiss. "It's time for play," he declared darkly. Chapter 33. Hunter. There was a moment, one of those rare instances where everything in the world seemed to slow down, fading into the background as we stood there together. I could feel the weight of the air between us, thick with unspoken words and emotions. Her gaze locked with mine, and I knew in that instant that something had shifted, that this connection we shared was not just a passing moment, but something deeper, something real. The world outside felt like it no longer existed, and it was just the two of us, standing in this space that felt both fragile and powerful all at once. Her presence was magnetic, drawing me in, and as she stood there, I couldn't help but be drawn to the quiet strength in her eyes. The anticipation that had been building inside me, growing with each passing second, seemed to radiate between us, making the atmosphere feel almost charged. It wasn't just about the physical proximity, it was the emotions that swirled around us, the understanding that we were about to share something far beyond what words could explain. "Are you ready?" I asked, my voice soft, but filled with an intensity that mirrored what I was feeling. My heart raced with every beat, and I could sense her hesitation, but I also saw the trust in her eyes. There was no need for anything more than this, our unspoken understanding. She nodded slowly, her breath shallow, and I could feel her uncertainty, but also the quiet confidence she had in this moment. She was ready to take the next step, and it was my responsibility to make sure she felt cared for, respected, and cherished. This wasn't about me or my desires, it was about the two of us, our connection, our bond. I reached out slowly, taking her hand in mine, feeling the warmth of her skin. It was a gesture that spoke volumes, a reassurance that I was here, that we were in this together. The tension in the air was palpable, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was the kind of tension that arises when two people share a moment so special, so intimate, that words would only lessen its significance. I gently guided her closer, careful to read her every movement, every expression. I wanted to ensure that every step we took was one we both felt comfortable with, one that brought us closer, not further apart. There was no rush. Time seemed to stand still as we shared a quiet moment of vulnerability. I could feel the pulse of the room, the way the space around us seemed to hum with the weight of our emotions. It was as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for us to move forward. Her breath caught in her throat as I adjusted her position, guiding her gently as if we were dancing to a rhythm only we could hear. I wanted her to feel safe and secure in this moment, knowing that no matter what, I would never push her beyond her comfort. Every touch, every movement, was deliberate, filled to make her feel as cherished as she truly was. She swallowed softly, and the vulnerability in that simple gesture made my heart ache. It was a reminder that we were both human, that we both had fears and desires, but it was also a reminder that we were in this together, that we would navigate this path side by side. I looked into her eyes, searching for any signs of hesitation, but I found only trust. "You're safe with me," I whispered, my voice filled with conviction. It wasn't just a promise, it was a statement of who I was, of what I wanted for us. She didn't have to say anything, her eyes said it all. She believed me, and in that moment I knew that this was as much about her growth as it was about mine. As I slowly leaned in, The anticipation between us heightened. It wasn't just about a kiss or a physical connection. It was the emotional bond we were forming, one that was built on respect, care, and mutual understanding. Every second that passed, I felt our connection grow stronger. She was no longer just the person I admired from afar. She was the one I cared for deeply, the one I wanted to protect and cherish, no matter the cost. We moved together in perfect synchrony, each step carefully considered, each touch filled with purpose. There was no rush, no impatience, just the simple act of being present with each other, of sharing something beautiful and intimate. The world outside faded even further, and all that remained was the gentle rhythm of our connection. When our lips finally met, it was soft, gentle, and full of unspoken emotion. It wasn't a passionate rush, it was a quiet promise, a gesture of care and tenderness that spoke louder than words ever could. Every kiss, every touch, was an affirmation of what we were building together, of the trust and respect we had for each other. It wasn't about the physical act. It was about the emotional depth we were cultivating, the understanding that we were both here for the long haul, and we were willing to take the time to nurture what we had. As the kiss deepened, I could feel her responding, her own emotions mirroring mine. We were both vulnerable, both open to what this connection could become. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I was at peace, knowing that this moment, this bond we shared, was something real. We pulled back slowly, both of us breathing heavily, but there was no rush to fill the space. We just stayed there in that moment, savoring the quiet intimacy we had created. It wasn't about the destination, it was about the journey we were taking together, step by step, at our own pace. And as I looked into her eyes once more, I knew that this was just the beginning of something extraordinary. We were no longer just two individuals. Together, we were stronger, more complete. And this was only the start of what we would build together. Chapter 34 Jorvvic. Today was a day I had been anticipating for so long, yet now that it was finally here, I couldn't help but feel nervous. Seraphina was coming home. After everything, she was coming back. I had done my best to prepare her room, making sure everything was in place. I hoped it would be to her liking, but if it wasn't, I was more than willing to make any changes. She deserved to feel comfortable and cared for, and if that meant rearranging everything to suit her tastes, so be it. Still, as much as I wanted her home, staying away from her was becoming more complicated than I ever imagined. Every moment apart from her felt like an eternity, and it drained me in ways I hadn't anticipated. My need to be close to her was overwhelming, but I couldn't bring myself to intrude. She needed space, time to heal, and I needed to respect that. I needed to see her, to talk to her, but I found myself retreating to my office instead. She had made it clear that she wasn't ready to see me yet, and I couldn't bear the thought of overwhelming her. If she needed distance from me, then I would give it to her, even though it physically hurt me to do so. The pain of not being with her, of not hearing her voice, was something I wasn't sure how to handle. All I could think about was the bond we shared, that invisible thread connecting us. It had been pulsing between us ever since she woke up. I could feel it again, stronger than ever, reminding me of how much I longed for her. My body reacted to it in ways I couldn't control. I'd tried to distract myself, but nothing helped. Every time I thought I could manage, the pull only intensified. I knew I had to be patient. Seraphina needed rest, and I doubted she'd be able to get it if I were constantly in her presence. For now, I had to rely on Hunter. He was doing his best to ease her, to help her adjust. As much as it tore at me, I let him stay with her. I had to trust him, for her sake, and hope that she found comfort in his presence. I sat in my office, watching the footage from the cameras in Myra's room. I could be away from her, but it didn't matter. I couldn't stop myself from checking in on her, from making sure she was okay. This was the closest I could get for now, and I had to remind myself that it was enough. My heart ached as I watched Hunter show her around the room. I couldn't hear their words, but I could see them speaking. Hunter seemed to be helping her settle in. Then I watched as Seraphina lay back on the bed, and Hunter followed her there. I held my breath, my eyes fixed on the screen. I waited, expecting her to push him away, just like she had done to me the night we met. It was a familiar feeling, one that had left a deep mark on me. But instead, she leaned into him. When he kissed her, she didn't pull away. That simple act, the way she accepted his presence, stirred something deep inside me. It was a mix of emotions, a whirlwind of confusion, longing, and jealousy. My thoughts raced. I couldn't explain the way my body reacted, how it seemed to burn with a longing I couldn't control. I watched them, feeling torn. It wasn't jealousy in the traditional sense, but rather a deep frustration. It was hard to admit, but I wanted to be the one to comfort her, to be close to her. Seeing my brother with her, especially in such an intimate moment, made it difficult to stay calm. I wanted to go to her, to hold her, but I knew it wasn't my place. Not yet. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, feeling like I was losing control. Every part of me wanted to walk out of my office and rush to her side, to join them. But I knew that wasn't the right thing to do. It wasn't about me. It was about her, about giving her the space she needed to heal. I wanted to be there for her. I wanted to show her that I cared, that I would support her no matter what. But I also knew that Seraphina was still weak. She needed time to regain her strength. And if we tried to claim her too soon, it could only complicate things. She needed to be strong enough to handle the bond, to hold both of us. I had to be patient. I had to trust that when the time was right, she would come to me. The bond one shared with her was unlike anything I had ever experienced. An alpha's connection to his mate was powerful, but it was also a test of patience and restraint. It wasn't just about physical desire, it was about a deep, unbreakable bond that would last for eternity. I knew that if we waited, it would make our connection stronger, and when we finally came together, it would be worth the wait. I watched as Hunter continued to help her, offering comfort in ways I couldn't at the moment. The image of them together burned itself into my mind, a constant reminder of what I couldn't have. My heart ached with a need I couldn't explain, and the pull of the bond seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. But I knew that I had to wait. I had to give Seraphina the time she needed to heal, to adjust. And I had to trust that when the time was right, she would come to me, that she would choose me. Until then, Hunter would have to be enough. I sat back in my chair, trying to calm my thoughts. I couldn't keep torturing myself like this. I needed to focus on something else, to find a way to occupy my mind. Seraphina was on my mind every second of the day, but I couldn't let that control me. I had to be patient. I had to wait for her to come to me, in her own time. An idea crossed my mind, and I immediately set to work. It wasn't much, but it would be enough for now. I could show her that I was still thinking about her, still caring for her, even when I couldn't be by her side. It wasn't the same as being with her, but it would have to do. I smiled as I worked, wondering how she would react when she saw what I had planned. It was a small gesture, but it was the best I could do for now. And hopefully it would show her that even though she couldn't see me, I was always there, thinking of her. Chapter 35 Myra. After Hunter spent some time with me, I felt a sense of relief that I hadn't experienced in a long while. The moments we shared helped to ground me in a way I hadn't expected. It wasn't just the physical comfort, but the emotional reassurance he gave me. His gestures of kindness, his presence, made me feel less alone in the world. I hadn't realized how starved I had been for care and affection until I found myself soaking in the small acts of tenderness. Hunter's quiet patience was a balm to my exhausted soul. He seemed to know just how to make me feel secure, how to pull me out of my shell. The quiet touch of his hand, the way he held me without demanding anything in return, these were things I didn't know I needed, but now I found myself craving them. My wolf had calmed, settling in her way, content for the first time in what felt like forever. I tried not to overthink the moment, reminding myself that I had more important things to focus on. But in those few moments with Hunter, everything else faded into the background. For once, I wasn't constantly fighting my own emotions, continually trying to push down the hurt and confusion. My wolf, for the first time in a long time, wasn't fighting me either. I felt a slight smile tugging at my lips as Hunter whispered to me, his voice soft and comforting. I sighed, leaning into him, and let the warmth of his embrace wrap around me. It was strange how safe I felt in his arms. There was a certain tranquility in the silence between us, a wordless understanding. I felt myself drifting, my mind wandering into a peaceful place where I didn't have to worry about the consequences of my actions, the past, or what was to come. I didn't have to fight anymore. Not in this moment. When I woke up, I found myself alone. The bed felt colder, emptier without him beside me. A sigh slipped from my lips as I looked around the room. Snow was falling outside the window, and I couldn't help but stare at it for a moment, captivated by its quiet beauty. I wanted to hate everything around me, the new life, the new reality I was facing, but I couldn't. Everything was so peaceful, so homely. I stayed in bed for a while longer, simply soaking in the comfort of the soft duvet. It was easy to get lost in that warmth, to pretend that things could be different, that I could be different. But the truth of the situation was never far from my mind. I finally pushed myself to get up, feeling something vibrating on my left shoulder. I was jolted back to reality as I remembered my cybernetic arm. It felt strange, still unfamiliar in some ways. I hadn't had the time to examine it properly, but now that I had the chance, I decided to look at it more closely. The arm was a work of art, sleek, functional, and surprisingly light, despite being made of titanium. The fingers moved with ease, as if they were real. It was a fantastic feat of technology, a testament to how far advancements had come. Still, as impressive as it was not my original arm. There was a sadness that lingered whenever I thought about it. I looked at the arm more closely, examining the joints and the way it moved. I could even extend it if I needed something out of reach, a feature that was practical but still felt odd. A small cast covered my left shoulder, where the arm was attached, and I could feel the coldness of the metal where it met my skin. It wasn't a part of me in the same way my real arm had been. It was a constant reminder of what I had lost. As I stood in front of the mirror, I took in the sight of myself. I hardly recognized the person staring back at me. My head had been shaved, and I could see the faint traces of the stitches that ran across the side of my scalp. The wound was healing, but it still felt raw. My skin had lost its usual color, appearing pale and thin, almost ghost-like. The hollows of my cheeks were more prominent now, and my eyes were sunken. My lips, which had once been full, now looked dry and cracked. My face seemed to lack its former vitality. I stepped away from the mirror, feeling a wave of self-consciousness wash over me. I didn't look like myself anymore. I looked like a shell of the person I once was, and it hurt. I couldn't help but wonder how Hunter could still find me attractive, how he could see past the scars, the changes, the reminders of the battle I had fought and lost. I turned and walked into the bathroom, needing a moment to process what I was feeling. Under the hot water of the shower, I closed my eyes and let the steam envelop me. I had been through so much in such a short time. My body had changed in ways I wasn't ready to accept. I had become someone different, someone unrecognizable. It was hard to come to terms with the fact that I wasn't the person I used to be, inside or out. I allowed the tears to fall as I stood under the water, not bothering to hide them. I had fought so hard, and yet here I was, still broken. My mind wandered back to my past, to the choices I had made, and to the things I had done. I had blamed others for so long, but now I had to accept that I was responsible too. I had chosen this path, and I had to face the consequences. I stepped out of the shower, feeling more drained than ever. As I patted myself dry, I looked at the hospital clothes they had given me. They were practical, but they smelled of antiseptic, and I couldn't stand it. I needed something different, something that felt like me. I opened the closet, half expecting it to be empty, but instead, I was greeted with a surprising sight. The closet was filled with clothes, new clothes. I stared at them for a moment, unsure of how to react. It was a gesture, I realized, but it overwhelmed me. I quickly picked out a pair of comfortable pants and a sweatshirt, not wanting to think about it too much. As I dressed, I couldn't help but think about the brothers. I had so many mixed emotions about them. Hunter, in particular, seemed like someone I could be around, someone I could have been friends with in another life. But Jorvvic was different. He had taken something precious from me, and that had changed everything. I still hated the situation I was in, but there was a part of me that couldn't deny the complexity of my feelings. I wasn't sure if I could ever forgive Jorvvic for what he had done, but that didn't mean I had to hate him forever. The weight of my emotions was heavy, and I didn't know what to do with them. As I sat on the bed, a small red box caught my eye. I hadn't seen it before, and I wasn't sure how it had ended up on the bed. Curiosity piqued. I opened the box to find a delicate pendant in the shape of a dove. The design was simple, but something about it felt significant. I glanced around the room, trying to make sense of it. There were no cameras, no signs that anyone had been in the room. But the realization hit me as I looked at the wallpaper with white cats and doves. The connection was too clear to ignore. Jorvvic, I whispered, my breath catching in my throat. It was him. He was the one who left it here. Chapter 36 Jorvvic. I was back in my room in time to see Seraphina discover the gift I had left for her. The live feed from the cameras in her room gave me a front row seat to her every move. She sat up quickly, her eyes scanning the room, trying to figure out what had caught her attention. When she saw the small red box, her expression shifted. There was a brief moment of surprise before she began searching for the source. It was almost as if she knew someone had been watching her. I held my breath, watching her every reaction, waiting for her to open the box. She examined it with curiosity, lingering over the packaging for a moment. My pulse quickened in anticipation as she finally opened it and saw the pendant inside. Her face became thoughtful, and I could tell she was considering something. For a long minute, she studied the delicate piece of jewelry in her hands. I watched as she glanced around the room, no doubt trying to make sense of it all. It was as if the weight of the moment was starting to sink in. She looked at the wall, her eyes distant, lost in thought, before she placed the pendant back into the box and tucked it away in the closet. The sight stung. A small, quiet hurt lodged itself in my chest as I watched her move around the room. She didn't want the pendant, it seemed. She didn't want any connection to me, at least not right now, and I had to respect that. But the rejection was harder to swallow than I expected. I couldn't tear my eyes away as she continued to move around the room. My focus was fixed entirely on her as she walked to the dresser. For a moment, she stopped in front of one of the cameras, and it was as if she could feel my gaze through the screen. I watched her for a moment as she narrowed her eyes, staring directly at the lens. It was a strange feeling, knowing that she could sense my presence in this way, through the cameras and screens. She fiddled with the camera for a while, clearly aware that something was amiss, but eventually, she gave up and moved on. Then, I saw her cover the camera with a piece of clothing, effectively cutting off my view. It was a smart move, and I had to give her credit for it. I knew there were still other cameras hidden in the room, but she had figured out one of them. She searched for the others briefly before seeming to give up, exhaustion taking over. She went back to the bed, pulling the covers over herself, and I watched as she settled in. She didn't seem to fall asleep immediately, but after a while, her movement slowed. I continued to watch her, unable to tear myself away, even though I knew I should. I wanted to be there with her, beside her. I wanted to see her peaceful, calm, without the turmoil that I knew she carried. The thought of it gnawed at me, and I couldn't stop imagining what it would feel like to be with her, to be close to her again. The idea was both comforting and torturous. When it became too much, I stood and left my room, making my way down the hall to her room. I knew it was a risk, but I couldn't stop myself. As soon as I entered, her scent hit me like a wave. It was intoxicating, making my heart race. The absence of her had affected me more than I realized, and standing in her room, surrounded by reminders of her, made the ache in my chest almost unbearable. I walked over to her bed, standing quietly at the side of it, watching her sleep. She was so peaceful, her features softened in slumber. It was a rare sight, her guarded walls were down, and she was vulnerable. I ached to be closer to her, to feel the warmth of her body next to mine, but I held back. I didn't want to disturb her, especially now that I wasn't sure where we stood. Instead, I turned to the closet and retrieved the small red box. I walked back to the bed and carefully took the pendant from inside. I crept, making sure not to wake her, as I slowly lifted the covers just enough to expose her neck. Her face was turned away, so I didn't think I would disturb her. I clasped the pendant around her neck, the cool chain resting gently on her skin. It was a simple gesture, but I hoped it would mean something to her, even if she didn't realize it yet. It was the most meaningful gift I could give her, given the circumstances. As I finished, I ran the back of my knuckles down her jaw. I couldn't help myself. The connection between us, the spark that had always existed, was still there. It was as if my touch could reach inside of her, stirring something profound inside both of us. I didn't want to wake her, but my body reacted to her proximity, and I felt the stirring of my wolf inside me. Myra stirred in her sleep, her breath hitching as she shifted slightly. I immediately stepped away from her bed, retreating to the edge of the room. I waited, holding my breath, hoping she would settle back into a peaceful slumber. But she didn't. Instead, she mumbled something, her hand reaching out as though searching for something or perhaps someone. "Hunter?" She mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. I should have left, but I couldn't make myself do it. I stayed where I was, hoping that somehow she might recognize my presence. She blinked slowly, looking around the room, still half asleep. When her eyes landed on me, they widened in surprise. But there was something else in her gaze, something that made my heart skip. It was as if she had expected me to be there, even though she hadn't fully woken up yet. "Jorvvic," she sighed, her voice soft, barely audible. It felt like she was still caught in a dream, but that didn't stop the sudden ache in my chest. The sound of my name on her lips, even in her sleep, did something to me. It made me wonder if she cared more than she let on, even if she didn't fully realize it yet. I couldn't help but respond. "You didn't want to see me, remember?" I said softly, my voice quieter than usual. I couldn't stop myself from reminding her. She frowned slightly, but there was no anger in her expression. She didn't say anything, just stared at me, lost in thought. "I was just here to check on you," I said, my words coming out softer this time. "I'll leave if that's what you want." "I know you've been watching me," she mumbled, her eyes closing again. "I can feel it." I couldn't keep my feelings hidden anymore. I walked back to her side, my feet carrying me toward her bed without thinking. "I am watching you," I said firmly, standing tall over her. "I'll keep watching you. You can push me away all you want. You can deny me, but know this. I'll always be there, even if it's from a distance. Even if you hate me." She blinked, her eyes focusing on me now. The softness in her gaze had faded, replaced with something more complex. Something more awake. "Is that a threat?" she asked, her voice low. "No," I replied simply, touching her face lightly, feeling the warmth of her skin under my fingertips. "It's not a threat. It's the truth. I'll be here, waiting, even if you don't want me here, even if you hate me. I'll be waiting." Her expression softened for a brief moment, but it was fleeting. She sat up slowly, her body now fully awake, and looked at me with a mixture of confusion and determination. "You don't know what you're talking about," she said, her voice steadier now. "I don't?" I asked, tilting my head slightly, never breaking my gaze from hers. "Then tell me, Myra. Why do you keep pushing me away? Why do you keep denying this connection between us? Why do you keep running from me? I want to know. I need to understand." Chapter 37. Myra, "You don't know what you're talking about," I told him, my voice trembling with the intensity of everything I had been holding in for so long. It had been weeks since I had seen him. Weeks of questions, of waiting, of unresolved feelings that had festered inside me. Now that he was here, standing in front of me, everything I had buried was threatening to break free. "I don't?" Jorvvic questioned, his gaze intense, filled with something I couldn't place: anger, frustration, or maybe something more profound. His eyes bored into mine, and I could feel his words scraping against my resolve. "Then tell me, Myra. Why do you keep pushing me away? Why do you keep ignoring me? Why do you hate me so much?" His voice lowered, thick with a desperation I hadn't expected. I want to know everything. Everything. How could I explain everything to him? How could I ever make him understand the depth of what I had lost, the pain I had lived with for so long? How could I tell him that he was a part of that pain? That the world he represented had taken everything from me? Suddenly, I was no longer in the room with him. My mind took me back to those dark days when I was left orphaned, when I was barely surviving, scraping by to stay alive. The memories flashed in front of me like a series of jagged scars, my family torn apart, left to fend for myself in a cruel world that showed no mercy. I had been alone, so alone, and in that emptiness, I had built a wall around my heart, a barrier so thick no one could breach it. But now, in front of me stood the man who was part of that cruel world, the one who represented everything I had lost. And still, I couldn't push him away. Not completely. Tears blurred my vision, but I wouldn't let them fall. My throat tightened, the words I wanted to say lodged in my chest, but they were suffocated by the weight of everything I had been carrying. I glared at him, my fists clenched in anger and hurt. I wanted to scream, to tell him everything, to let him know how his existence had shattered mine. But nothing came out but a choked sob. I hated the weakness in me, hated how I could be so strong, yet so fragile at the same time. I wanted to push him away, to tell him to leave, but I couldn't. There was a pull between us, a pull that made my body ache. I felt the need for him, the attraction that I couldn't explain. It wasn't just physical. It was something deeper, something that had been building between us, something I wasn't sure I could stop. And I hated it. Jorvvic watched me, his face a mixture of concern and frustration, but there was something else in his eyes too, something I couldn't ignore. He moved closer, slowly, as if he could sense my hesitation, my internal battle. I clenched the sheets in my hands, my body stiff, unwilling to move. I didn't want to make you cry, he whispered, his voice softening, and he reached up to gently wipe a tear from my cheek. The touch was enough to send a shiver down my spine. My body reacted against my will, and before I could stop myself, I leaned into him. The kiss came without warning, our lips crashing together, an overwhelming rush of emotion that took both of us by surprise. It wasn't soft or gentle. It was full of need, of desire, of everything I had been hiding. But it wasn't just about that. It was about something deeper, something I didn't understand. As quickly as it had started, I pulled back, gasping for air, my heart pounding in my chest. But Jorvvic wasn't letting go. He pulled me back toward him, his lips claiming mine again, and this time, it felt like everything was spinning. The hunger in his kiss, the urgency, it terrified me, but I couldn't pull away. Every part of my body was alive in a way I hadn't felt in years. My wolf stirred inside me, awakened by the connection, the bond that had always been there, but had been buried under layers of pain and anger. She was finally free to feel, to crave what had always been meant for her. I pulled back again, my chest heaving, trying to catch my breath. Jorvvic didn't let me escape for long, though. His lips were back on mine almost immediately, and the intensity of it all was enough to make my mind spin. I wanted to stop. I tried to push him away, to fight the pull between us. But something deeper inside me was fighting to break free, urging me to give in. To let him in. To let myself feel what I had been denying for so long. But then I remembered. I remembered everything. The betrayal. The loss. The pain. It all came rushing back, and I knew I couldn't let myself get lost in him. Not again. I pushed against his chest, my hands shaking, and broke the kiss. I hate you, I hissed through gritted teeth, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. The anger inside me was mixed with something else, something I couldn't name. My body was burning with desire, but my heart was full of rage. I will always fucking hate you, I spat, digging my fingers into his scalp as if I could make him feel the pain I was carrying. Jorvvic froze, his expression changing from hunger to something more vulnerable, confusion, pain, and a deep sadness I hadn't expected. Tell me why, Myra, he said, his voice barely a whisper, laced with desperation. What did I do to you? I wanted to scream at him, to tell him everything he had done to me. Everything he had taken away from me. I wanted him to feel every ounce of pain I had endured, every wound that had never healed. You don't understand, I managed, my voice cracking. You destroyed everything. You took everything from me. Jorvvic's eyes softened, and he leaned in, his lips hovering near mine. Tell me what I can do to make it right, he urged, his voice low, full of raw emotion. "I'll do anything. I want to make it right, Myra." The pain inside me twisted like a knife. "Can you bring back a dead person?" I snapped, my words sharp. The question hung in the air, heavy with the truth I couldn't deny. Jorvvic froze. The surprise on his face was almost too much to bear. I wanted to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but the anger still burned inside me. I wanted to hurt him, to make him understand, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. "I would if that were possible," he said quietly, his voice sincere. The honesty in his tone hit me harder than I expected. It made me want to scream, but instead, all I could do was stare at him. "Then get the hell out of here," I growled, pushing him away, the tears streaming down my face. I didn't want to let him in, but I didn't know how much longer I could keep him out. Jorvvic hesitated, his expression torn, but I didn't care. I couldn't deal with this right now. I couldn't deal with him. Not when the pain of my past was still fresh and raw. "I'll be here," he said softly, almost a promise, as he stepped back. "I won't leave, Myra. No matter what, I won't leave." Chapter 38. Myra. I spent the rest of the day resting, only waking up for a light dinner before quickly slipping back into the comfort of sleep. When I woke up the next morning, everything felt strange, almost as if I had been shaken awake from some deep, dreamless sleep. I was disoriented, my body feeling like it had been moved in every direction. I didn't get out of bed until Hunter came to check on me. "How are you doing today, my little cat?" he asked with a tender smile, planting a soft kiss on my forehead. His attention was a mix of concern and affection, and though I found his words a bit irritating, they also held a strange comfort. "Stop calling me that," I groaned, adjusting my cybernetic arm as I flexed it and tested the movement. It was still strange, this new part of me, but I was starting to feel less alien with each passing day. "Why should I stop?" he teased playfully, wrapping his arms around me and pulling me close, making me sit on his lap. Despite my initial instinct to push him away, I ended up leaning into his warmth instead. It was strange how quickly his presence could settle the storm inside me. His embrace, though it made me feel vulnerable, brought a sense of calm that I couldn't deny. "Are you hungry? Should I bring breakfast here and feed you like last night?" "You were practically asleep when I did," he suggested, a playful smile tugging at his lips. I groaned and rolled my eyes, but my stomach betrayed me with a loud growl. He gently placed me back on the bed and headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal, kissing me on the forehead before he left. I took the opportunity to head to the bathroom to freshen up, as I did every morning. Once again, I found myself facing the mirror, hoping that the reflection would somehow return to what I remembered Seraphina, the girl I used to be. But what stared back was a gaunt, fragile version of myself with a cybernetic arm. It felt like I was looking at a stranger. However, today was different. I looked better. My eyes were less sunken, my cheeks less hollow, and the scar on my head was beginning to heal, covered by a thin layer of growing hair. I could feel my wolf's presence, strong and protective, helping to heal the damage that had been done to me. It was a reminder that I wasn't alone in this transformation. Thoughts of Jorvvic and our brief encounter the day before still lingered in my mind. I was angry, not just at him, but at myself. I wanted to confront him, to tell him exactly what he had done to me, but I couldn't, at least not yet. But I would soon. And when I did, I would make sure he knew the depth of the damage he caused, especially when he found out that it was he who had killed my father. That thought alone stirred a feeling of both anger and resolve in me. I was ready to face him when the time came. When I came back from the bathroom, Hunter had returned with a tray of food. The sight of it made my mouth water uncontrollably. It was simple, but it was exactly what my body needed after being deprived of proper nourishment for so long. "I'll feed you," he said softly, gently taking my hand away from the plate when I tried to reach for a cheese sandwich. The meal wasn't anything extravagant, but my hunger made me crave it desperately. I didn't protest as he slowly fed me, the warmth of his care wrapping around me like a blanket. As I sat on his lap, we both turned to look outside. The snow had continued to fall all night, blanketing the world outside in a fresh, thick layer. Even though I wasn't a fan of the cold, the scene was beautiful and peaceful. "Do you feel any pain anywhere?" Hunter asked, still carefully feeding me spoonfuls of soup. No, I replied, resting my head on his shoulder as I leaned into his warmth. In that moment, his touch was more comforting than the food, and I couldn't help but crave more of it. How's the arm? Do we need to calibrate it again? He asked, his voice soft and concerned. It's fine, I managed to say, swallowing the emotions that threatened to overwhelm me. His concern, so genuine and unwavering, made something inside me ache. I hated how easily he made me feel vulnerable, yet at the same time, I didn't want to push him away. You look better today. Your wolf seems stronger, too, he noted, before blowing on a spoonful of tomato soup and holding it up for me. I sipped it, trying to keep my composure. His care was overwhelming in the best way possible, and I was starting to wonder what it would feel like to let go of the walls I'd built. My wolf is fine, I said quickly, as if brushing away any hint of weakness, though I couldn't deny that my wolf had become stronger in the presence of Hunter's care. But I want to go for a run, I told him, unsure of whether I was asking for permission or just expressing a need. I'll go with you then, he said without hesitation, his voice warm and reassuring. What happens to my arm when I shift into my wolf? I asked, curious, the idea having been on my mind for a while now. It transforms with you. The chip is completely tuned to your wolf state, he explained with a small smile. That's incredible, I marveled, excited at the thought. I can't wait to see it for myself. I can't wait to meet your wolf, he said softly, his breath warm against my ear. The thought of our wolves meeting stirred something deep within me. My wolf was already awake, ready to run with his. Despite the awkwardness I felt, I knew it was time to stop suppressing my wolf so much. If I wanted to heal fully, I needed to let her out more. And if I was honest with myself, I didn't want to fight against Hunter's kindness anymore, even if he was Jorvvic's brother. His caring nature disarmed me in a way that I wasn't prepared for, and I was starting to let go of my animosity, little by little. What does your wolf look like? I asked him, my curiosity getting the best of me. You'll meet him soon enough, he replied, his smile playful. But first, you must eat well, little cat. You're so weak. It hurts me to see you like this. I want you to be strong so that we can play together in the woods. My wolf is eager to chase you around, he added, his voice growing softer as he placed a gentle kiss on my neck. In that moment, I felt a warmth spread through me, as though his care was melting the ice I'd built around myself. Part of me wanted to push him away, but another part of me longed for his affection. His love was starting to seep into me, and I didn't know how to handle it. Is your wolf into playful hunting? I asked, my voice almost a whisper as a sudden thought flitted across my mind. I'd always been intrigued by the idea of being hunted, of being part of a chase that felt primal and exhilarating. His body tensed under me, and he grew silent for a moment. Would you like my wolf to hunt you? He asked, his voice low and serious. The question hung in the air between us, charged with something unspoken. The thought both excited and embarrassed me. I'd never explored this side of myself before, but there was something about the way Hunter had spoken that made me wonder what it would be like. Would you do it if I said yes? I asked, my heart racing in anticipation. I'd do anything for you, little cat, he answered, his voice dark and filled with promise. And in that moment, I knew exactly what I wanted from him, a feeling both thrilling and terrifying in its intensity. Chapter 39. Hunter. Having Myra in my arms, holding her close, and feeding her felt like the most rewarding experience of my life. It was as though everything I had ever wanted was right in front of me, and all I had to do was take care of her, protect her, and keep her safe. I wanted to do this every day, never stop holding her, never stop loving her, never stop making sure she felt wanted. It was the best feeling in the world, and it was all I could think about. Seraphina Myra gave me everything I had ever hoped for, and so much more. She brought out a side of me I didn't even know existed. My world had revolved around duty, responsibility, and strength, but now my world was her. The way she looked at me, the way she trusted me, made me feel like the luckiest man alive. But even amid this happiness, there was a part of me that couldn't ignore the tension between Myra and Jorvvic. I had seen their interaction the day before, and it hadn't ended well. Jorvvic had looked broken after their confrontation, and that left me feeling uneasy. I had always been protective of my brother, but seeing him in such a vulnerable state made me want to understand what had happened between them. Why was she rejecting him so fiercely? What had he done to make her shut him out? These were questions I wanted answers to, but I couldn't push her too hard. I knew she had already been through a lot, and I didn't want to make her retreat into herself. She had started to let her guard down with me, and I was terrified that if I asked the wrong question or made the wrong move, I would push her away. And I couldn't bear the thought of that. I set the breakfast tray down gently beside her and watched as she slowly sat up, her sleepy eyes blinking against the light. She yawned, rubbing her eyes as she tried to wake herself fully. I had made sure her meal was rich in nutrients. She needed a lot of calories to help her wound heal faster. The food seemed to have the opposite effect, though, making her more sluggish than usual. It didn't matter, though. She needed the strength, and I was determined to give her everything she needed to recover. "Are you ready to get up now?" I asked, my voice soft, a gentle nudge to get her moving. "Not yet," she mumbled, turning her body toward me. Her hand found my chest, and I immediately felt her warmth spread through me. She snuggled closer, curling up against me, her legs tangling with mine. I didn't hesitate. I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her closer. Her body against mine felt like the most natural thing in the world. I had never felt so at peace in my life. "I'm fine here," she whispered, her voice soft, almost dreamy. "Stay with me." I didn't need any more encouragement. I held her tighter, not wanting to let go. I could have stayed like this forever, wrapped in her warmth, feeling the steady rhythm of her breath against my chest. It was enough for now. I had no rush. There was nothing more important than this moment. "You're sure?" I asked, my voice barely more than a murmur as I kissed the top of her head. "No plans, no tasks for the day?" She smiled, her lips curling up against my chest as she looked up at me. "No, just you," she said softly, her voice filled with a playful tenderness that made my heart skip a beat. "No work, no chores, just you." "That's all I need," I said, smiling back at her. The words came so easily, but they were true. The thought of spending every day with her, taking care of her, loving her, it was all I could ask for. She shifted slightly, her fingers tracing lazy circles on my chest. "You're the most important thing in my life too," she added quietly, her voice so soft I almost missed it. Her words made my heart swell. She had a way of making me feel like everything I had done in my life, everything I had worked for, was worth it, just for her. "You say that now," I teased, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "What about all those other women? What did you tell them?" Her face softened, but there was a hint of something playful in her eyes. "Maybe I'll tell you later," she said with a smile that made me want to kiss her all over again. "But they were nothing like you." I was silent for a moment, absorbing her words. "I'm glad," I said, my voice suddenly serious. "Because I can't be compared to anyone else. You're mine, Myra. And I'm not letting you go. Not now, not ever." She laughed softly, her hands still tracing my chest in slow, gentle circles. "That's such a cheesy thing to say," she said, her voice teasing but filled with affection. "I mean every word of it," I said with a smile, brushing my nose against hers. The moment felt perfect, and I couldn't help but feel grateful for everything, her, us, this connection we had. It was like nothing I had ever felt before. Her smile faded a little, and she grew quiet. I could sense a shift in her mood. She was always so guarded, and sometimes I wished I could get inside her head to understand her thoughts better, to know what was going on beneath the surface. But that wasn't something I could force. She needed time. And when she was ready, she'd share it with me. "What's on your mind?" I asked, brushing a thumb along her cheek. She sighed deeply, her eyes distant. "I've been through a lot, Hunter. I've done things I'm not proud of, been with people I didn't care about. It's hard to let go of that sometimes." "I know," I said softly. "But you're not that person anymore. You're here with me now, and that's all that matters." "I want to believe that," she whispered. "But sometimes it's hard to forget the past." "I'll help you forget it," I promised, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. "We'll build something new together. You and me. Just us." Her eyes softened, and she smiled faintly, her fingers grazing my cheek. "I want that too," she said quietly. We lay there for a while, simply holding each other. No words, just the comforting silence between us. And in that silence, I could feel the bond between us growing stronger, something unspoken but undeniable. We didn't need to say everything. Sometimes, just being together was enough. "Do you want to talk about Jorvvic?" I asked carefully, my voice gentle. I could feel her stiffen slightly at the mention of his name, but I pressed on. "I saw how he looked after your conversation yesterday. I know there's tension between you two. What happened?" She grew quiet, her gaze shifting away from me as she seemed to retreat inward. I didn't want to push her, but I needed to understand. I tried to help her, to make things easier for her. But she had to like that too. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her voice quiet but steady. "It's complicated," she said. "I can't explain it all right now. I need time. Please, don't ask me about him anymore." I nodded, respecting her wishes. "Okay," I said softly, brushing a lock of hair from her face. "I'll wait for you. Whenever you're ready." She sighed, her shoulders relaxing as she turned her head to meet my gaze again. "Thank you," she whispered. "I don't deserve you." "You do," I said firmly, cupping her face in my hands. "You deserve everything. And I'm not going anywhere. Not now, not ever." She smiled, her eyes soft and filled with something I couldn't quite place. It was trust, maybe, or hope. Whatever it was enough to make me feel like I was doing something right. We stayed like that, holding each other, the world outside forgotten for a while. Whatever the future held, I knew I was ready to face it with her by my side. Chapter 40. Myra. Even though Hunter had just shown me tenderness a few moments ago, a deep ache still lingered within me. I felt a gnawing emptiness that refused to be ignored, a void that pulsed with an intensity one couldn't explain. It was as though a part of me had been left behind, desperately calling out to him, but still, he remained distant, holding something back. The absence of him, the fullness I longed for, it all became overwhelming, and no matter how hard I tried to suppress it, the need intensified. Hunter stood before me, his gaze intense, his posture commanding, yet there was a gentleness to his touch that made my heart ache in a way I hadn't expected. I had never experienced this before, the way his presence seemed to stir every part of me, and the hunger inside me grew with each passing second. "You don't understand." Hunter's voice was low, almost pleading, as he reached out and brushed my cheek gently. There was hesitation in his eyes, an unreadable sorrow mixed with desire. "I'm not sure you're ready for this," he said, the words sounding like a warning. But beneath them, there was a flicker of something deeper, something I could almost touch. I couldn't bear the restraint, couldn't stand how he was pulling away when all I wanted was to be closer. I needed him in a way that I couldn't put into words, a way that didn't have any room for the doubts he was harboring. "I don't care," I whispered, my voice trembling slightly as I closed the space between us, my hands reaching for him of their own accord. "I just need you. Let me have you." My fingers brushed the edge of his shirt, and for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. He was holding himself back, the struggle between what he wanted and what he thought I needed almost palpable. But I wasn't going to stop. I couldn't. His body went rigid under my touch, but he didn't push me away. Instead, his gaze darkened, and I felt him tense even more as I slowly moved closer, my hand inching towards him, desperate to feel his warmth, to know what it was like to be filled by him. My heart raced, the blood pounding in my ears as I hesitated, unsure if I was even allowed to want this, to ask for this. But the ache inside me made me reckless. I needed him to understand. I needed to make him see that this wasn't something I could hold back any longer. "You're too weak to take everything I can give you," he said, his voice tight with a struggle I could feel in the very air between us. He cupped my face, the gentleness in his touch making my breath catch. "I don't want to hurt you, Myra." His words stung more than I cared to admit. The concern in his voice was apparent, but the raw, yearning look in his eyes told a different story. He wanted me, just as much as I wanted him, but something was holding him back, something he couldn't bring himself to give me. I don't care about being weak, I replied, my voice steady even though my body was trembling. All I need is you. Please. I was begging now, but I didn't care. I needed him more than anything else in the world. His eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth twitched as though he was about to give in, but he stayed still. His breathing deepened, and I could see how hard he was fighting it. The heat between us, the electricity in the air, was unbearable. I want to feel you inside me, Hunter, I whispered, the words slipping out before I could stop them. I need to know what it feels like to be yours in every way. The tension in his body snapped, and I could see the conflict within him intensify. He seemed to be battling himself, unsure of how much he could give, how far he could let me go before it became too much. I'm not going to hold back anymore, I said, my hands now gripping the fabric of his shirt tightly, pulling him closer, desperate to feel his body against mine. I don't care about anything but this. I want all of you. Hunter's body went still, his chest rising and falling with ragged breaths. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the silence between us thick with unspoken words. Then he moved, and the air seemed to crackle with the force of it. He cupped my face in his hands, his thumbs brushing over my skin with a tenderness that made my heart ache. I've already given you everything, Myra, he said, his voice a low murmur. You can have everything I have, every part of me. I've already given my heart to you. All of me is yours, if you want it. And that was all it took. My heart soared with his words, and I knew in that moment that I was ready for whatever came next. The hunger inside me had been sated with his declaration, but there was more I wanted. I needed more from him. And he had just permitted me to take it. As he kissed me, it wasn't just a kiss. It was everything, the release I had been waiting for, the connection I had been craving. And as he pulled me closer, I could feel the heat of him against me, the promise of something deeper, something more than either of us had ever experienced before. Chapter 41. Hunter. Are you trying to provoke me? I asked, my voice steady yet filled with a clear warning. The air in the room was thick with tension, but there was something deeper beneath it all. It wasn't about what she had done, but the boundaries we had both agreed upon. You know the rules, don't you? I continued, my tone still firm but not harsh. Did you forget what we decided together? There was no anger in my voice, just a deep need for clarity. We had an understanding, and I needed her to remember that. I could feel my heart race, but not because of what had happened, but because I was determined to make sure we built our relationship on trust and respect. Her gaze met mine, and in her eyes I saw vulnerability, longing, but also understanding. She had always been strong, and this moment wasn't about weakness. It was about us navigating this connection together, carefully and with intention. You're not alone in this, I reminded her softly. We agreed to take things slowly, to move forward with care, and to respect each other's boundaries. She nodded, a flicker of recognition passing over her face. There was no defiance in her expression, just the raw honesty of someone who trusted me deeply. I knew she was scared, not of me, but of the emotions that this kind of connection stirred within her. I know you're trying to understand what this is between us, I added, my voice softening. We're figuring this out together. Her body shifted beneath me, and I gently adjusted her so that we were facing the mirror. I wanted us to see what was unfolding between us, not just physically, but emotionally and spiritually. This wasn't just a physical connection, it was something deeper, something that required patience, understanding, and communication. Let's slow down, I said gently, guiding her movements. I knew that she was ready to take this step, but I wanted to make sure she felt safe, comfortable, and secure in the space we were creating. There was no rush, no pressure, just the understanding that we were moving forward, together, at our own pace. I could see the desire in her eyes, the way she responded to my touch. It wasn't just the physical connection, but it was the emotional bond that was growing between us. I wanted to honor that bond, to nurture it with every word, every touch, and every action. Trust me, I whispered. Trust in this moment and each other. Her breath caught as she looked at herself in the mirror, but I could tell she was also looking at us, looking at the bond we were forming. This wasn't just about what was happening in the present, it was about what we were building for the future. I need you to feel safe with me, I told her, my voice a little more serious now. We are in this together, and I want you to trust that I will always be here for you, respecting every part of who you are. She met my eyes in the reflection, and for the first time, I saw the full extent of her trust. I could feel the connection between us, so strong and undeniable, yet gentle and nurturing. We were exploring each other's boundaries, learning about each other, and creating something real, something that would stand the test of time. You're not alone in this journey, I whispered again, my words meant to soothe, to remind her that this wasn't about just one moment, one interaction, but it was about us, growing together every day. Chapter 42. Jorvvic. I stared at the screen, my focus unwavering, as Hunter and Seraphina shared a moment that felt far more intimate than I was prepared for. My entire body tensed, emotions swirling, as I watched them, knowing this was all happening for me. Hunter had always been able to sense my feelings, even when I tried to hide them. He knew about the turbulence inside me, the storm that had been building ever since I first laid eyes on Myra. I couldn't stop watching, even though a part of me wanted to tell Hunter to slow down, to give Seraphina more time. But something inside me felt drawn to this moment, drawn to their connection, knowing that they were building something meaningful. It was overwhelming, but I couldn't look away. The intensity of what I was witnessing stirred something profound within me, a complex mix of jealousy, desire, and a strange sense of longing. I couldn't deny that what I was seeing felt like a glimpse into a world I had dreamed of but hadn't yet touched. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to steady my breath, the weight of the moment making my chest tighten. I could feel the frustration building inside me, the need for clarity, for answers to questions I didn't even know how to ask. Myra. I felt disoriented, my thoughts spinning from the emotional and physical roller coaster I had just experienced. It was hard to focus, my heart still racing as I lay on the bed, Hunter beside me. His presence was calming, and despite the haze of everything that had just happened, I couldn't help but feel the warmth of his touch. He leaned in, his breath soft against my ear. "Are you all right?" I nodded, feeling more at ease than I had in a long time. My mind was still clouded, but in a way that felt strangely comforting. There was a sense of peace that came from being close to him, something I didn't fully understand yet, but knew I wanted to explore further. Hunter looked at me with genuine concern, his hand brushing a stray lock of hair from my face. "Does anything hurt?" I shook my head. "No, I feel good." "That's my girl," he said, his voice filled with a tenderness that made my heart flutter. His words had a way of calming me, of making me feel safe, like I could let go of all the uncertainty and just be. I reached for his hand instinctively, but he stopped me gently. "It's enough for now. We'll take it slow." There was a softness in his gaze, an understanding that made me want to lean into him even more. I didn't need to rush. What mattered was the trust we were building, the bond that was growing between us. I smiled up at him, feeling the warmth of his concern. "I just want to be close to you." Hunter's smile softened, and he kissed my hand. "You will be. We have all the time in the world." As I sat up and he helped me get dressed, the world outside felt like a new adventure waiting to unfold. I wanted to explore, to learn more about myself, about us, and about my surroundings. I was excited to step into the world outside, to let my mind wander and my spirit roam free. Hunter spoke as we prepared to leave. "There's a place in the woods I want to show you. It's beautiful when the weather's like this." I nodded eagerly. "I'm ready." We stepped outside together, the snow crunching underfoot, and I felt a renewed sense of curiosity. Everything was fresh, the world bright and full of possibilities. Chapter 43. Myra. 1 week later, my life at the brothers' house had settled into a predictable routine. I'd wake up in the morning and Hunter would bring me breakfast. We'd talk, share quiet moments, and he'd leave for work, only to return in the evening and spend the rest of the night with me. We'd talk more, laugh, and enjoy being in each other's presence. At first, I felt a bit overwhelmed, but soon enough, I began to get used to it. Hunter's attention was constant, and though it was intense, it was something I became accustomed to. When he wasn't around, I spent most of my time resting, drifting in and out of sleep after taking my medications. But there was always something else. After Hunter left each night, I could feel another presence in my room, quiet, almost imperceptible. It was Jorvvic. He would come to see me during the late hours of the night, sometimes just sitting at the edge of my bed, looking at me in silence. Other times, he'd keep a careful distance, but I could feel the weight of his gaze. His emotions were so apparent: desperation, longing, and an intensity that left me conflicted. I tried to block it out, not to let his presence affect me, but I couldn't deny the pull I felt. There was a connection, something more profound than I wanted to acknowledge. I knew I should be angry with him for the things he had done, for the betrayal and the pain he caused. But part of me couldn't help but wonder what could have been, what could still be between us. My wolf, too, seemed to have her thoughts on the matter, growing more restless with each passing day. Hunter often brought up Jorvvic in our conversations, talking about him fondly. I hated how much I listened, how much I absorbed every detail. I didn't want to care, but I found myself remembering everything he said. The days passed, and nothing much changed. I spent most of my time in my room, resting or quietly talking with Hunter. He asked me about my past, about who I was before everything had happened, but I always shut him down. There was nothing left for me to share, and everything I did share seemed to bring more pain than it was worth. Still, I was healing. The scar on my head had faded, and my hair had started to grow back, soft curls beginning to peek through. My body was regaining its shape, and for the first time in a long while, I felt like I could move forward, even if I didn't feel the same as before. But after a week of the same routine, I found myself growing restless. I used to be busy, always working on something, always planning the next move. Now, with everything I owned in a distant city and nothing to occupy my mind, I felt empty. When Hunter wasn't around, I found myself wandering the house, exploring rooms I hadn't dared to before. Hunter's room was off limits, but I found his computer, and it caught my interest. It wasn't anything special, just bits and pieces of his work, but it kept me occupied for a while. I had access to almost every part of the house except for the eastern wing, which was where Jorvvic's room was. One afternoon, when the house was empty, I couldn't resist. I quietly slipped into the eastern wing. The first room I came across was a study. It was quiet and used, with a sense of calm that felt almost out of place. Then I found the bedroom. There was no doubt who it belonged to. I couldn't stop myself from poking around, curiosity getting the better of me. I opened drawers, checked the closet, and made a mess of his neatly arranged things. It felt like a petty act of rebellion, but it gave me a momentary sense of control. The last door I opened was locked, but I was determined. I went back to the study, found a pin, and picked the lock. What I found inside shocked me. The room was massive, the largest in the house. On one side, there were 2 large desks, likely for the brothers. On the other side, there were multiple security monitors, streaming live footage of various rooms throughout the house. My heart raced as I saw that one of the feeds was focused entirely on my room, zooming in on my bed. I froze, suddenly aware that someone had been watching. The footage was clear, showing details I couldn't ignore. My stomach churned, the realization hitting me like a wave. It had to be Jorvvic. I should have been angry, but for some reason, a part of me wasn't. My wolf felt sympathy for him, though I didn't understand why. He had watched and observed me while I remained completely unaware. But the truth lingered in the back of my mind. I could never forget what he had taken from me. I shook my head, trying to ignore the pull I felt, the inexplicable attraction that seemed to grow with each passing day. I was angry with him, yes, but there was something about his presence that I couldn't shake. My wolf needed him. And as much as I hated to admit it, I needed him too. Suddenly, I heard footsteps behind me. I didn't have to look to know who it was. "What are you doing here, Myra?" Jorvvic's voice was low, filled with frustration, and something else I couldn't quite place. Chapter 44. Myra. "What are you doing here, Myra?" Jorvvic's voice thundered through the room, sending a chill down my spine. Even though I had resisted him before, a part of me melted at the sound of his voice. His nightly visits had always felt like a dream, but now, standing in the light of day, in the same room with him, everything felt real. The contrast was jarring. My wolf stirred within me, restless, eager to close the gap between us. I turned to face him, noting the stoic expression on his face. "You've been watching me," I stated, choosing to confront him directly. "I wasn't one for games, never had been. You're always lurking." He stepped into the room, closing the door behind him, and my heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, I was hyper-aware of every little detail about him, the way he moved, the intensity in his gaze that lingered too long on my lips, how his body tensed as though ready to leap toward me. "Don't pretend like you don't enjoy it," he retorted, his voice low, each word dripping with something dangerous, something alluring. The pull between us was undeniable, and for a moment, I wanted to give in to it, to close the space between us. But I couldn't let myself know. I had to stay focused. I glared at him as he continued, "You know I watch you. That's why you move like that. Always looking for the cameras when you're with Hunter. I know the game you're playing." His words struck a nerve, like a hot brand on my skin. It hurt because deep down I knew he was right. The truth stung, but it also thrilled me in a way I couldn't deny. I had always wondered if someone was watching me, and the knowledge that he had been, all along, filled me with a strange satisfaction. It was messed up, I knew that. Something was wrong with me, but I couldn't shake it. I had already accepted that I was a little twisted. "And didn't it ever bother you?" I said, stepping closer, letting my fingers trace the fabric of a shirt as I stood toe-to-toe with him, "watching your brother with your mate while all you could do was watch? Never able to touch her because she hates you? This is the only way you can be close to her." I picked my words carefully, watching his face for the reaction I knew would come. His eyes darkened, and I could tell I'd hit a nerve. Good. That's what I wanted. Part of me reveled in it, wanted to destroy him, humiliate him, but another part, the part my wolf controlled, wanted something entirely different. It wanted him. The desire was primal, uncontrollable, and everything I had been trying to ignore. I flashed him a wicked smile, knowing I was out of my mind. Maybe the explosion had messed me up, or perhaps I was already broken. Before I could think further, I was slammed against the wall, his body pressed against mine. The suddenness of it, the heat of him, awakened something deep inside me. I felt alive in a way I hadn't in days, my pulse racing as his presence filled the space between us. "The last time you asked if I could bring the dead back to life," he murmured, his lips only inches from mine. "It made me wonder if we share a past I don't know about. I'm tired of this game, Myra. Come clean. You can't keep running away from me." His words cut deep, and I could hear the frustration in his voice, the raw emotion that followed. "Because we're mates?" I challenged, my anger flaring. "Let me tell you something, Jorvvic, you wouldn't want me if you knew the truth about our past." I struggled against him, my hands trapped above my head, my body aching with need. How was it possible to feel this furious and this desperate at the same time? How could I hate him and crave him in equal measure? "Try me," he growled, his body pressing even closer to mine, the intensity rising between us. "I'm not playing this game, Jorvvic. What if you don't want me after hearing what I have to say?" I searched his eyes for any hint of doubt, but there was nothing, just that unyielding, cold confidence. "I'll want you no matter what," he said, voice dripping with certainty. And for some reason, hearing those words made me laugh, a sharp, mocking sound that cut through the tension. His confidence unnerved me. The thought of him rejecting me after everything we had been through, after everything I had endured, it terrified me. But there was no going back now. "You want to know the truth?" I gritted through clenched teeth, my heart racing. My confession was the final step, and I couldn't take it back once it was out. "You killed my father, Jorvvic." Chapter 45. Jorvvic. "You want to know?" Her voice held a dark, dangerous edge, and even though I had her pressed against the wall, my body still aching with desire, the rage in her eyes was like a storm I wasn't prepared for. Her body language screamed something entirely different than her words. I felt it too. The pull between us, the ache that had been building for weeks. We had barely shared a kiss, and yet our bodies were starved for each other, desperate to bridge the distance between us. The frustration of it was maddening, and I'd spent the past week fighting it. But nothing prepared me for her following words. "You killed my father, Jorvvic." The words hit me like a blow to the chest, and for a long moment, the room was silent. I stood there, trying to process what she had just said. It felt unreal, but as I repeated it in my mind, the weight of it sank in. My body trembled as the truth hit me. A heavy burden settled on my chest. Her gaze intensified, a mixture of hatred and pain. She wanted blood, my blood, and yet there was something else there, something that tangled with the need in her eyes. "Who is your father, Myra?" I asked, my voice low, trying to piece this together. I had killed a lot of people, but I needed to know who she was talking about. Her eyes filled with unshed tears, but she held them back, her jaw clenched tight as she struggled to keep control. My mind raced through the list of wolves I knew, trying to place the name, but none of them felt connected to her. "I always knew my enemies' families," I muttered, searching her face for an answer. "Who is he?" "He worked with your family," she spat, trembling with fury beneath me. I was caught off guard. Giovanni Willia. The name hit me with a sickening jolt. I had known and worked alongside him for years. But the idea of him having a family, it didn't add up. I turned, my eyes finding Hunter as he stepped into the room, his expression frozen in disbelief. "Giovanni Williams?" Hunter spoke, disbelief in his voice. "He was your father?" I didn't release Myra. My grip on her remained firm, not because I wanted to hurt her, but because everything in me was trying to hold on to control. "Yes," she hissed, struggling beneath me. "But that's impossible," Hunter insisted. "He never had a mate. He couldn't have had a family." Myra twisted beneath me, her anger burning as she tried to break free. "I was adopted," she hissed. "I was orphaned at birth and Giovanni took me in. He gave me a life. But you took away the only person I ever had." The words hit me like a dagger, the guilt creeping in slowly, but I tried to suppress it. "I killed him for a reason," I reminded myself. I had good reason. But still, I had ruined her life. Hunter's voice cut through my thoughts. "You know what Giovanni did to us?" His eyes were dark, filled with rage that matched Myra's. "Giovanni was the one who killed our mother and our unborn sister. He's the reason she's dead." The truth hit me harder than I wanted it to. The pain in Hunter's voice was raw, reminder of the deepest wound we both shared. He had never truly healed from the loss of our mother, and even now, years later, I could see the scars beneath his anger. "I killed him for a reason," I said, trying to make sense of it. "I avenged our mother." "I know you did," Hunter muttered, his eyes burning with the same anger that had been inside of me for years. "But this," he gestured toward Myra, "this is a different kind of pain." My heart felt heavier, suffocating under the weight of my actions. I had never considered the cost of my revenge on Myra, which had ruined her life. Was this my fault, too? "I need to talk to her," I said, my voice strained. I needed to figure out how to fix this, but the storm inside me was too much. I was drowning in guilt, in anger, in confusion. Hunter's eyes burned with the intensity of his emotions. "She's not the enemy," he said. "We can't take this out on her. It's not her fault that Giovanni adopted her." "I know," I whispered, feeling the guilt creep through me. The storm inside me was becoming too dangerous. I needed to control it before it consumed me entirely. "I'll go talk to her," Hunter said quietly, his voice softer now. "No," I said, shaking my head. "Let her have some time. We'll talk later, at dinner." I glanced at the screen. She had retreated to her room, hiding under the covers, and I knew she needed space. Hunter nodded, understanding the unspoken weight of the situation. "Later," he said softly before leaving the room. I stood there, the weight of everything sinking in. We're all broken now, I thought. And I might have broken her for good. Chapter 46. Hunter. Normally, I would spend most of the day at home, caring for Myra, but today I felt restless. My mind was a whirlwind, and the only way to escape it was to keep moving. I ran endlessly, pacing the perimeter of our pack boundary, again and again. The icy wind cut through me, but it did little to numb the storm raging inside. The darkness settled in slowly, and with it came the urge to go to our family grave. But I couldn't. Not tonight. Not with everything weighing down on me. I knew I needed peace. I had to be calm, to remain steady, or else everything would come crashing down. Tonight, we would finally talk. I had to believe it would help talking, confronting the truth, whatever that might be. I had to hope it would bring clarity, or else I might lose myself in this mess. The truth was, Seraphina's existence, given her relationship to Jorvvic, made everything so much worse. She wasn't to blame for who her family was, but the fact that she was connected to the man who had murdered our parents was a wound that wouldn't stop bleeding. Every time I looked at her, I felt that stab again, and I hated it. I hated myself for even feeling that way. I knew I couldn't hold it against her. But it was too hard. I was beginning to understand why she had stayed away from Jorvvic, why she had kept her distance from him. She had to have known deep down that her connection to Giovanni would only bring more pain to everyone around her. But still, none of this was her fault. And yet, it felt like the world was spinning on its axis, and we were all caught in its grip. Jorvvic wasn't guilty of killing Myra's father either. He had killed Giovanni, the murderer of our parents. But that didn't make it easier. It didn't fix anything. It only complicated things further. I'd been blind to the truth for so long. I had been angry with Jorvvic for so much, but now I realized. This wasn't his fault. He was just as trapped in this cycle of revenge, grief, and suffering as the rest of us. I wiped a hand across my face, feeling the weight of it all press in. My head throbbed. I had been running all day, exhausting myself physically in the snow, to avoid dealing with the truths swirling in my mind. I couldn't run forever. Sooner or later, I would have to face it. Home. I had to go back. The thought made my stomach turn. I didn't want to face Jorvvic. I didn't want to face Seraphina. But I couldn't avoid it any longer. I had to confront this, even if it meant tearing my soul apart in the process. Jorvvic was waiting for me, and I couldn't hide forever. The porch creaked underfoot as I stepped inside the house. The familiar scent of the wood, the quiet hum of the pack's activity, it all felt distant, as if I was walking into a world that no longer made sense. Jorvvic was in his office, as usual, and Seraphina remained in her room. I could feel the weight of the silence around me, heavy and thick, as if everything was on pause, waiting for the inevitable confrontation. I moved silently to my room, shedding my clothes and stepping into the shower, hoping the water could wash away at least some of the tension. When I finished, I stood in front of the mirror, staring at my reflection. The person who looked back at me seemed so unfamiliar. The years of grief, the loss of our parents, the rage I had buried so deep it had all left its mark. I had been broken for so long, and now I was desperately trying to put the pieces back together. But tonight, the cracks were too big, the weight of it all too much. I didn't know how I would handle this. A sharp knock on the door startled me from my thoughts. I wrapped a towel around my waist and opened it to find Jorvvic standing there, his expression unreadable. He knew what I was going through, knew that this was harder for me than it was for anyone. He understood the depth of my loss. He knew how I had nearly lost myself when our parents died. I had fallen so far into a dark place where nothing made sense and the pain never stopped. It was a place I didn't want to return to. I had fought to come back, and though I had found a way to live again, I was still broken in so many ways. I didn't know how to fix it. "Dinner is served," Jorvvic said. His voice was calm, but I could hear the weight of everything behind it. I glanced toward Myra's bedroom door. I hadn't seen her all day. My body longed for the comfort of her presence. But I knew she was struggling too, and I wasn't sure how to handle this. "I'll speak with her," Jorvvic said, almost reading my mind. I nodded, grateful for his understanding. I threw on some gray pants, not bothering with a shirt. There was no need. My mind was still racing, too unsettled to care about the details. I moved downstairs. The house was eerily quiet. The pack's old cook was still in the kitchen, finishing up the last of the meal. I stayed, helping her with a few minor tasks, trying to keep myself busy. It didn't help much, but it was something. I didn't want to sit and wait for the inevitable conversation. Jorvvic was already setting the table when I heard Myra's footsteps descending the stairs. She entered the room, her face a mask of blankness. She glanced at us before sitting at the far end of the table, as far away as possible. I noticed her new haircut, the pixie cut, that seemed to make her look even more fragile, though she was starting to look healthier with each passing day. "Thank you for coming, Myra." Jorvvic greeted her softly, but she didn't return the warmth. She just stared at him, her gaze cold, and then avoided looking at me entirely. "How are you feeling?" Jorvvic asked, his voice steady, even though the tension in the room was palpable. "Terrible," she answered sharply, her voice full of anger. It was impossible not to feel the weight of her emotions in every word she spoke. I could feel the storm brewing inside, too, but I forced myself to remain calm. "I'm sorry for your loss," Jorvvic said, his words sincere. "Your feelings are completely valid." Her gaze flickered between us, the silence thickening. Then she spoke, and her words hit like a slap. "Are you sorry for killing Giovanni?" The room seemed to freeze. The air grew thick with unspoken pain, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. My body tensed, and I gripped the edge of the table as if holding on would keep me grounded. It wasn't her fault. She was grieving too, just like the rest of us. But I didn't know how to make sense of it, how to make this right. Jorvvic didn't flinch. His expression remained neutral, but I could see the flicker of pain behind his eyes. He had been so affected by the loss of our parents, and now this reminder of the past that neither of us could outrun. The silence stretched on, and I couldn't speak. My mind was a whirlwind, and nothing made sense. All I could do was sit there and wait for the words to come, even if I didn't know what they were. Chapter 47. Jorvvic. "Are you sorry for killing Giovanni?" Myra's voice cut through the air, sharp and biting. Her eyes were wild, filled with rage and a deep loathing that felt like poison on her gaze. The two emotions I hated the most. Every time I saw them in her eyes, it felt like a part of me broke, like my wolf was slowly being torn apart. It wasn't something I could bear looking at, but it was there, and it would never go away. It hurt more than I was willing to admit, even to myself. "I'm sorry for killing your father, Myra," I said, my voice steady but heavy. I wanted to make sure it was clear, out in the open. There was no point in dancing around the truth anymore. This was what I had been preparing for all day, yet the storm of emotions in her eyes made it feel like I was walking a tightrope, unsure whether it would snap beneath my weight. "Are you sorry just because he was my father?" she shot back, her voice laced with the intensity of her pain. I could feel her hurt, her anger, the chaos she carried inside her. I could say 100 things to try and justify my actions, to twist my words and soften the impact. But I chose to speak the truth, no matter how much it stung. "Yes," I answered, my voice softer now, but still resolute. "I'm sorry that Giovanni turned out to be your father. But I'm not sorry for killing my parents' murderer." Her eyes flashed with something far darker, more dangerous. Her jaw clenched, and I could see her body tighten, the fury boiling beneath the surface. "He was all I had," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "He took me out of the system, and right when I was starting to have a normal life, I was put back into it. I'm sorry for the—" "Just shut the fuck up," she roared, slamming her fists onto the table so hard I feared she might break something. I tensed, not because of her outburst, but because I was afraid she had hurt herself. Her hands looked raw from the force of the strike. She stood up, her chest rising and falling with each heavy breath. I wanted to reach out, to calm her, to hold her, but I stayed still. My wolf growled inside me, wanting to move, to act, but I knew better than to rush it. "Do you know how it feels to hate a place, to wish you'd never have to go back?" she continued, her voice thick with pain. "But then one day, someone pulls you out of that place, only for you to end up back there again?" Her words cut deep, and an angry tear slipped down her cheek, making my heart tighten painfully. I wanted to touch her, to wipe away the tear, but I couldn't. I had to let her say everything, let her get it out. I could feel Hunter's emotions, too. He was burning with the same need to comfort her, but I knew it wasn't the time. It was too soon. She needed to vent, to express her hurt without us getting in the way. "After everything that happened with Giovanni, you were supposed to be my family," she continued, her voice cracking. "And then you left me alone again. Just when I thought things might be okay, they weren't. And now? Now I'm here, stuck in a place I've always hated, surrounded by people who remind me of everything I lost. The weight of her words hit me like a hammer. I stood there, unable to speak, as guilt seeped into me like poison. A part of me wanted to run, to disappear into the snowy night, but I couldn't. I had to face this. I had to hear her, even if it shattered me. I woke up one day and found myself back in the orphanage I hated the most, she whispered, the pain in her voice raw and unfiltered. It felt like all that time with Giovanni, calling him father, was just a dream. And when I thought he abandoned me, it hurt so much. But when they found him dead, and I wasn't even allowed to say goodbye, she trailed off, her breath hitching. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I felt the guilt clawing at me, digging deeper and deeper into my chest. She had lost everything, just like we had. But unlike us, she had no one to support her through it. After our parents died, we had each other. She didn't have that. I listened quietly, letting her words sink into me. I couldn't bring back Giovanni, couldn't undo the past. But if there were anything I could do to ease her pain, I would do it. I can't bring back Giovanni, but if there's a way I could ease you. Then leave me alone, she interrupted sharply, her voice cold. The only reason I'm even tolerating this right now is because of this stupid mate bond. In reality, I don't want to do anything with you two. It feels like a curse being mated to you. I could feel the weight of her rejection. The sting of her words hit me hard, but I refused to let it show. I could feel Hunter's rage building again, his fists clenching at his sides. But he didn't speak immediately. Then you have to live with the curse, Hunter finally spoke, his voice thick with anger. He had been silent for so long, and now the darkness in his tone was unmistakable. If it feels like a curse, then it's your curse. But there's no way I'm letting you leave us, Myra. You're not the only one who fucking suffered in this. We lost our parents, too. Hunter, I said, stepping forward to stop him. I didn't want this to escalate into a shouting match. We had all lost so much, but yelling wasn't going to fix anything. Seraphina looked between the two of us, her face twisted with hurt. Before I could say anything more, she turned sharply and left the room, her footsteps fading into the distance. Hunter growled in frustration, but I reached out and grabbed his shoulder to stop him from going after her. His anger radiated off him, and I could feel the tension between us. We need to take our time with her, I told him, my voice quiet but firm. I wasn't sure what she needed, but I knew one thing. Pushing her wasn't the way. Doesn't it bother you, brother? He asked, his voice thick with emotion. His anger was still palpable, and it made me uneasy. I'd rarely seen him so consumed by it. She was asking to be left alone. What if she leaves us? I didn't have an answer to that question, and for a moment, I was silent. What if she left us? The thought of losing her or watching her walk away was unbearable. I won't let her leave us, I said, my voice filled with resolve. She's part of us, whether she wants it or not. She'll stay with us no matter what our past is. I want to focus on the future. What if she doesn't want to? Hunter asked, his words laced with doubt. I didn't have an answer for that either. The truth was, I wasn't ready to face that possibility. The idea of her leaving us, of being without her, was something I couldn't even begin to consider. She needs time, I said finally, my voice softer now. She'll come around. We have to give her space. I turned to leave, not having touched the meal on the table. I wasn't hungry. I had to be patient. We all did. Go train for the night, I told Hunter, hoping it would help him burn off some of that rage. It'll help you take your mind off things. I made my way back to the office, hoping she would come to terms with everything in her own time. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but we had to give her the time she needed. She would understand eventually. Chapter 48. Myra. Back in my room, I slipped under the covers and stayed there for hours, hiding from everything. I didn't know if it was the exhaustion or the overwhelming emotions, but I cried. Quietly, silently. It was the only release I had left. The memories of those dark days came crashing back like waves, each one more suffocating than the last, shaking me to the core. The night dragged on, my thoughts a whirlwind of pain, guilt, and confusion. I couldn't shake the memory of that day, the day the officials from the orphanage arrived to take me back. It was the first time I truly felt abandoned, like I was nothing. Like no one wanted me, and no one ever would. I remember the crushing weight of disappointment that settled over me, heavier than anything I'd ever felt. It was a rejection I couldn't escape. Sure, I had been abandoned before. Lovers had come and gone, finding their mates while I was left behind. But nothing compared to the emptiness of that day. The cold reality of being a child left to fend for herself, alone in a world that didn't want her. It changed me that day. It made me colder, more challenging. I learned how to bury those feelings, to lock them away. But they were still there, always lurking beneath the surface, waiting to break free when I least expected it. As I lay there, my mind couldn't help but return to Hunter's words. He had lost his wolf, and it made me pause. He had been through hell, as much as or maybe more than I had. To lose something so vital, so intrinsic to his being, must have been devastating. It was rare for anyone to survive such a loss, and yet, Hunter had made it through. The idea of him going through something like that as a child tore at my heart. I wanted to scream at him, to yell, to vent my anger. But hearing his pain made me stop. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Maybe they had lost more than I realized. Perhaps I wasn't the only one who suffered. I couldn't help but feel guilty for the way I'd yelled at him, for the things I said. For the first time, I saw them differently. I had been so consumed with my pain, so focused on getting revenge, that I had failed to see what they were going through. I couldn't imagine how it felt to lose their parents and their unborn sister so abruptly. The grief, the helplessness, it must have been unbearable. I wanted to hate the brothers, to destroy them for everything I had lost. But day by day, I found more reasons not to. There are more reasons to understand and sympathize with them. Their suffering mirrored my own, and though I didn't want to admit it, I felt a connection to them, despite my anger. But still, I was torn. I wanted to hate them. I tried to make them pay. But I couldn't escape the truth that they were just as broken as I was. I didn't want to face that. Before I knew it, I drifted into sleep, my mind still a tangled mess of thoughts. The dreams, as they always did, came to me in a blur. And then, the moon goddess spoke. That's quite a lot, but I hear you. Her voice floated through the darkness, smooth and soft, yet carrying the weight of power. My heart skipped a beat, and I could feel a chill run down my spine. Thanks for listening, I whispered, unsure if she could even hear me. I will see what I can do, she replied, her tone suddenly darkening. But I have a condition. A condition. Of course. What did I expect? I couldn't just summon a goddess and expect things to fall into place without consequence. I should have known there would be a price. What condition? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. It's simple, but might not be easy for you. She trailed off, her voice becoming distant, unfocused. Whatever I must give you, you shall accept without question. Her words sent a jolt of panic through me. I had heard of people rejecting their mates, a rare occurrence, but never had I felt such fear at the possibility of being one of them. I couldn't bear that. I couldn't live with the idea of rejecting my mate, but the fear crept in anyway. What if she was setting me up to fail? I will accept my mate, I promised, the words falling from my lips before I could stop them. You must keep your word, she said, her voice colder now, her presence stronger as she stepped closer to me. A chill spread through my body, and I felt a moment of weakness that made me drop to my knees, my vision blurring at the edges. I will, I whispered, the words tasting heavy in my mouth. I could barely breathe, the weight of her presence too much. Sleep, my child. Get all the sleep you can before they find you, she murmured, before her voice faded, and she disappeared into the darkness. I gasped for air, my body jerking awake as if someone had been holding me underwater. I struggled to fill my lungs, but no matter how hard I tried, it felt like I couldn't breathe. My chest constricted, and panic gripped me as if I were drowning on dry land. The world spun around me, and I couldn't focus on anything but the suffocating sensation in my chest. Suddenly, hands were on me. Rough, firm hands were trying to cover my face, and I fought back, screaming as loud as I could. I couldn't let them suffocate me. I couldn't let them take my breath away. In a blur of motion, I punched someone, hearing a loud thump, but more arms grabbed me, holding me down. I kicked and screamed, But they held me firmly, and soon, something was placed over my nose, the mask. Gradually, my breathing returned to normal. The tightness in my chest loosened, and I could finally think clearly. The sensation of suffocation receded, but I was still disoriented. I blinked, trying to focus. As my vision cleared, I saw a group of nurses and doctors from the Pack Hospital around me. The dim light of the room was blurring, but I could make out Hunter and Jorvvic standing nearby, their eyes filled with concern as one of the doctors explained something to them in hushed tones. I tried to focus on the conversation, but all I could catch were fragments, lungs, fire, smoke. But what consumed me was the realization that the dream, the vision from the moon goddess, had been a warning. I had promised her that I would accept my mate, yet I had already tried to push it away. I had gone against her, and now I was paying the price. It all made sense now. I had brought this upon myself. Many actions had led to this moment. I was responsible for this chaos, and now it was up to me to fix it. If I didn't, things would only get worse. I closed my eyes, overwhelmed by the weight of the realization. I had a lot to make up for, but it all started with keeping my word. And if I didn't, there would be no going back. Chapter 49. Myra. When I woke up, it was sometime in the afternoon, and the sharp beeping of the machines around me reminded me of my terrible time in the hospital. The feeling of being plugged into those wires, which made me feel so vulnerable, was enough to make my skin crawl. "Don't do that." Jorvvic's sharp command pulled me out of my thoughts as I reached to remove the oxygen mask. It felt uncomfortable against my skin, but I hadn't realized how much I needed it until I tried to take it off. I glanced at him to find him sitting by my bed, reading some papers with a grim look on his face. The silence stretched between us, thick and awkward. But despite his command, I couldn't help myself. I took the mask off anyway. Jorvvic growled in warning, his voice tight, but I didn't stop. Without the mask, I could breathe fine again. I focused on my breath, feeling every inhale, every exhale. My body seemed to be functioning again. I checked myself for any other signs that something was wrong. The movement of Jorvvic getting closer caught my attention. He shuffled on the bed and placed a hand on my arm, his eyes softening when he looked at me. "Put the mask back," he urged, his voice gentler now. "I can breathe," I frowned, irritation bubbling up. "You abruptly stopped breathing last night when I came to check on you," he told me quietly, his hand moving to my short hair. He ran his fingers through it gently, and for a second, I wanted to pull away from him. But I didn't. His touch felt strangely comforting, even though I still tried to fight it. The reminder of last night's events, of the suffocating feeling and the dream of the moon goddess, crashed into me all at once. The reality of my promise to her, of what I had tried to push away, all of it hit me with sudden clarity. I couldn't ignore it anymore. "I can breathe now," I insisted, looking at him with defiance. "Take these things off me. I hate them." He narrowed his eyes at me, his expression still tense. His hair was messy, as if he'd been running his hands through it endlessly, and his salt and pepper stubble made him look older than I remembered. He seemed different, older, more burdened. And it hit me then. He had changed in the time since we'd met. It was like he had aged 10 years in just a few weeks. I must have been giving the brothers a tough time. "That's not happening until your vitals are stable," he said, his voice firm, sounding like a brooding guardian, and despite the irritation still simmering in me, I couldn't help but soften. He was genuinely concerned for me, and that reminded me of Hunter, who had shown me nothing but worry. Hunter, the one who looked at me with that motherly concern, and Jorvvic, the one who treated me like a troubled child, always keeping his distance, but still stepping in when it mattered. The brothers were so different, yet in some ways, they were oddly the same. I wanted to ask where Hunter was, but I already knew. He had always been the one to take care of me while Jorvvic kept his distance, brooding away somewhere. But today, it was Jorvvic at my side, and a small part of me was relieved to see him there. "Where's Hunter?" I asked, my voice softening despite myself. Jorvvic muttered something under his breath, glancing at the door. "He's out dealing with stuff. But that's not important." "Do you want him instead of me?" he asked casually, but his voice had a strange heaviness to it. His eyes met mine with an intensity that made me pause, searching for something, maybe acceptance, maybe permission. I felt a knot tighten in my chest. I wanted to be angry at him, to refuse to acknowledge the bond, but I couldn't bring myself to push him away this time. He wasn't like I thought. He cared. Despite everything, he cared. I opened my mouth to say something, but all that came out was a soft sigh. No, I want you to stay. My voice barely rose above a whisper. Jorvvic relaxed visibly, his shoulders loosening, the tension that had held him in place easing as he nodded. His gaze softened as he studied my face for a moment longer. Then he cleared his throat and began, about last night's dinner. Let's not talk about that right now, I interrupted, my voice firm. Okay, he responded, but there was an edge of frustration in his tone that made me feel guilty. I was about to ask something else, something that had been bothering me for a while now. But is that why Hunter is avoiding me? I pushed, my brow furrowing. His absence today was making me uneasy. It was unlike him to be away when I needed him, and my wolf felt restless, craving both of my mates. Jorvvic's eyes flickered slightly, a flash of something behind them. Well, he likes to deal with his emotions privately, he explained, but something about his answer didn't sit right with me. But I assure you, he's away at this time for work purposes only. I narrowed my eyes at him. What happened? I pressed. I smell some bullshit in that answer of yours. He cocked an eyebrow at me, his expression serious. It's pack-related work. Nothing concerning you, he said, dismissing me with a glance, but I wasn't about to let it go that easily. Before he could retreat, I grabbed his arm, and the moment I did, a rush of sparks shot through me, making my heart race. The heart monitor started beeping rapidly, its obnoxious sound only intensifying the feeling. I barely even noticed it. I was too focused on Jorvvic's reaction, his eyes flickering as if he was struggling to suppress something inside himself. Please tell me. I want to know where Hunter is, I asked, my voice a little softer now. Jorvvic sighed, his posture shifting. He's away, but if you want him, say it, Myra. You don't have to pretend to be with me, he said bluntly, his voice rough. I froze for a moment, caught off guard. If only that damned heart monitor weren't betraying me, I would have snapped back at him, but instead, I found myself lost in his gaze. He wasn't angry. He wasn't trying to force anything on me. It was a simple plea for honesty, and I could see it in his eyes. Why can't I want both of you at the same time? I shot back, glaring at him. For a second, he froze, his expression softening as if the weight of my words hit him too. He took a deep breath, then gently took my hand in his, stroking the back with his thumb. Hunter is dealing with work. I'm not lying to you, Myra. I'll call him here if you want, he said, his tone kinder now, almost apologetic. I bit my lip, not knowing how to respond. The touch was doing things to me, making me feel both irritated and strangely comforted. His closeness, his care, it was starting to get to me, and I didn't want to let it. Okay, I finally said, my voice a little softer. Will I be going back to the hospital? I asked, a note of frustration creeping in as the machines continued their relentless beeping. If your wolf doesn't take over the healing quickly enough, then I'm afraid you'll have to be retaken to the hospital, Jorvvic told me sincerely, sitting back down by my side, his hand still holding mine. I didn't fight it. I don't want that, I said, frowning. I hate hospitals. I don't want to see you like this either, he said, his voice quiet, almost too soft. But your wolf is weak, Myra. Until she's strong, things are going to be like this. We brought you home because we thought having us nearby would encourage your wolf to heal faster. Seems like it's not working so far. Don't blame her, I muttered, my voice rough. I'm not blaming her. I want her to be well, he replied, his eyes softening as he looked at me. The vulnerability in his gaze almost broke me. I want to see you healthy and happy again. You say this even after our past? I had to ask. Even though I didn't want to rehash it, the question still lingered in my mind. Regardless of our situation, I'd always want to see you healthy and happy, Myra, he said, his hand moving back to my hair. I didn't stop him this time. His touch, his words, they were starting to melt away the walls I'd built around myself. I'd do anything not to go back to the hospital, I confessed. He looked at me with dark eyes, and for the first time, I saw something that made me want to believe in him, in us. "You know what you need to do not to get back to the hospital," he said quietly. And in that moment, I realized the truth. I needed to stop fighting the bond. That was the key to healing something I hated to admit. But the moon goddess had set the wheels in motion, and I couldn't turn back now. "I know," I sighed, defeated. Jorvvic leaned in, his face inches from mine, his eyes filled with a storm of emotions. "I'm sorry, Myra," he whispered. "I know my actions caused you suffering in the past. I can't go back and undo them, but I promise you, I will take care of you until my last breath." Chapter 50. Jorvvic. "I'm sorry, Myra," I whispered, my voice thick with emotions I had been holding back for so long. "I know my actions caused you suffering in the past. I can't go back and undo them, but I promise you, I will take care of you until my last breath," I said sincerely, looking at her with the utmost honesty. "I mean what I say." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and I could see her bottom lip quiver. She looked like she was on the verge of breaking down, but she didn't cry. She looked away for a moment, and I waited. I wasn't expecting her forgiveness, not yet anyway. I knew that would take time, but I needed something from her. I felt like I was hanging on the edge of an abyss, ready to perish from hunger, emotional hunger. After a few seconds, she muttered, "Okay," still not looking at me. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. "Thank you," I said, straightening up. The small, almost imperceptible gesture felt like a small victory. It was enough to keep me grounded, to make me believe that there was hope. I kept running my fingers through her short hair. Her lack of resistance made me feel a deep sense of satisfaction. It was a subtle, yet significant win, and it lightened the heavy weight on my chest. My wolf was ecstatic. After so much time of being unable to be close to our mate, the simple act of touching her felt like I was standing at the gates of heaven. It was everything I had longed for. I ran my fingers through her hair again, tracing her jaw gently. My touch was soft, almost reverent, as I slid my finger under her chin, lifting her face to look at me. Her beautiful blue eyes met mine, full of uncertainty. There was a softness in her doe-shaped eyes, a purity that made me want to protect her even more. The investigation into the explosion was still ongoing, but it felt distant right now. We had tried to dig deeper, but there were no answers yet. Myra was the only clue we had, but I didn't want to push her into talking about it. The pain of losing her arm nearly died, it was too much. She didn't need to relive it. Instead, I focused on the present. The silence between us was heavy but not uncomfortable. We were locked in a moment where the world outside felt distant, and all I could focus on was her. My fingers continued their gentle caress over her jaw, sending small sparks of warmth through me with every touch. Up close, I could feel her wolf under her skin, the soft, restless energy of our bond, ready to connect with mine. This was the closest we had been, the most intimate we had ever shared. My breath caught as she gazed at me, her eyes never leaving mine. It felt like time stood still. "Your eyes are so beautiful, Myra," I couldn't help but say, my voice almost a whisper. She blinked rapidly, as if surprised by the compliment, before a soft smile curved on her lips. My heart skipped a beat. She was stunning, even in her illness. I couldn't tear my eyes away from her, no matter how hard I tried. When she had been unconscious in the hospital, I'd spent hours at her side, just staring at her peaceful face, memorizing every detail. And now, seeing her look back at me like this, everything in me screamed to hold her, never to let go. I leaned in, my lips hovering over hers for a brief moment. I waited for any sign that she might pull back, that she wasn't ready. But instead, she took my face in her hands, pulling me closer. Her lips met mine, soft at first, but then they grew more intense, as if she were trying to consume me. I kissed her back, slow but deep, not wanting to rush her, but at the same time, I couldn't help myself. My body was on fire for her. I wanted all of her, every part of her, but I had to remain in control. She was still fragile, still recovering, and I wasn't about to push her too hard. After a light kiss, I pulled back slightly, but Myra wasn't done. She pulled me back to her lips, kissing me more fiercely this time, as if she couldn't get enough of me. Her small, warm tongue lingered at my lips, asking me for more. The hunger I felt mirrored hers, but I held myself back. Not now. Not yet. I deepened the kiss, my tongue sliding past her lips, exploring her mouth slowly, coaxing hers to meet mine. She moaned against me, her hands moving restlessly over my body, trying to pull me closer. She grabbed my collar, tugging me against her, and I shifted closer to her, trying to maintain the kiss while staying mindful of her weakness. "Hold me," she whimpered against my lips. I didn't need to be told twice. I lay beside her and pulled her into my arms, cradling her gently. She felt so small, so delicate in my embrace. Her head rested against my chest, and she sighed contentedly, as if the world had fallen into place. It filled me with warmth, a sense of rightness that I had never felt before. Holding her like this, so close, so perfect, eased almost all the stress I had been carrying for weeks. It was like all the weight of the world melted away when she was in my arms. "My sweet Myra," I whispered, gathering her closer, running my nose along her neck. She smelled like heaven. My canines ached, wanting to sink into her, to mark her, but I held back. This moment was about her, not my desires. I needed to give her what she wanted, not take what I wanted. She made a soft moan, and then, to my surprise, she sought my lips again. I kissed her gently, softly, again and again, feeling her reciprocate with the same tenderness, the same hunger. My knot was tight in my pants, aching, but I ignored it, focused only on her. She was all that mattered. For the first time, it felt like she was finally opening up to me. She wanted me, and that was enough. We lay there for what felt like an eternity, kissing, holding each other, or just lying in silence. Our hearts beat in sync, our breaths slow and steady, as if the world outside didn't matter anymore. She snuggled closer to me, seeking my warmth, and I gave it to her. I was hers entirely, in every way. Only if she knew how much she meant to me. Chapter 51. Myra. I never imagined that I could feel so peaceful and protected lying in Jorvvic's arms. All this time, I had thought he was a cold-hearted, ruthless man, someone who only cared about using others to get ahead, crushing anyone who got in his way. He was certainly that kind of man in many ways, but what I didn't expect was the soft side of him, the tenderness that I had never seen before. He let me snuggle into him, letting me rest my head on his chest after all the tender kisses. I still felt a longing deep within me, a craving for something hotter, something more intense, but he was holding back. His kisses were sweet and gentle, not the fiery passion I had imagined, and I couldn't help but wonder why. Maybe he was taking it slow, considering my condition, but in that moment, I needed more than just gentleness. I needed intensity, the kind of passion that made everything else fade away. But at the same time, I appreciated his restraint. The way he was careful with me, the way he held me like I was something precious, made me feel things I wasn't ready to admit to myself. I wanted him closer, but at the same time, I wanted him to take his time with me, to show me that I wasn't just an afterthought in his life. "Do you want to sleep?" he asked softly, his voice low and husky, sending a rush of butterflies through me. I could feel his breath against my ear, sending shivers down my spine. "Are you going to stay?" I asked before I could stop myself, my voice barely above a whisper. I didn't want him to leave. I wanted him right here beside me. His presence calmed me in a way I didn't think was possible. My wolf seemed to be more at ease with him close, and for the first time in a long time, I felt at peace. "I will if you want me to," he said, his eyes searching mine, looking for the answer in my expression. His gaze was intense, but there was a tenderness there, too, something I wasn't used to seeing from him. "Then stay," I whispered, feeling the words leave my lips before I could think. I felt shy about asking him to stay, but a part of me desperately wanted him to. He smiled softly, his lips curling upward in a way that made my heart flutter. He nodded once, and I watched him pull the covers over us, making sure I was tucked in comfortably before settling back into his arms. I melted into him, letting my body relax as I snuggled closer, my head resting against his chest. There was something comforting about being in his arms, something that made me feel safe, almost like nothing could touch me. I could feel his body against mine, strong and solid, and I found myself thinking about how different this was compared to being with Hunter. With Hunter, it was playful, light-hearted, almost like being with a carefree friend. But with Jorvvic, his presence was commanding. It was a dominant kind of calmness that made me feel protected, but also, strangely, vulnerable. He was everything I needed in a way I hadn't expected. His aura was strong, and it radiated a sense of security that I didn't realize I'd been missing. I could feel the tension in his muscles as he pressed closer to me, his body wound tight. It wasn't just the physical tension that I felt. There was something else, something deeper between us that neither of us was willing to acknowledge, at least not yet. His body seemed to respond to mine, and I could feel the heat between us, even as he tried to stay composed. His hands shifted slightly, and I felt his body growing tense against mine. His muscles were stiff beneath me, and the solid warmth of him was overwhelming, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It made me feel like I belonged there, like I was exactly where I needed to be. "Sleep," he whispered again, his voice a little strained now as he placed his hand gently over my heart, feeling the steady beat beneath his palm. I closed my eyes, listening to the sound of our breaths matching in rhythm, our hearts thumping together in time. But as much as I wanted to fall asleep, I couldn't stop myself from feeling the tension, the desire that hung in the air between us. The proximity, the way we were lying so close, seemed to draw us together in a way I couldn't explain. It wasn't that I wasn't content with his tenderness, but I needed more than that. I needed to feel his fire, the same way he needed to feel mine. Without thinking, I shifted slightly, moving closer to him, pressing my body against his. His breath hitched, and for a moment, I thought he might push me away, but instead, he froze, his body tense under mine. I could feel his restraint, the way he was holding back, and it both frustrated and excited me. "You're moving too much," he murmured, his voice low and strained as he tried to keep himself still. "What are you doing?" I smiled to myself, pretending to sleep, but I couldn't resist the playful teasing. "I don't like that," I said softly, pushing closer into him, feeling his warmth surround me. For a moment, he didn't respond. His muscles grew tighter as if he were battling with himself. "Sorry," he muttered, his voice rough, his body stiffening in a way that made my pulse quicken. I couldn't help but laugh softly, the tension between us shifting from frustration to something else entirely. "You don't have to apologize," I said, my voice light, but the way my fingers brushed against his chest showed how much I wanted to see him lose control. He stiffened, and I could feel him holding back, his eyes darkening as he tried to regain his composure. "You know what you're doing," he growled, his voice a low rumble that sent a shiver down my spine. I looked up at him innocently, but there was no hiding the mischief in my smile. "What?" I asked, feigning confusion, even as my heart raced with the anticipation of what might come next. "You know exactly what you're doing," he repeated, his hands grabbing mine, stopping me from roaming any further. His grip was firm, but his eyes were full of desire, dark and intense, and it made me want to push him even further. But I didn't. "Not yet. Can I see you?" I asked suddenly, unable to stop myself. My voice was soft, almost pleading, but I could see the hesitation in his eyes before he answered. "No," he said quickly, his voice a bit more guttural, a deep rumble of refusal that made my pulse spike. He was trying so hard to keep control, but I could see the struggle in him. I pouted slightly, pretending to be disappointed, even though my heart was pounding in my chest. "Okay," I said softly, turning my face away. But I didn't stop teasing. I moved my hand slowly, running it down his chest, feeling the tension in his body, the way he reacted to my touch. The silence between us stretched on, and I could feel the thick, heady weight of our desire hanging in the air. He seemed to be thinking about it, considering what I had said, and I couldn't help but notice how his body responded to me. Finally, he put a finger under my chin, making me look at him. His gaze was intense, burning into mine as if he were searching for something in me. "I didn't want to scare or upset you, Myra," he said softly, his voice sincere. "But I need to know if you're ready for this. Do you want to see me?" I swallowed hard, my heart thundering in my chest. "I want to see all of you," I whispered, my voice a little shaky, but the words felt right. His eyes darkened even more, the air between us crackling with the force of our connection. I could see the struggle in him, but I also saw something else, something that told me, no matter what, he wasn't going to hurt me. Not like before. "I want to be with you, Myra," he said, his voice rough, full of promise. And in that moment, I knew we were both standing at the edge of something. Neither of us was ready to leap just yet, but we were both willing to take that step. Chapter 52. Jorvvic. I felt like an absolute fool for turning down her request. As soon as I said no, I could feel the shift in her. The silence stretched between us like an impenetrable wall, and I watched as she closed off, retreating into herself. Even though she was still beside me, I could feel the distance growing, and it gnawed at me. I hated that feeling, the way it made me feel like I was losing her all over again. I wanted to pull her closer, to soothe her with every touch, every word. I needed her just as much as she needed me. The truth was, after weeks of silence and being unable to be close to her, the opportunity to finally kiss her, to finally spend time with her, felt like a lifeline. But instead, I had shut it down, and I couldn't stop berating myself for it. The moon goddess must have been smiling down on me today, because Seraphina was opening up to me in a way I never thought would happen. She accepted me at least physically, and for a moment, it felt like a dam had burst, letting all the pleasure and connection flood through me. And then, just as quickly, I closed it all off. I had told myself it was because she was still recovering, because I didn't want things to move too soon. But the truth was, I was afraid. Afraid that if I let myself go, if I let my self-control snap, I might not be able to stop myself. Her silence only deepened the guilt inside me. I needed her close, needed to feel her next to me, needed to make her feel safe, but all I had managed to do was push her further away. I couldn't let that happen. I wouldn't let it. Reaching out, I gently placed a finger under her chin, lifting her face to mine. Her beautiful blue eyes met mine, and I could see the flicker of hesitation there, but also something deeper, something that mirrored my hunger, my longing. It was there in her gaze, and I knew I wasn't the only one fighting this battle. "I didn't want to scare you, Myra. Do you want to see me?" I asked, my voice low and filled with vulnerability. I wanted to reach her, to show her that I wasn't just a cold, distant man. I wanted to show her that I cared, that I was ready to give her the space she needed, but also, I wanted to make her feel the connection between us. She hesitated, but her gaze never wavered from mine. "I want to see you," she whispered, her voice soft and filled with something I couldn't quite place. Her hand brushed against my chest, and I could feel the electricity between us, that pull that had been there since the moment we met. It was almost overwhelming, the way my body reacted to hers. As she inched closer, my breath hitched, and my heart raced. I wanted to be with her, to hold her, but something held me back. I was so close to losing control, to giving in to the desire that was burning through me. I tried to stay calm, reminding myself that she was still healing, that I needed to take it slow. But the more she touched me, the more I felt myself slipping. I watched as her fingers moved towards my pants, and I swallowed hard. My body responded instinctively, but I still held back. She paused, her gaze flicking up to mine, and I could see the uncertainty in her eyes. It made my chest tighten. She was just as unsure as I was, and that made me want to reassure her even more. She seemed to hesitate, unsure of what to do next, and I could see the battle in her eyes. I didn't want her to feel pressured, but at the same time, I needed to show her that I was here, that I wanted her, and that I wouldn't push her into anything she wasn't ready for. "You don't have to do anything, Myra," I murmured, my voice a low growl as I gently took her hand, pulling it away from my pants. "I just want you to know that I'm here, no matter what." Her eyes softened, and for a brief moment, I saw the vulnerability she had been hiding. She nodded slightly, but I could feel her desire, her hunger, and it mirrored mine. We stayed like that for a few moments, the air thick with unspoken words, until finally, she shifted again, moving closer to me. This time, it was different. Her movements were more deliberate, more confident. She lifted her face to mine, and before I could stop myself, I kissed her. It was gentle at first, slow, but it quickly deepened. I could feel her hands move to my chest, and the sensation of her fingers on my skin sent shivers down my spine. She was still tentative, but there was a hunger in her touch, a need I couldn't ignore. I kissed her back, my hands resting lightly on her back as I tried to keep myself from overwhelming her. I wanted to show her that this was about more than just physical desire. I wanted to show her that I was here for her, that I cared for her, that I wasn't just some cold, distant man. I needed her to see that, to understand that this was about more than just the heat between us. It was about trust, about connection. She pulled back slightly, her lips still inches from mine, and I could see the uncertainty in her eyes. "Are you sure?" I whispered, my breath heavy, my body still aching with desire. I needed to be sure too. I needed to know that she was ready for this, that she wasn't doing this just because she felt obligated or because I had pushed her into it. She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she looked at me, her gaze searching, as if weighing something in her mind. I could see the conflict there, but also the trust. It was raw, unspoken, and it made my heart race. "I want to be close to you," she said softly, her voice filled with a quiet sincerity that melted any remaining resistance in me. Without a word, I pulled her closer, wrapping my arms around her tightly, holding her against me as if she were the only thing that mattered. And in that moment, she was. She was the only thing I could think about, the only thing that mattered. The tension between us was palpable, but this time, it didn't feel like something that was pulling us apart. It felt like something that was pulling us together. We were no longer fighting it. We were no longer pretending. This was real. And for the first time, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it could work between us. Chapter 53. Hunter. I stared at the screen, scrolling through the recent progress reports on the offshore accounts. We had made progress, finally salvaging some substantial accounts and identifying others that could still be saved. It was a small victory in the larger picture, a distraction from the chaos that surrounded us. Work had become the one thing I could focus on, a brief escape from the worries gnawing at me. Even with everything else demanding attention, my thoughts kept drifting back to Myra. I was worried about her health, no doubt. But there was a slight relief in knowing that Jorvvic was with her. After the incident last night, I had wanted to stay by her side, but I sensed Jorvic's distress and knew he needed to be with her. He was her mate. He needed to be there more than I did, and as hard as it was, I decided to give them the space they needed. Now, I was left with work. I hadn't been as productive in weeks, and some updates required my attention, though none of them were excellent news. Thorn's damage from months ago was still being dealt with. But she had struck again, right when we thought we were on top of it. This time, however, it was much worse. She had crossed a line. Selling intel to the Drakons of the Arctic was a betrayal of everything we had worked for, a violation of the treaty that had kept us from another war for years. The Drakons are our sworn enemies. The ones we had spent years fighting. There had been enough bloodshed between our factions, and the treaty signed between us was fragile, but it had held until now. Thorn was trying to ignite the flames of conflict once again. And this time, she was making it personal. I couldn't ignore it. The situation was deteriorating, and I couldn't afford to be distracted by Myra's health. Still, every time I tried to focus, my mind would wander back to her, wondering how she was doing and adjusting. She was recovering from the explosion, but there were still so many unanswered questions, questions that only she could answer. The explosion itself remained a mystery, and we were no closer to finding out who was behind it. The only person who could shed light on it was Myra. But I wasn't ready to push her. She had been through so much already. I didn't want to add more weight to her already heavy burden. Jorvvic and I were both on the same page here. Her health and well-being came first. But the urgency of the situation was apparent. Thorn was pushing us, testing our patience, and she had made a dangerous move by involving the Drakons. I wasn't sure how much longer we could ignore the escalating threats. When I returned home, I found Jorvvic in the office, his attention absorbed by the same reports I had been going over. Seraphina was asleep in her room, her vitals stable for now. Jorvvic looked better than the night before, but I could see the weight of the situation still hanging over him. His eyes were heavy with concern, and it wasn't just about Myra's health. It was about everything, the threat from Thorn, the tension between us, and the unknowns that still lingered. I stepped into the office, my presence causing him to look up briefly. His face softened when he saw me, but it didn't last long. The news I had to share was unsettling. "We need to talk to her," I said, my voice low and steady. "I know she's still recovering, but Thorn is playing a dangerous game. She's selling our intel to the Drakons. If we don't stop her, we could be looking at another war. She's pushing the limits of the treaty, and we can't just sit back and let her do this." Jorvic's expression darkened, his jaw tightening as the weight of my words sank in. "I know," he muttered, his hands rubbing his eyes tiredly. "I didn't want to worry her, but we don't have a choice anymore. Thorn is playing with fire, and if she's planning something with the Drakons, we need to stop it before it escalates. We don't have many clues," I pointed out. "But Myra knows something. She's the only one who can tell us what happened that day." Jorvvic sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair. "We can't force her into this, Hunter. She's still adjusting to the idea of the cybernetic arm. I don't want to push her too much, not yet. I want to give her a few more days before we bring it up." I nodded reluctantly. As much as I wanted to take action, I understood where Jorvvic was coming from. Myra needed to be stable before we confronted her with such a heavy topic. The last thing we needed was for her to feel overwhelmed by everything at once. "You're right," I said, "but we don't have the luxury of time. I think we should still prepare for a conversation with her, just in case." The longer we wait, the more dangerous Thorn becomes. Jorvvic was quiet for a long moment, his eyes focused on the papers in front of him. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer. "We've been walking on eggshells for weeks. It's time to get to the bottom of this. But I need her to be strong enough for it. She's been through a lot, and I'm not going to push her until I'm sure she's ready." I understood his hesitation. I wanted to respect her boundaries too. But the clock was ticking. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were running out of time. The tension in the air was palpable, and I knew we had to act before it was too late. "So, what now?" I asked, my gaze locked on my brother's. "We wait," Jorvvic said, his voice tired but resolute. "We give her the time she needs, and when she's ready, we talk." I sighed, frustration building in my chest. But I knew there was no other way. Myra's health had to come first, no matter how much the situation outside was spiraling. I just hoped we weren't making a mistake by delaying things any longer. Later that evening, I sat in my room, reflecting on the events of the day. I couldn't stop thinking about my mother. The idea of seeing her again stirred something profound within me, something I hadn't felt in a long time. I had been so consumed by everything else that I hadn't made time for her. Matt's voice broke through my thoughts. "Did you visit her?" he asked, his tone knowing. I sighed deeply, still unsure. "No," I replied, rubbing my temples. "I can't. Not yet." "You've been pushing it aside for too long, Hunter," Matt said gently. "You can't keep running from the past. See her. If it's bothering you this much, go." I didn't say anything for a long while, my thoughts swirling. I wasn't ready. But maybe, just maybe, it was time to face it. "I'll think about it," I finally said, before retreating into my thoughts, unsure of where to go next. Chapter 54. The next morning, I woke up feeling something I hadn't in a long time, a sense of ease. It wasn't just physical, though. I felt lighter, as if I had shed some invisible weight. Since the explosion, my body had been in a constant state of recovery, but now it felt like I was making actual progress. My energy levels were higher, and my wolf was active, eager, and moving within me. I could feel her stirring, ready to reclaim her strength, and for the first time in what seemed like forever, I felt like I was truly healing. When I looked in the mirror, I saw a reflection that was becoming more familiar to me. My face looked softer, less bony, the sharp edges I had grown used to fading away. My breasts, which had been almost non-existent from the stress of everything, were starting to return to their natural shape. It wasn't a massive change, but it was something. My head, which had been covered in scars, seemed a little less heavy. I could almost forget the trauma of it all. The cybernetic arm, still unfamiliar, felt more like my own now. It was strange how time had begun to soften its presence, though I couldn't deny the disorientation it sometimes caused. Still, I was learning to adjust, accepting it as a part of me, and that felt like progress in itself. In the shower, I took my time. I let the warm water soothe my muscles, exfoliating my skin and shaving my legs and arms. It was a ritual of care, something I hadn't allowed myself in weeks. My newly grown hair felt different, too, curlier than before. It was a small thing, but it made me smile. Something as simple as a new texture to my hair felt like a victory. It was mine, and it was changing, just like everything else. When I stepped out of the shower, feeling clean and refreshed, I saw Hunter. My heart skipped a beat at the sight of him. It wasn't just the physical attraction, it was the relief of seeing him there, of knowing he was part of my world again. I hadn't honestly had the chance to spend time with him since my confrontation with Jorvvic. The tension from that night still lingered in my mind, a knot I hadn't yet untangled. Hunter smiled when he saw me, his eyes lighting up with something I couldn't name, but it was warm and familiar. "You look beautiful," he said, his voice soft and sincere. I couldn't help but feel a blush rise to my cheeks at the compliment, though his gaze wasn't just focused on my appearance. He was looking at me as though I were the most critical person in the world. I climbed onto the bed, unable to resist him. Before I even realized what I was doing, I flung myself into his lap, wrapping my arms around his neck. I buried my face in the crook of his neck, inhaling his scent, his warmth, his strength, his familiarity. It was everything I needed. My wolf purred with contentment at being close to him again. She had missed him just as much as I had. I hadn't realized just how much I longed for this connection until I was wrapped up in it, nestled against him like this. His hands came to rest on my back, gentle at first, then more firmly as he held me closer. "Are you feeling better?" he asked, his voice soft, almost tender, as he ran his hands over my back. "I'm feeling better now," I whispered, my voice barely above a murmur. I didn't want to let go of him. I wanted to stay like this, safe in his arms. He let me stay there, his arms wrapped around me, holding me as if he were afraid to let me go. I could feel the unspoken words between us, the emotions we hadn't shared yet. We both had wounds, both physical and emotional, but being in his embrace, I felt like I was healing, even without saying a word. His voice lowered, darkened in a way that made my heart race. "Did you miss me, my pussy cat?" The pet's name, though playful, carried something deeper and almost intimate. It stirred something inside me, making my pulse quicken. I swallowed hard, not sure if I was ready to answer. But there was no point in lying. "Yes," I whispered, my lips brushing his neck. I could feel the way he tensed, his breath hitching slightly at my touch. His hands moved from my back to my hips, pulling me closer until I could feel the heat of him against me. The tension between us was growing, but it wasn't just desire, it was something deeper, something unspoken that hung in the air. "I missed you too, my sweetheart," he murmured in my ear. His voice was thick with emotion, and I could feel the weight of his words pressing down on me. "Do you want to see how much I missed you?" My heart raced. There was a hunger in his voice that mirrored my own, but I was still caught between what I wanted and what I needed. I wanted him, I always did, but the emotional side of me still felt raw, exposed, fragile. "I'll let you see me once you eat all your breakfast," he teased, his voice lighter now, though there was still that undercurrent of something more. It was playful, but also a reminder that we both needed to take care of ourselves. "You need to take care of yourself first, pussycat." I groaned but agreed, knowing he was right. I needed to take care of myself, and it wasn't just physical recovery, it was mental too. We both needed to heal, and the care he was showing me, the way he fed me and pampered me, was part of that healing. It made me realize how much I had taken him for granted in the past, and how deeply I had hurt him by pushing him and Jorvvic away. Once the meal was finished, I couldn't keep the words inside anymore. The guilt from our argument at dinner weighed heavily on me, and I knew I needed to apologize. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my voice thick with emotion. I felt like a coward for not addressing it sooner, but I needed to get it off my chest. Hunter looked at me with understanding, his hand gently cupping my cheek. "It's okay," he assured me. "We don't have to talk about it right now." Relief flooded through me. He wasn't angry. He wasn't going to push me away. Instead, he leaned in, kissing me gently, reassuring me with the softness of his touch. "My pussy cat deserves all the best things in the world," he muttered against my lips, his voice filled with affection. "I'll do anything for my sweetheart." I melted under his words, my heart swelling with love for him. But there was still something else I needed to ask, something that had been bothering me. "Why didn't you come to see me yesterday?" I asked softly, my fingers tracing the muscles in his chest as I clung to him. "I was busy," he replied with a shrug, though I could tell it was more complicated than that. "Just some mess to clean up." "Was it more important than me?" I asked playfully, though I couldn't hide the slight bite of insecurity in my voice. He chuckled, brushing a lock of hair from my face. "No," he said, his voice softening. "But since Jorvvic was with you, I thought you two needed some alone time." I nodded, understanding his reasoning. It wasn't about him choosing to stay away. It was about respecting the space we needed to heal. "Were you kind to him, sweetheart?" Hunter asked, his voice taking on a darker tone, though it was laced with something else, something I couldn't quite place. "Did you let him in?" His words, though innocent enough, made my breath hitch. I hesitated, my mind racing as I tried to find the right words. I played with him," I said softly, my voice low as I admitted the truth. Hunter's eyes darkened, a look of understanding passing between us. "Such a good girl," he whispered, his voice laced with affection and pride. "You're meant to be shared, remember that. You belong to both of us." His words hit me harder than I expected, and my heart raced in my chest. There was so much we needed to work through, but in this moment, it felt right. It felt like we were slowly finding our way back to each other. Chapter 55. Hunter. I ran my fingers softly across Myra's arm, feeling the warmth of her body against mine. It had only been a few days, but it felt like a lifetime. My wolf and I had been restless, waiting to have her in my arms again. Now, with her close, it felt like everything was finally right in the world. As I held her, I couldn't shake the gnawing feeling in the pit of my stomach. Thorn was still out there, and the threat she posed loomed large. I had spent the whole night thinking about what she could be planning and the risks we were facing. A war with the Drakons could be inevitable, and that was the last thing any of us wanted. The thought of it was enough to keep me up all night, my mind racing as I replayed every possible scenario in my head. I thought of the wars that had come before my great-grandfather had fought in one, and the scars of it still lingered in our family. The treaty we held with the Drakons had kept us at peace for years, but all of that could unravel in an instant if either side broke the agreement. And now, with the intel that Thorn had sold, it seemed like she was pushing us toward that edge. I couldn't hold on to those thoughts for long, though, not when Myra was here, finally settled in my arms. She snuggled closer to me, her breathing slow and steady, but I could feel her body tense slightly, as if she, too, was aware of the weight of the situation. "What are you thinking?" Myra's voice was soft, a whisper against the stillness. I sighed deeply. Jorvvic had asked me not to bring up the situation with her just yet, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. We couldn't afford to wait a week. Thorn was moving, and we needed to act fast. "How do you feel about your arm, Myra?" I asked, trying to keep my voice gentle as I caressed her cheek. She sighed, her face softening slightly as she closed her eyes. "It's all right. Sometimes it makes me uncomfortable," she admitted. "I'm not sure if it will work once I shift into my wolf." I nodded, understanding. "We can try if you want," I offered. "It might help if you let your wolf out for a run. She could help heal you faster." She thought for a moment before nodding slowly, as if contemplating the idea. I could feel her hesitation, but also the flicker of hope that maybe, just maybe, running as her wolf would help her feel more whole again. After a pause, I steeled myself to ask the question I had been avoiding. The question that had been gnawing at me since the explosion. "Myra," I started, my voice slower than usual. Do you remember anything about the explosion? The air seemed to thicken between us. Her body went rigid almost instantly. My hand gently cupped her face as I leaned in and kissed her jaw, trying to soothe her. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it, I reassured her, but I knew that if we didn't discuss it now, the investigation might not get the answers we so desperately needed. But it'd help us understand what happened, Myra. We need to know who did this to you. She didn't respond immediately. I could feel the hesitation building in her, the walls she was erecting. I could feel the storm inside her. She was reliving it all. Perhaps the memories were too much to bear. After a few moments of silence, she exhaled, and I could sense her struggle to find the words. The explosion, she started, her voice trembling slightly. It was an accident. Her words struck me like a punch. An accident? Everything about that explosion had screamed intentional, and I couldn't make sense of what she was saying. What do you mean? I asked, unable to stop myself from pressing further. How did it happen? What were you doing there? She didn't immediately answer, but I could see the wheels turning in her mind. Her blue eyes gleamed, distant yet intense. There was something she wasn't saying, something hidden in the way she held herself. I could tell she was conflicted, trying to piece it all together. I'm sorry, I breathed, realizing that I might be pushing her too much. But at the same time, I knew that the investigation depended on what she could remember. We needed answers, but not at the expense of her well-being. I didn't want to trigger you, I added softly, my hand gently stroking her arm in an attempt to comfort her. Do you know why we went to Lake Town? When she didn't respond right away, I continued, we've been tracking someone. A hacker. Her name is Morgan. She's caused us a lot of trouble, and we finally tracked her to her base. But we didn't find her there. We need to find her, Myra. She's dangerous. She's the one selling intel to the Drakons. Her reaction was immediate. She froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What? She asked, sitting up slightly, her face contorted with shock. Thorn is trying to stir things up with the Drakons, I said, my voice tense. I was watching her closely, trying to gauge her response. She didn't look overwhelmed, but there was something there, something I couldn't quite place. How is that possible? She asked, her voice filled with disbelief. I narrowed my eyes. I could tell she knew more than she was letting on, and I wasn't sure whether it was something she was holding back intentionally or something she had yet to process fully. Do you know anything about Morgan? I asked, my voice firm with curiosity. She didn't answer immediately. I could feel the storm of emotions building within her. From the bond, I could sense her frustration, her confusion, and her anger all colliding. She was connected to Morgan in some way, whether directly or indirectly, I wasn't sure. But it was becoming clear that the puzzle was bigger than I had realized. I know her, she said quietly, her voice barely audible. I felt my heart race at her words. How? I demanded, my mind reeling. Could she be connected to Thorn somehow? I can't explain that now, she said, her eyes flicking away from mine. First, tell me what has happened since the explosion. I should have paid more attention, she muttered, frustration evident in her voice. I couldn't stop myself. I pulled her into my arms, trying to calm her down. It's okay, Myra. Don't worry about it. Let me explain. But she pulled away from me, her eyes blazing with determination. No, she growled, her voice low and fierce. I need to know. Tell me everything. Her energy shifted. Myra, weak and sick just moments ago, was now a force to be reckoned with. I had never seen her so fiery, so driven. I could feel her resolve. This wasn't just about the explosion anymore. This was about something big, something more dangerous than either of us had expected. The last thing Thorn did was freeze some of our offshore accounts, I said, my voice strained. We've managed to recover some, but there's more we need to address. One of our moles has informed us that Thorn has been trading intel with the Drakons, and she's in constant contact with them. Myra's face strained of color as the weight of my words sank in. I could feel the tension in the air, but I regretted bringing it up to her. If she got sick again, Jorvvic would kill me. Myra, don't, I began to protest, but she was already on her feet, her eyes blazing with anger. What kind of intel did she sell them? She demanded, her voice rising. Tell me more. I hesitated. Myra, calm down. It's not worth getting yourself worked up. But she wasn't listening. Tell me, she snapped, her anger filling the room. Her strength was overwhelming, and for the first time, I realized just how much she had changed. Despite everything, she was still fierce, still capable of facing whatever came her way. Before I could say anything else, she stormed out of the room, her determination propelling her forward. I followed her, not sure where she was headed. I was certain that this situation was spiraling out of control. We were all walking a fine line, and I had no idea how much longer we could hold it together. Myra had just taken matters into her own hands. Chapter 56. Jorvvic. The rhythmic clicking of my keyboard was interrupted by the sound of heavy footsteps outside the office, followed by the unmistakable sound of the door slamming open. Before I could even glance up, the door was thrown back with such force that the frame rattled. My heart skipped a beat as I looked up to see Myra standing in the doorway, her posture stiff and her face twisted in an expression I had never seen before. Her eyes were cold, filled with an unsettling fury that made my stomach churn. For the first time in our time together, her presence sent a cold shiver down my spine. There was something primal in the way she stood, like a predator ready to pounce. I had never known her to be like this. Behind her was Hunter, visibly tense, his face pale with anxiety as he moved to speak, but he seemed unsure whether to approach her or step back. He was panicking, and his discomfort only made the situation worse. "Tell me everything," Myra demanded, her voice low and menacing. It was no longer the voice I was used to hearing, filled with warmth and softness. Now it was raw and harsh, like the growl of a beast. Her eyes were dark, and her wolf seemed to have fully taken over her, pushing her emotions to a boiling point. My mind raced, trying to understand what had triggered this transformation. This was not the Myra I knew. What had happened? Hunter's eyes shifted away from mine, his guilty gaze betraying him. I could see the fear in his eyes, and I knew, in that moment, he had been the one to fuel her rage. "Tell me what?" I asked cautiously, my voice steady despite the tension that seemed to be building in the room. I slowly rose from my chair, trying to keep my movements calm, but the situation felt like it was quickly slipping out of control. Hunter started pacing behind Myra, a sign that he was caught up in the whirlwind of emotions he had helped stir. "Tell me what Thorn has done." "I need to know," she demanded again, her voice deepening, the force of her words almost shaking the room. There was no warmth in her voice now, only a cold desperation that made my blood run cold. I had never seen her like this, OT, in all our time together. The Myra I knew was strong, but calm and controlled. This was a different side of her, a side that scared me more than I cared to admit. I turned my gaze to Hunter, my eyes narrowing with accusation. It was clear that he had done something to provoke this. I had told him not to get her involved, to let her rest and heal. But here she was, standing before me like a force of nature, demanding answers. I could see the weight of guilt settling in Hunter's features. He had made a decision that now seemed to be unraveling everything. "Myra," I said softly, stepping closer to her, my voice calm and soothing. "You need to calm down or you'll overexert yourself. You'll lose all your strength and just tell me already." Myra screamed, cutting me off, and the sheer volume of her voice sent a shockwave through the office. The walls seemed to shiver as the force of her outburst reverberated throughout the room. Hunter, caught off guard by her sudden outburst, flinched back. He seemed to want to say something, but wisely held his tongue. "Myra," I growled, stepping closer, my voice carrying a dangerous edge. "You need to stop. This isn't going to help you." Her eyes locked with mine, cold and determined. What kind of intel did that imposter sell to the Drakons? She pressed, her jaw clenched tightly as if the words were physically painful to say. "Tell me." The way she spoke felt like a command, a force that I couldn't ignore. She was no longer the vulnerable woman I had known. She had transformed into something fierce, unstoppable. Her eyes, usually so soft and expressive, now had an icy coldness in them that sent chills down my spine. I glanced over at Hunter again. This was his doing. He had made the mistake of telling her everything, of setting her off when she should have been resting. I took a deep breath and tried to remain calm. You don't need to get involved in this, Myra. This is something we have under control. I wanted to reassure her, though my voice wavered slightly. But she wasn't having it. She let out a bitter laugh, a sound that cut through my words like a blade. You think you have this under control? She mocked, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You have no idea what's going on. So tell me, what did Thorn sell? I could feel my blood begin to boil. Her mocking tone was not something I was used to, and it stirred something profound within me. I was losing control, and I didn't like it. But I couldn't let this continue. I haven't gotten the full details yet. I began carefully, trying to keep my voice level. But it's mostly about what Thorn has been gathering against us. Myra's expression darkened even further. She laughed again, this time more bitterly than before. You don't know who you're dealing with, do you? Her voice was laced with disbelief. Thorn wouldn't just give up information like that. So what's the truth? I looked over at Hunter, who had retreated into a corner of the room, his face pale as he avoided my gaze. I turned back to Myra, trying to piece the puzzle together. What do you mean? Isn't Morgan the one who sold the intel to the Drakons? Hunter chimed in, but the warning look I shot him made him fall silent. My eyes never left Myra's as I asked again, you know Morgan? The one who sold the intel wasn't Morgan, Myra replied cryptically, her voice so cold it could freeze the air around us. Then who? I asked, my confusion growing. If it wasn't Morgan, who is it? She leaned back against one of the chairs, her movements poised and controlled, but there was something else in her eyes. She was holding something back, and I could feel it. The truth is far more complicated than you think. Thorn may have been targeted, but someone got to her and sold her secrets. I stared at her, trying to understand. If it wasn't Morgan, then who else could it be? Who would dare to steal from Thorn and sell it to the Drakons? There was silence in the room, a heavy, suffocating silence. Myra remained unmoved, her expression unreadable. After a long pause, she spoke again, her voice low but steady. Thorn is not as untouchable as you think. Someone close to her betrayed her. And now that someone's gone. I clenched my fists, the tension in my chest building with each passing second. Where is Morgan? I asked, feeling the knot of unease tighten in my stomach. Why hasn't she done anything about the imposter? Myra's eyes softened for just a moment, but the anger quickly returned. She can't. She's gone missing. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. Gone, I echoed. What do you mean, gone? Her eyes flashed with a mix of anger and something else, something darker. Thorn tried to run, but she couldn't get away. The truth is, Thorn and I are the same person. I am Morgan. I stood frozen, the weight of her words crashing down on me. The room seemed to spin as the full weight of the revelation hit me. Thorn and Myra were the same? How could that be possible? Chapter 57. Hunter. Thorn blew up her house and lost an arm while trying to run from your brothers. Because Thorn is me. I'm Morgan. Seraphina's voice was a sudden, violent eruption, the force of her words hitting me like a slap. It was as though the ground beneath me cracked open and swallowed my breath. I had always suspected something, but hearing it spoken out loud by her, it was an avalanche that buried every thought, every doubt. The shock rippled through me, each word pounding into my mind. The truth, like an unexpected storm, had broken upon us, and I was caught in its fury. I wasn't sure whether to believe it or to curse it, but somehow I knew she was telling the truth. Every fragment of my earlier suspicions now slotted into place. A heavy silence hung in the air, pressing down on us. My mind struggled to wrap around the enormity of what Seraphina had just confessed. The shock left my body frozen, caught between the weight of betrayal and the relief of finally having an answer. I stared at her, trying to find the woman I thought I knew, but there was only the cold, distant reality of Morgan staring back at me. Seraphina was Morgan. The truth hit harder than I could have imagined. For so long, we had been living with the false belief that we were protecting someone innocent. All this time, I had cared for her, trusted her, never realizing that the very person I thought I was protecting was the one who had caused us so much grief, so much heartache. My body felt numb, like I had just learned that everything I believed in was a lie. The walls I had built around myself were collapsing, and with them, my understanding of what had truly been happening. Morgan, Jorvvic muttered, his voice filled with disbelief. He had never trusted me fully, always questioning my instincts, but now the truth was out. He was standing there, stunned, his face a mask of confusion and shock. His eyes bore into her, trying to make sense of the woman he had fought beside, the woman who had been so familiar, yet so completely foreign. Seraphina's smile twisted a dangerous, calculating smile. It was as though the years of pain, the lies, and the manipulation had built up to this single, cruel expression. It was a smile that spoke of everything she had hidden, everything she had done. I felt a wave of rage rise up in me, but it was swallowed by a flood of confusion and hurt. "You were playing us all along," I said, my voice low and raw, not even sure if I wanted an answer. "You knew everything, didn't you? All this time, you had us fooled. And yet, you were the one behind all the chaos." "Not all the chaos," she responded, her voice surprisingly steady. "I never meant for anyone to get hurt. But yes, everything you thought you knew was a lie. I was the one who pulled the strings. I had to get rid of my father's killer. I needed a mate, someone I could control. You were it, Hunter." A cold shiver ran through me. She had been playing a dangerous game, and we had been the pawns in it. I could feel the weight of the years we had spent together, all those quiet moments, all those smiles, now tainted by the truth that she had always been Morgan. But why? Why? Jorvvic growled, his voice tight with anger. "Why put yourself through this? Put us through this?" "Myra," he trailed off, his words faltering. His self-loathing was impossible to miss, the guilt eating him alive. He had blamed himself for what had happened, and now it seemed that blame had found a new target. "I had to," Seraphina replied, her voice cracking slightly. "I didn't know any other way. The explosion, the chaos, it was meant to be a way to hide. I knew Hunter had somehow tracked me down, found my number. But when you two arrived at the worst possible moment, everything spiraled out of control. I didn't think it would go that far." Jorvvic's anger was a fierce fire now, but there was more. There was fear, worry, and deep hurt. "You could have died, Myra," he shouted. "You could have been killed. All of this, everything could have been for nothing. We could have lost you." I turned to Jorvvic, my own emotions threatening to spill over. "Jorvvic," I said sharply, trying to calm him before he could spiral. I didn't want to see him break down, not like this. But before I could stop him, Seraphina broke down in my arms, her tears soaking my shirt. Her body shook with silent sobs, her face buried in my chest as I held her tightly. She had been hiding her pain for so long, and now it all poured out. "I'm sorry," Jorvvic muttered, his anger turning into frustration. He rubbed his face, his movements frantic. "I should have stopped you. I should have kept you with me that night. I shouldn't have let you go. We could have avoided all of this. I should have listened to my instincts, but I didn't." His voice cracked with guilt. "I thought I was doing the right thing by letting you go, but I should have known better." "I was blinded by anger," Seraphina sniffed, her voice barely above a whisper. "All I wanted was a mate. But when I saw you, Hunter, I saw the man who had killed my father. And everything I had wanted, I let that anger consume me." I closed my eyes, not knowing how to respond to that. It wasn't an excuse, but it was the truth. The hurt in her eyes, the pain that had driven her to this point, was more than I could bear. I squeezed her tighter, trying to soothe her. "It's okay, Myra," I whispered, my voice gentle. "We've all made mistakes. None of this was meant to happen the way it did." Her sobs deepened, and Jorvvic's anger continued to bubble just below the surface. But now, there was something else, something more fragile than anger. It was regret. And it was something that neither of us could ignore. She was broken, physically and emotionally. And so were we. "I messed up," Seraphina admitted through her tears. "I messed up everything. And now I have to pay for it with this arm." She looked up at me, her eyes red and swollen from crying. "This was my punishment." "Myra," I whispered, pulling her away slightly so I could look into her eyes. "It's not your fault. You made mistakes, but you're still here. You've got a second chance. That's more than anyone can ask for." Jorvvic let out a frustrated growl, but softened a little. Yeah, and now you've got a new arm. You can start using it to knock some sense into us, right? Seraphina's eyes widened at his words, and for a moment, a flicker of her old self appeared. I'll start with whoever gets on my nerves first, she muttered, wiping her eyes, a small smile breaking through her tears. Right, and we need to go, she said suddenly, her mood shifting back to focus. She pulled away from me and walked over to the computer screens. Go where? Jorvvic and I asked in unison, exchanging another look. Neither of us was sure what she was talking about. Seraphina turned to face us, her expression determined. I have private servers hidden in a secure location. We need to get there before the imposter does. They've hacked into it already. If we don't move now, it's only a matter of time before they figure out where it is. Jorvvic raised an eyebrow. What's so important on those servers? What's worth risking our lives for? Seraphina's expression hardened. I've got dirt on all the packs, the ones here and the ones across the continent. If the Drakons find out about it, there's no stopping them. It's information that could destroy everything. Her face was fierce now, no longer the broken woman I had been holding, but someone with a mission. Now, can I please use the computer? We need to go, and we need to go now. Jorvvic looked at her, his features still sharp with frustration, but softened with a begrudging respect. You can use the computer, but you're going to spill everything, Myra. No more secrets. Seraphina sighed, her earlier frustration returning. Fine, she muttered, but I could see the glint of determination in her eyes. Let's go. Chapter 58. Myra. The truth was finally out, and there was no going back. The brothers knew now I was Morgan, and I had been playing them all along. It was the worst-kept secret, but up until now, I had kept it hidden. I had planned to keep up the ruse for a few more weeks, but with the imposter situation at hand, everything had changed. I couldn't hide anymore. I had to act before the Drakons made their move. If they were involved, we were on the brink of war. Whoever had stirred the pot was either incredibly foolish or had a plan to take over the entire continent. The thought made my stomach turn. I shuddered. My imposter had something sinister planned, and it scared even me. If anything, it made me even more desperate to stop them before they could do more damage. I couldn't let someone misuse my name, not after everything I had fought for. But still, the imposter was the least of my concerns. After everything, I hadn't yet figured out how the brothers felt about me. They were still processing what I had revealed, but their shock seemed to linger. I was expecting more. There was no way they'd let me off the hook so easily. I had caused too much chaos. I'd have to face the consequences sooner or later, and deep down, I knew it would come down to my bond with them. I was their mate after all. I'm going, I declared, determination setting into my voice as I gave them the location of my servers. I had bought an abandoned mansion in Vesbroke years ago. At first, it had been a future home, but I had relocated south for a milder climate. The winters in Vesbroke were brutal, not from snow, but from endless rain. I couldn't stand it. I much preferred Lake Town, the peaceful waves and gentle breezes. But that was all behind me now. The weight of my decision was sinking in. No, you're not. Jorvvic was the first to object, his voice firm, bordering on commanding. You've done enough for today. It's a long journey. I second that, Hunter chimed in, but I could feel the tension in the air. It wasn't just about me going. There was something unspoken between the brothers. I narrowed my eyes at Hunter. His allegiance seemed to shift in subtle ways. He was siding with Jorvvic to ease the tension, and I didn't miss it. I crossed my arms, my defiance rising. You cannot go with us. Do you want me to stay here and overthink everything while you two have all the fun? I snapped, my restlessness bubbling over. I needed to do something, anything, before my mind drove me mad. I had already wasted too much time. I couldn't afford to waste another moment. You're sick, Myra, Jorvvic reminded me, his voice sharp and heavy with concern. He was right, but I couldn't listen. I need to go, I shot back fiercely, not backing down. I'll sick Eric waiting here. At least on the road, I'll be doing something. I'm not staying here. I'm preparing for the journey, Hunter said, his voice shifting into a neutral tone. It was his way of bowing out of the conflict. I shot him a look as he retreated, his eyes filled with apology. I turned back to Jorvvic, the tension between us crackling. Myra, you cannot go, Jorvvic repeated, his tone softer, but still firm. It will take days to get to the mansion and back. Your health is still uncertain. I crossed my arms and locked eyes with him. You wouldn't be able to access my servers without me, I pointed out, knowing he couldn't deny that. His jaw tightened, and I could see the frustration building in his expression. You undermine what we're capable of, Myra, he muttered, low and quietly, but I could hear the sting in his words. I didn't flinch. The explosion was the only reason you got to me, I countered, my voice icy. But before I could say more, he was right in front of me, too fast for me to even react. His face was inches from mine, his body towering over me. I gasped, instinctively stepping back, but there was nowhere to go. He had me pressed against the wall. I felt the intensity of his presence, like an electric current passing between us. I think you still enjoy this game, he growled, his breath warm on my skin. His gaze was dark and filled with a hunger I couldn't deny. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could feel my wolf stirring beneath my skin, wanting more. His presence was overwhelming. I put my hands on his chest, trying to push him away, but instead, I pulled him closer, my voice dropping to a whisper. What if I do? His eyes darkened, and a low growl rumbled from his chest. He was losing control, and in that moment, I was all too aware of how dangerous that was. He kissed me the fierce, hungry, as though he couldn't get enough. His lips claimed mine, demanding, forceful. My breath caught in my throat, the intensity of his kiss both overwhelming and intoxicating. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. His hands were on me, pulling me closer as though he wanted to bury me in him. But this wasn't just about passion, on it was a battle, one I wasn't sure I was ready to fight. It's a dangerous game, Myra, he whispered between breaths, his lips grazing my neck. The heat of his body, the raw need that radiated off, it was almost too much to bear. My pulse quickened, my body reacting to him in ways I couldn't ignore. I love trouble, I purred, unable to stop myself, a dark smirk playing at the corner of my lips. Trouble is my middle name. You'll have to get used to it. His growl was more primal now, his teeth grazing my skin as his hands tightened around me. I could feel the power in him, the intensity that came with being so close to the one person who could consume me completely. Myra, he growled, his voice thick with need. You think I could stay away from you for even a few days? I couldn't help the chuckle that escaped me, the tension between us building in ways that only made everything more complicated. I must go with you too, I whispered, trying to regain control of the situation. Suddenly, he pressed me down onto the desk, his body hovering over mine. His eyes were wild with desire, and I could feel the pull between us intensifying. He wanted to devour me, but there was more to it than that. It was a battle of wills, and we were both fighting to win. You're manipulating me, Jorvvic growled, his fangs glistening in the dim light. My breath hitched at the sight, the tension between us thickening. Then are you manipulated? I smirked, enjoying the hunger in his eyes. It was enough to push him to the edge. I'll take you there, but only on my terms, he muttered, the words sealing my fate. Chapter 59. Jorvvic. I wasn't thrilled about having Seraphina with us, but I couldn't ignore that she was right. Being apart from her was more than just difficult. It felt like a pull, like something inside us was incomplete. Our wolves weren't fully bonded yet, which meant the few days apart would be torturous. The bond, though unspoken, had begun to feel suffocating, urging us to remain close to her. Hunter was cautious about her condition. He shared my concerns, but he seemed a little more at ease with the fact that she would be with us. Still, this wasn't how I'd envisioned things, but it was what we had to do. The bond between us wasn't something we could ignore, and I could feel the strain in my chest whenever I thought of being apart from her. It wasn't just me either. Hunter's restlessness had become harder to hide, though he still didn't show it as much as I did. As the days passed, the urgency I felt for her grew more overwhelming, like an ache in my bones that wouldn't go away. It wasn't just the physical pull, it was the way my mind fixated on her, my thoughts constantly circling back to the bond we shared. There were moments when I felt like I couldn't breathe without her close, and I knew Hunter felt the same, though he kept it together better than I did. But it wasn't just desire, it was a need, a call from deep within, one that couldn't be ignored. I stole another glance at Seraphina, sitting quietly in the back seat, her eyes distant. Hunter had his hands on the wheel, his posture tense. Despite his focus on the road, I could feel the undercurrent of his thoughts. We were driving towards something dangerous, and none of us knew exactly what it was, but we were committed to the course. It was hard to ignore the weight of the situation, and harder still to push past the constant pull between us and her. I knew that if we weren't careful, the bond could tear us apart. I was still scanning through the Draken intel, trying to keep my mind off things. So far, nothing significant had happened, but I knew better than to take that as a sign of safety. The Drakens were always scheming, and it wasn't the kind of enemy you could afford to underestimate. "What's on those servers?" I asked Myra, breaking the silence that had stretched on for too long. My voice was calm, but underneath, there was a hint of impatience. "Everything," she answered quickly, her tone holding that same indifferent confidence. I pressed further, knowing she wouldn't make it easy. "Do you have more servers?" She hesitated for a moment, clearly weighing her options. "Yes, but this one contains everything that matters, especially everything about you too," she added with a teasing undertone that made my hackles rise. I glanced at her in the rearview mirror, my expression hardening. "I want details, Myra. No games." Her lips curved into a pout, but I could see that she knew I wasn't kidding. We didn't have time for games. I could feel the pull between us, and it was charged with an electric tension. It was almost maddening to be this close and yet unable to touch. But I needed answers. The situation was bigger than any of us, and I wasn't going to let distractions keep us from the truth. She let out a soft sigh. "Fine, fine. Where do you want me to start?" "You promised to tell us everything," I said firmly. "If anything's sensitive and the Drakens get their hands on it." I let the threat hang in the air, knowing full well what could happen if they got the wrong information. There was no room for mistakes. Not this time. Myra seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. A long silence stretched between us, and I could feel her tension growing. Finally, she spoke, her voice unsteady. "I don't think there's anything on there that'll directly connect you to the Drakens, but there's something else. Something that's been bothering me." "Spit it out," Hunter muttered from the front seat, clearly impatient. He had been quiet up until now, but I could tell his attention was entirely on Myra. "Valen," she said, her voice taking on a darker note. "The Mad Alpha." At the mention of Valen, I tensed, my grip tightening on the seat. The man was a wild card, unpredictable and dangerous, with a reputation for violence and instability. I knew we couldn't afford to take him lightly, but hearing his name now made me uneasy in ways I couldn't explain. "What has he been doing?" I asked, trying to push aside the gnawing feeling in my gut. "No one has heard from him or his wolves for a while now." Myra's voice dropped. "That's because he's busy raising a naval fleet. He's planning to cross the frozen waters into the Arctic." Hunter's expression shifted from curiosity to disbelief. "What the hell? Why would he do that?" The same question echoed in my mind. The Arctic was home to the Drakens, a territory no one would dare to trespass lightly, not unless they had a death wish. If Valen was preparing to enter that territory, it could mean war. But what could he be after? I could feel the tension in the air as Seraphina finally spoke, her voice calm yet carrying an undertone of something deeper, something dangerous. "It's not about what he's after. It's about what's there." "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice low, a feeling of dread creeping in. Seraphina smiled, though it wasn't comforting. Her gaze was distant, like she knew more than she was letting on. "If I told you, you'd be preparing a fleet of your own to follow him." Her words hung in the air, heavy with the implications of what she was suggesting. I leaned forward, my curiosity piqued despite my better judgment. "Tell us. What's so important that it's worth risking everything?" She shifted in her seat, her voice darkening. "Have you ever heard of the Matador Drakens?" "The Matador Drakens?" Hunter repeated, his voice tinged with skepticism. "Mythical creatures, right?" Seraphina shook her head, her tone solemn. "They weren't myths. They were real. And they were powerful. So powerful that they defeated gods. I exchanged a glance with Hunter, both of us silently questioning whether we were hearing her correctly. "Who told you this?" I asked, unable to mask the wariness in my voice. "The witches of Weddard," she replied, her voice tinged with reverence. "You're friends with witches?" Hunter said, his voice laced with disbelief. Seraphina's smile was almost amused. "They're useful allies. You should keep that in mind." I could feel the gravity of the situation weighing down on me. The Madridard Drakons were no mere legend. They were a force that could change everything. And now Valen was chasing something that could bring them back. Whatever it was enough to make him risk everything, including the lives of his pack and all of us. "And Rickard," Seraphina added, her voice taking on a darker edge. "He knows where it is. He knows how to access it." The mention of Rickard made my stomach twist. If he knew the way to unlock the power of the Madridard Drakons, then we were all in far deeper than we realized. I clenched my fists, knowing that whatever was coming, we had to be ready. Chapter 60. Hunter. "What is it?" I asked. "It's snow dust," Seraphina answered. "Also known as Froststerium. It's said to give one superpower. The Drakons use it to survive in the Arctic. At least, this is what I figured out after intercepting Valen's messages with the Weddard witches. Damn, he really is up to something if he's working with the witches. I couldn't help but comment. I knew little about the Weddard witches, and most of the information I had wasn't good. "The Weddards love him," Seraphina chuckled. "As I said, Valen isn't as mad as he seems. He works differently from the rest. Just because he lives on the edge of the land doesn't mean he's disconnected. No. It helps him avoid the noise and do his own thing without interference. He has changed Winter Court ever since he overthrew his father and declared himself the Alpha." "You speak too fondly of him," Jorvvic noted. "All I'm saying is that everyone has undermined him so far, and he's taking full advantage of it," Seraphina shrugged. "But how can we be sure that the thing about snow dust is true?" Jorvvic questioned. "It could all be made up." Jorvvic was right. All this could be made up to throw off anyone snooping around, but Seraphina chuckled in the back seat. "As I said, I know the Weddards. I've worked for them a couple of times," she replied. "Do you have anything on them?" I asked, hopeful. She had snooped into everyone's business. I hoped Seraphina had something on them as well. "No. I'd never snoop on a witch, especially a Weddard," Seraphina replied, shaking her head. "It's not worth it." "But you snooped this one time to know about the snow dust?" I questioned. "I found it while snooping around Valen's data. I was surprised to find his communication with them, especially the frequency," Seraphina spoke, lost in her thoughts. "What's his actual plan? What's after he sails with his navy to the Arctic? Is he ready to fight the Drakons there?" Jorvvic asked. "He'd be burned to a crisp even before he sets foot on their land. The snow dust can be mined from a couple of places in the Arctic. The first place lies in the Drakons' territory. That's not where he's going. He's going to the place at the Arctic's edge, almost close to the boundaries agreed in the treaty. However, the source is under an iceberg," she said, deep in her thoughts. I exchanged a look with Jorvvic to ensure he thought the same thing. The rest of the journey was quiet. Seraphina dozed in the back seat while Jorvvic took the wheel. It was almost getting dark, but we were close to the place Seraphina had told us about. We stopped only a couple of times at a gas station and a roadside diner to eat before hitting the road again without wasting any time. "It's been a long time since I've been here," she whispered in the back seat when we entered the hilly region of Vestbrook, staring out of the windows. We drove uphill for half an hour before stopping in front of an abandoned manor. The building had never been renovated and almost looked haunted. Its vintage design added to its dark aura. Seraphina got out of the car before we could. Matt gave out a threatening growl, but I quickly followed her while Matt parked the car. It was completely dark by now, and there was no light around. However, we could see in the dark. I walked through the overgrown grass in front of the house. A cobblestone path had been there, but it was under a thick layer of mud and overgrowth. When I stepped on the porch, I found Seraphina standing in front of the door, frozen like a statue. "Myra," I called for her, touching her shoulder. She shuddered and turned around, her eyes wide with horror. "Something is wrong," she whispered, terror laced in her voice. My breath hitched. I heard Jorvvic freeze on the porch stairs behind me. I grabbed her by the waist and took her off the porch without thinking. This had happened before, and we wouldn't repeat this mistake. Jorvvic immediately started rounding the house to ensure we weren't walking into a trap like last time. "It's not going to blow up," Seraphina protested, but I wouldn't listen to her. Her safety was our utmost priority. We weren't going to mess it up this time. She protested when I hauled her back to the car. "My defense system is still active," she tried to convince me, but I saw signs on the door. Someone had tried to open it. "Doesn't matter. Matt will be checking the place first," I told her firmly. She narrowed her eyes at me. "Wouldn't you go help your brother?" she asked, crossing her arms on her chest. "Someone needs to keep an eye on you all the time, pussycat," I smirked, knowing her well. She glared at me, stirring my wolf. I wanted to grab her and kiss her fiercely, but Matt gave us the clearance to return there. I couldn't help myself, so I swept her in my arms and gave her a short, fiery peck that had her huffing. "That was terrible," she complained. "So terrible, I could smell the hints of your excitement," I chuckled, earning a murderous glare from her, but I felt her wolf lingering beneath the surface, excited and ready to play with me. I also wanted to play with her, but that'd have to wait. Matt was waiting on the porch when we went back. He gave us a lingering look, scenting her, and I flashed him a smile. Seraphina pushed out of my arms and unlocked the door by typing the password on a screen hidden behind a rotting wooden panel on the wall. The door opened with a hiss instead of a rusty groan that I had been expecting from the looks of it. But before she could step inside, Matt entered the house and scanned the insides. Seraphina sighed deeply while I held her arm in case she was planning to bolt inside and put herself in any danger awaiting us inside. When my brother gave clearance, I took her inside, never letting go of her arm. "The servers are in the basement," she said. "That way," she pointed to the left hall. We walked there, Jorvvic taking the lead and looking around for danger. Meanwhile, I kept our back clear and kept hold of Myra. Seraphina stopped abruptly by a broom closet and opened it. I stepped beside her, ready to put myself before her in case anything exploded. Seraphina made an annoyed noise, but I ignored her. "These are the defense system monitors," she said, shoving me aside. A red laser scanned her, and an alarm rang somewhere. "What the heck?" She frowned. "What was that?" I asked her. A screen lit up in the darkness, showing only 2 horizontal lines. "Fuck, no," Seraphina panicked, punching buttons and tapping the screen again and again. However, the horizontal lines never left the screen. "Hunter!" Matt called out for me from somewhere in the house. Seraphina was still occupied with the computer, cursing under her breath. "Come see this." "Are you in the basement?" I asked. Seraphina punched the computer with her cybernetic arm, but nothing happened. It had been corrupted to the point that nothing worked. "Yes, take the door on the left past the stairs," he called out. Seraphina abandoned the computer, and we headed towards the basement door. This time, I let Seraphina walk ahead. Meanwhile, I always checked our back in case anyone was upstairs and wanted to surprise us. I found Jorvvic at the bottom of the stairs in the basement. He went upstairs to keep guard while I turned to see an empty basement. Seraphina stood in the center, clutching her hair. Chapter 61. Myra. I stood in the middle of the empty basement where I had once stored all my essential servers. All gone. There was nothing left at all. Everything had been taken, and the defense system had been corrupted. Even though I stood in that ghostly space, I still found it hard to believe that my servers were gone, that someone had dared to come here, somehow corrupt my defense system, and take my servers where I stored years of my work. All gone. "Myra," Hunter said behind me, but I couldn't hear him. His voice was distorted as if I were underwater. Instead, I was in my head, descending somewhere darker. This felt like a nightmare, one that had just begun. "Myra," he called out for me again. His voice was closer this time, but it felt more distorted than ever. All I could see was the space in front of me that seemed to be growing bigger and bigger, the walls pushing away until they couldn't be seen anymore. Until it felt like I was in a void. Everything gone. I opened my eyes and sat up. I didn't know where I was or how I got there. Everything was unfamiliar around me. It all felt like a fever dream I wanted to end badly. I rubbed my irritated eyes, groaning to myself, and just in time, an arm reached out to wrap around my waist and drag me to the other side of the bed. "Hey," Jorvvic's gruff voice greeted me, and soon, I found myself in his arms, feeling all the more lost. I blinked at him groggily, trying to remember what had happened. "How are you feeling now?" he asked. "What happened to me?" I asked him back. He searched my face pensively for a few moments. I noticed that we were in a dimly lit hotel room of sorts. It had to be a hotel room because none of the rooms in the brothers' house looked like this. "Where's Hunter?" I asked, pushing out of his arms and looking around. I was starting to remember going somewhere with the two brothers. However, apart from that, everything in my head was still pretty much blank. I groaned to myself. "He has gone out to get some of our meds. Are you all right? Does anything hurt?" Jorvvic asked, sitting up and getting closer to look at me properly. He looked more awake with every second. "Nothing hurts, but why can't I remember anything?" I frowned. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me onto his lap. I settled into his lap, feeling better than before but still lost. "You hyperventilated and passed out," he answered tensely, checking my pulse. "Why did that happen?" I questioned him. "I don't want that to repeat," he told me sharply. "You must rest now. We had a long journey the whole day. We'll deal with everything tomorrow," he spoke, pulling me under the covers again and cradling me against him. I sighed, loving his warmth and caresses, but didn't feel like sleeping. Instead, I felt better rested than ever. "I don't want to sleep," I said, facing him. He lay on his side, our legs tangled, and his arm heavily draped over me, making me feel very secure. "Can we go out?" "Where are we? What time is it?" "We're away from the pack. It's late in the evening, and the weather's not nice to go out," Jorvvic answered with the same gruffness that made me pout. However, I sensed the dismissive tone in his voice. He didn't want to let me know for whatever reason, which slightly annoyed me. These brothers kept too many secrets. "Then what are we going to do in this hotel room?" I asked, running my hand down his front, and he tensed under my touch. I smiled, my head filling with all kinds of ideas. "What do you want to do?" Jorvvic choked, widening my smile. His eyes darkened as if he could read my thoughts. I remembered thinking about this before our journey to wherever we were going. I remembered thinking about having a good time with the two at the same time. It had been on my mind a lot lately, though Hunter was not present yet. What a bummer. The brothers certainly did this deliberately. "We can do all sorts of things," I purred, undoing a couple of his buttons. Meanwhile, he watched me darkly, not moving at all. "The sorts of things we hadn't done yet," I whispered, slipping my leg over his torso and sitting up, straddling him. All the breath seemed to have left him as I placed my weight on his lap. "Not now, Myra," he managed to speak. His voice came out pretty strained, but I wouldn't have it. I knew he wanted it too, and he was keeping up with this pretense because he thought I was still too weak to handle it. I was going to prove him wrong tonight. "Shoo." I placed a finger on his lips and dragged it down his chin and neck before unbuttoning the rest of his shirt. "My wolf needs it. She has been bugging me about it a lot lately. It's torture having two mates and still not being close to one of them," I told him firmly. "What about you?" he asked, his eyes pitch black and his voice guttural. It was his wolf talking. "Do you want it, Myra? Or are you doing this just because your wolf's nagging you?" I froze. That was a loaded question. One that could make or break things. My relationship with Jorvvic was still somewhat rough and not as easy as it had been with Hunter, but I couldn't ignore my attraction towards him. Even though I had pushed him away in the past and said very nasty things to him, I had dreamed a lot about him, too, and wished that our past hadn't been so dark. That'd have made things so much easier for me. After all, he was everything I had ever asked for, and so was his brother. A part of me was still bitter about the past, the same part that had driven me to do stupid things that had backfired. I now knew better than to rely on that bitter voice, the one that'd drive me to insanity if I kept listening to it. So now, I listened to my wolf. She was my subconscious self, though more driven. Even though most of the time I didn't like what she wanted, I couldn't deny the fact that she wanted the best for me. She was a part of me, after all, a part with the night's magic and the moon goddess's blessing. I hadn't listened to her in a while, constantly dismissing her as primal and unreasonable. But tonight, I decided to listen to her and let myself be free of all the useless pretenses. "I want you," I whispered, grinding myself gently. "I need it, or else I feel incomplete." Jorvvic growled under me and flipped us around until I was the one under him. "Are you sure about what you ask, Myra?" he asked, his voice rumbling darkly. "Are you sure you want this from me?" "The man who killed your father?" he asked. I froze under him. He searched my face, waiting. I drew in a breath as a wave of emotions hit me. That was a tricky question, but I knew the answer deep down. It was yes, but I couldn't say it for some reason. Jorvvic cocked an eyebrow at me, and a knowing look flashed on his face. He clenched his jaw and rolled off me, sitting on the other side of the bed with his shoulders dropping with a pain-filled heaviness. A tear ran down my face as that bitter voice laughed at me, so much for not listening to it. Maybe it was right? Maybe I shouldn't let it go so easily. Perhaps I should continue to wreak havoc in their lives until there's nothing left of them. More and more angry tears streamed down my face until I could see no more, until I could feel only one thing: madness. "I hate you," I shouted at him, and just in time, the door opened and Hunter walked in. Chapter 62. Myra. "I hate you," I roared, and right then, Hunter walked into the hotel room. He froze as soon as he saw us, his eyes widening like a deer caught in the headlights. "Don't you leave," I threatened before he could even think about taking a step back. He looked between us before his jaw tightened, and he stepped inside, letting the door close behind him quietly. "What's going on, Myra?" he asked, looking grim all of a sudden. "You tell me what's going on," I growled, edging towards a meltdown. To say I was frustrated would have been an understatement. I wanted to rip my hair out. It had been going all right one moment, and then Jorvvic had to ask me that question, and I couldn't answer it even though I knew what I wanted. "What are we doing here in the middle of nowhere?" I demanded. A hint of puzzlement flashed in his eyes, and he looked past me, most likely exchanging a look with Jorvvic. A look of understanding soon replaced the bewilderment. Another thing I hated was how the brothers could communicate just by looking at each other. It made me feel more excluded, as if I wasn't even supposed to be there. I blinked angry tears, glaring at Hunter. "Myra," he stated, edging closer to bed but not before looking past me at Jorvvic. I was ready to leap at him and rip his face off if he did that again. "Calm down. What happened between you two?" Nothing. Before Jorvvic could finish, I spoke over him. I asked for his attention, and he asked me a stupid question. I roared. I'd have laughed at my own words at another time, but I couldn't find the humor at that moment. My blood was burning with rage, and every breath filled me with frustration. I was about to burst if I didn't get what I wanted, and there was only one thing I wanted. No, I needed it like air. Hunter opened his mouth to speak, but closed it quickly, looking deeply baffled and awkward. "What did you ask her?" he asked Jorvvic, his lips tight as if he was trying not to laugh. I gave him a threatening growl. "I asked her if she wanted me or if it was her wolf," Jorvvic answered behind me, sounding calm and patient, but his voice had an unmistakable edge. "I asked her if she's okay being with someone who killed her father." His words were followed by a tension so thick I could feel the air in the room turning solid. Hunter gave his brother a lingering look. "We don't want you to do something you'll regret, Myra," Hunter told me grimly this time. "I know the bond is getting stronger day by day, and it's demanding that we fulfill our connection, but that shouldn't take precedence over important issues that need to be resolved first." "What's there to be resolved?" I asked. "Do you think the dead people will come back?" Then, something dawned upon me. What if they didn't want me because I was Giovanni's daughter? The realization almost shattered my heart, and that bitter voice laughed at me for even thinking that the brothers would accept me once they knew the truth. I should have thought this through. This was unlike me to be so emotional with my thinking. In the past, I had always been rational and kept my emotions at bay, but ever since I met the brothers, my feelings had been all over the place, undermining my rationality. The dead people aren't going to come back, Myra. Hunter spoke, his voice solemn, and his eyes looked slightly unfocused, as if he was playing a memory in his head. I knew he was thinking of his dead parents, especially his mother. The loss had affected him the most. But we don't want the dead to dictate our future, he stated firmly. Then tell me, does it matter to you that I'm Giovanni's daughter? I demanded. No, the brothers answered together. We've said this before, and I'll repeat it. You're not to blame for what Giovanni did. You didn't know anything. You were a child who got caught up in pack politics, Hunter added. Does it matter that my brother killed Giovanni? He asked next, his eyes heatedly trained on me. Behind me, I could feel Jorvvic's scorching eyes burning on my back. This was my time to come clean. I had messed up previously, but now I could let it all out. I had to let it all out, or else it felt like I was churning poison inside me. I took a deep breath, turned, and sat against the bed's headboard. I wasn't facing any of them. I needed to get this out as simply as possible and without any confusion. A lot depended on the words I would speak next. For a long time, I wanted closure. I kept looking and got nothing until I found out what had eventually happened to him. However, I hadn't learned the full truth then. I wanted to avenge his death, and that had been my motivation for everything I did against you two for all those years. All I wanted was to bring you two down anyhow. That was all that mattered to me for a long time until it became the ultimate goal of life. Then I found out you two are my mates. That was shocking. I couldn't take it, especially because I had asked the moon goddess for someone particular. You what? Hunter interrupted, but I kept on going because I needed to get it off my chest all at once, or it felt like I'd ultimately lose the opportunity and mess it all up. I promised her I'd accept whoever she chose for me. I hadn't anticipated something like this. I went back on my word, and she punished me that day by delaying the explosion so that I got caught in it and lost an arm, which will always be a reminder to me of going back on my word. It also forced me to depend on you two in a way I had never relied on anyone. I had never been cared for or looked after, and this was jarring at first, but it made me even more aware of the things I had never had. I had craved something like this for so long, and finally, I was getting it. But it scared me because I knew it'd all disappear once you two learned who I was. Then I learned the truth, and suddenly, it felt like my life was upside down and everything that I had known and believed was all false. I had one purpose in life, and it vanished. I didn't know what to do with myself. It felt like my life had ended, and everything I had done so far had been useless. It's an unnerving feeling. I don't know what to do with myself anymore. I've been abandoned by people I loved and trusted in the past, and I've lost everything that ever mattered to me. My father, my life, my arm, years of my work. I trailed off as soon as I remembered the empty basement, the nothingness about that place that scared me. I've lost everything. I wailed. I don't want to lose anymore. I was in tears. I don't want to lose you too. I want my mates, I pleaded. Chapter 63. Jorvvic. I don't want to lose anyone, she sniffed, her voice trembling, and it tugged at my heart. I don't want to lose you too. I want my mates. I moved across the bed and gently pulled her into my arms. She clung to me, and I whispered in her ear, my voice soft and sincere, I'm sorry, Myra. She wrapped her arms tightly around my neck, burying her face in the crook of my neck, her body trembling with emotion. I kissed her forehead gently, and as I held her, I could feel Hunter's presence beside us. He was caressing her back, his eyes soft, filled with affection and concern. You're not going to lose us, Myra, Hunter reassured her, his voice low and comforting. We're going to be with you always. Through everything. I felt the weight of his words, and as he spoke them, I realized just how true they were. We were bound to her through the bond and the history we shared. There was no going back now. My brother's right, I added, my voice steady and calm. You're not getting rid of us anytime soon. Hunter chuckled softly, a small smile playing at the corner of his lips, the mischief in his eyes warming the room. We'll follow you anywhere, Myra, he teased. If you want to go to the ends of the earth, we'll be right behind you. You're not getting rid of us. You're ours now, and nothing will ever change that. His words, light-hearted yet full of truth, made my heart swell with pride. The connection we had with her wasn't just about the bond. It was about loyalty, trust, and the promise we'd made to protect her no matter what. "We'll take care of you," I whispered into her hair, my lips brushing her head softly. The words were simple, but the sincerity behind them was absolute. She was trembling against me, and the weight of her vulnerability made my heart ache. In that moment, I wanted to shield her from every hurt she had ever known. I wanted to be her strength, her support, the one she could rely on without hesitation. "Yes," Hunter agreed, his voice now steady and filled with warmth. "We're going to give you everything you need and more," he promised. His words held a certainty that I could feel in my bones. Her breathing was steadying, though I could still feel the weight of her emotions pressing against her chest. She seemed to be lost in thought, her face still hidden in the crook of my neck. We were in this together, but I could tell she was still fighting with something deep inside herself. "I want you both," she whispered suddenly, her voice low and filled with longing. "I need you both." The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of her need. I could feel the intensity in her voice, the rawness of the emotions she was fighting to express. There was something in the way she said it, an unspoken desire that went beyond the bond we shared. Her words hit me like a wave, and I could feel my own emotions rising to the surface. It wasn't just about the bond. This was more profound, more complex. This was about our connection, our trust, and the path we were walking together. "Do you want this, Myra?" Hunter's voice broke the silence, calm but laced with an edge of concern. "Or is it just the bond that's driving you?" His question was thoughtful, a probe into her heart, trying to understand if this was truly what she wanted. I watched her closely, knowing how conflicted she was. I could feel the tension in her, the uncertainty. The bond was strong, but it wasn't just the bond that was pulling her to us, it was her own heart, her desires. "I want this," she whispered, her voice steadying as she pulled back slightly to look at both of us. "I want you both. I need this. I need you." The certainty in her voice gave me hope. The distance she'd kept between us for so long, the walls she'd built, were beginning to fall. Hunter nodded, his expression softening. "Then we'll be here, Myra. We're not going anywhere. We'll always be here for you, no matter what." There was no hesitation in his voice, no uncertainty. It was a promise, one that I knew we both intended to keep. She exhaled deeply, her body relaxing slightly against me, and for the first time in what felt like forever, everything seemed to be falling into place. The confusion, the fears, the doubts, all of them were slowly dissipating. The space between us was shrinking, and the connection we shared was only growing stronger. We sat in silence for a moment, our hearts beating in unison, the weight of everything hanging in the air. But in that silence, there was a peace, a calm that I hadn't felt in a long time. The world outside felt distant, irrelevant. All that mattered was the three of us together. As the minutes passed, I felt her breathing slow, the tension leaving her body, and I knew she was starting to find some sense of peace in the chaos. "You don't have to be scared anymore," I whispered, my voice gentle but firm. "We're with you, and we'll always be with you." Hunter leaned in, his voice soft but steady. "We're here for you, Myra. Always." She looked up at us then, her eyes still full of emotion, but with a new kind of understanding. "I don't want to lose either of you," she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "You won't," I promised, pulling her close again, holding her tightly as if to remind her that we were in this together. "We're not going anywhere." And for the first time, I felt the weight of her fears lift, just a little, as she relaxed into our arms. We were far from perfect, but in this moment, with everything that had happened, I knew one thing for sure. We were exactly where we needed to be. Chapter 64. Myra. "I don't want to lose anyone," she whispered, her voice breaking, her words heavy with the weight of unspoken fears. The tremble in her voice made my heart ache. "I don't want to lose you too. I want my mates." I moved closer, gently pulling her into my arms. Her body was warm against mine, but the tension in her shoulders was palpable. I whispered into her ear, my voice soft but firm, "I'm sorry, Myra." She clung to me, burying her face in the crook of my neck, her body trembling with the depth of her emotions. I felt Hunter's presence behind us, steady and calming, and I knew he was right there, his hands offering comfort as he caressed her back gently. "You're not going to lose us," Hunter reassured her, his voice low and steady, but filled with warmth. "We're here, Myra. We're not going anywhere." "My brother's right," I added, my tone firm but laced with understanding. "You're not getting rid of us anytime soon." Hunter gave me a small smile, the warmth in his eyes matching the affection I felt. I knew what he was thinking, the same unspoken bond between us, the commitment we had to her. "We'll be with you, no matter where life takes us," Hunter continued, his voice reassuring. "We're in this together, Myra. We'll always be by your side," I said softly, pulling her even closer, my chest swelling with affection for her. She was fragile in this moment, vulnerable in a way she had never shown us before. And seeing her like this only made me more determined to protect her, to hold her and never let her go. "We'll always take care of you, Myra." "Yes," Hunter agreed, moving closer to her, his hand resting on her arm. "We're here for you, Myra. Always. No matter what happens." "I want you both," she whispered, the rawness in her voice breaking through the silence. The sincerity in her words was enough to make the air feel heavy with their meaning. "I need you both." There was a vulnerability in her that I hadn't seen before, a willingness to let go of the walls she had built around herself. She was finally opening up to us in a way that went beyond the bond that tied us together. "Do you want this, Myra?" Hunter asked gently, his voice carrying concern, but there was something deeper in his tone and understanding, a recognition that this was a pivotal moment. "Or is it just the bond making you feel this way?" I could feel the weight of Hunter's question, and I knew it wasn't just about the bond we shared. It was about our trust in each other, our desire to build something more than what we had before. It was about her, too, what she needed, what she wanted. And as much as we had grown close, I could sense the hesitance in her, the fear of stepping into something that could change everything. "I want this," she whispered, her voice trembling but resolute. "I want you both. I need this. I need you." There was a finality in her words, a clarity that made my heart beat faster. She was speaking not only to us, but to herself as well. In that moment, it felt like everything had come full circle. Hunter's eyes softened, and he gave a small, reassuring smile. "Then we're here for you, Myra. We're not going anywhere." His words, though simple, carried the weight of years of shared experiences, of the bond that had grown between the three of us. He wasn't just saying it, he meant it. "I won't let you go," I whispered, my voice low, filled with conviction. My hands gently brushed through her hair as I held her close, the steady rhythm of my heartbeat matching hers. "We're in this together. And no matter what happens, we'll face it as a team." Her body relaxed against me, and I could feel the tension slowly leave her frame. Her breathing grew steadier, and for the first time in a long while, it felt like the storm inside her had settled. We sat there in silence, just holding each other, the world outside seeming distant, unimportant. In that moment, all that mattered was the three of us together, as we always should have been. As the minutes passed, I felt the weight of everything, the fears, the uncertainties, the battles we had all fought, begin to lift. There was something peaceful in the air now, a quiet understanding between us. We had each other, and that was enough. "Everything is going to be okay," I whispered, my voice barely audible, but my words carrying the promise of something more substantial than anything we had ever faced. "We're not going anywhere, Myra." Her breath caught, and she looked up at me, her eyes softening. "I don't want to lose either of you," she whispered, the words barely above a breath. "You won't," I promised, pulling her closer again. "We're not going anywhere." Hunter nodded, his expression serious, but filled with affection. "I'll stay by your side, Myra. Through everything." In that moment, I knew we were stronger than any of us had been before. The bond between us had deepened, but so had our understanding of each other. And no matter what lay ahead, we would face it together, as a team united, unbreakable. Chapter 65. Hunter stood still, his gaze fixed on Seraphina. She watched him intently, her eyes dark with a desire that made his pulse race. There was something in her look, an intensity that pulled at him, something raw and unfiltered. Even with the complexities of their shared history, especially the history between her and his brother, Jorvvic, there was a magnetic force between them. He could feel the weight of her stare, the unspoken understanding passing between them. The air between them was charged, thick with anticipation, as if the very space they occupied hummed with unsaid words and impossible to ignore attraction. He had always known there was something about her, something more profound than desire. There was an emotional connection, tangled and fragile, but undeniably real. As Hunter moved closer, he noticed the subtle way her body responded, the way her lips parted slightly, the faint tremor in her breath. Her presence was magnetic, undeniable. There had been a time when the tension between them had felt like an insurmountable wall, her bond with Jorvvic, her struggles, the complications of their shared history, but now, in this moment, all of that seemed to fade into the background. Hunter watched her closely, sensing the shift in the room, in their dynamic. It was as though the unresolved conflict between Jorvvic and Seraphina had finally been laid to rest. They had worked through their issues, made their peace, and now, in the quiet of the moment, there was only the palpable connection between them. Jorvvic, standing by, was an unspoken presence, his gaze fixed on Seraphina. It was clear there was no jealousy, no anger between them now, just a calm acceptance, as if they all understood the complexity of their shared emotions. Jorvvic's hand gently caressed Seraphina's neck, his touch tender, possessive in its way, but not out of malice. It was as though he, too, had come to terms with the unique bond they all shared. Seraphina's eyes shifted from Jorvvic to Hunter, and for a moment, everything in the room seemed to still. The intensity in her gaze was unmistakable, the need in her eyes impossible to ignore. She reached out slowly, her fingers brushing against his chest, her touch both gentle and specific. He felt the heat of her fingertips, the subtle pressure of her touch, and it sent a jolt through him, a reminder of how much he had longed for this moment. Hunter's breath caught in his throat as he leaned in, his voice low but full of emotion. "You're so beautiful," he whispered, his words thick with admiration. "Even with everything we've been through, you're still here, still strong." Her smile was small but knowing, and there was a softness to it that made his heart race. "And you're still here too," she said softly, her voice thick with meaning. "Even after everything." He stepped closer, feeling the heat radiating from her, the undeniable pull between them. His hand gently cupped her cheek, his thumb brushing against her skin. The touch was tender, yet it spoke volumes. She leaned into his touch, her eyes closing briefly as if savoring the connection. He could see it in her desire, her longing, but also her vulnerability. She was giving herself to him in this moment, and that made everything feel heavier, more real. Hunter's lips hovered near hers, the space between them charged with anticipation. It was as if neither of them could move, couldn't speak, couldn't breathe, until something shifted. Her eyes opened slowly, locking with his, and in that moment, there was no turning back. He kissed her, his lips brushing against hers with a gentleness that gave way to a fiercer need. She kissed him back with equal intensity, her body pressing closer to his as if she couldn't get enough. The kiss deepened, and Hunter's mind was overwhelmed with sensations. He felt her warmth, the softness of her lips, the way her hands moved to trace his back, pulling him closer. There was nothing in this moment except them, no history, no complications, no past mistakes, just a connection so intense it felt as if it might consume them both. He had waited for this, wanted this, for so long. But it wasn't just physical, it was emotional, a bond that went beyond the surface. When they finally broke apart, gasping for breath, Seraphina's eyes were wide, her chest rising and falling with the same rapid rhythm as his own. She looked at him as if seeing him for the first time, as if she, too, were feeling the weight of what had just transpired between them. Hunter's voice was hoarse as he whispered, "I've wanted you for so long. But more than that, I've wanted us to be connected." Her smile was soft, but her eyes held something more profound, a recognition, perhaps, of the complexity of what they were embarking on. "We're already connected," she said quietly, in ways neither of us fully understands yet. The moment stretched, and for a fleeting second, they just stood there, taking it all in, the intensity of their emotions, the uncertainty of what would come next, but also the undeniable certainty that whatever this was, it was real. Jorvic's voice broke through the silence, low and knowing. "You've both waited long enough," he said, his gaze resting on Seraphina, then shifting to Hunter. There was no jealousy in his voice, only understanding. "Take your time. She's worth it." Hunter's heart thudded in his chest as he looked back at Seraphina. There was a storm of emotions between them, desire, longing, fear, but underneath it all, there was something more. It was as if, finally, after all this time, they were where they were supposed to be. The connection was undeniable. There was no turning back now, but neither of them wanted to. Chapter 66. Myra lay in the soft light of the early morning, her body heavy with the weight of the night's intensity. Every movement was a reminder of the passion that had been shared, the boundaries crossed, and the deep emotions that had surged between them. The night had been a whirlwind, one she had wanted needed, but now that it was over, a sense of emptiness began to creep in, mingling with the satisfaction that still lingered in her body. Her body ached, but it wasn't just the physical toll that left her feeling so drained. It was the emotional exhaustion, the overwhelming vulnerability that came with opening up in ways she never thought she would. It had been a journey into uncharted territory, a test of trust, of letting go and embracing what was happening between them. She didn't regret it, not a single moment, but the intensity of it all made her feel both alive and fragile. Jorvvic was there beside her, his presence a steadying force, but even as he spoke softly to her, his voice full of tenderness and care, it was clear that the weight of everything they had shared was not lost on him either. "How are you feeling, Myra?" Jorvic's voice was low, almost a whisper, his hand brushing softly against her cheek, as though he could take away the pain with just the touch of his fingers. Her eyes fluttered open, the sunlight filtering through the windows of their suite, bathing everything in a warm glow. It was unnaturally bright for a city that often seemed to exist beneath a blanket of clouds. And yet, the brightness didn't seem to ease the heaviness in her chest. She groaned softly, the movement making her aware of the ache between her legs, a dull, persistent throb that had followed her from the previous night's intensity. "Jorvvic," she murmured, her voice soft, heavy with the exhaustion that weighed on her. She could feel him watching her, his gaze full of concern and something deeper, something she couldn't quite place. "It hurts." He moved closer, his expression softening as he took in her vulnerable state. He had seen her in moments of strength, but this was different. This was raw. It was a side of her that she rarely allowed anyone to see. He wanted to help, to ease the pain, but he also understood that this was a part of the experience, a consequence of what had happened between them, one that came with both pleasure and its aftermath. "How much does it hurt?" he asked, his voice so full of concern that it made her heart ache with gratitude. He had always been a protector, but in moments like these, she saw the depth of his care, the responsibility he felt for her well-being. She didn't need him to fix it, just to be there, to understand. "I don't know," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "It's not just here." She pointed weakly to where the sensation lingered most intensely, but it was clear to her that the hurt wasn't confined to the physical. "It's everything, Jorvvic. It's everything." Jorvvic nodded as if he knew exactly what she meant, and his hand gently cupped her face. His fingers brushed across her skin with such softness that she almost melted under his touch. "It's okay," he said quietly, "we'll take care of this together." She met his eyes then, and for a moment, the world outside of them seemed to disappear. It was as if there were only the two of them, bound together by everything that had happened, everything they had shared, and everything that was still to come. His touch, his words, were the anchors she needed to bring her back to the present, to remind her that she wasn't alone in this. "Myra," he said, his voice steady as he moved to gather the ointment. "Let me help you." His hands were gentle as he applied it, careful and slow, each motion a reassurance. The calm balm against her skin eased the rawness, and with each touch, she felt a sense of calm begin to settle in. She let out a slow breath, the tension in her body starting to release. The pain still lingered, but it was fading, replaced by a sense of comfort that came from Jorvvic's unwavering presence. As he worked, his movements tender and slow, she closed her eyes, feeling the gentle pressure of his hands against her skin. "You're doing so well," Jorvvic murmured, his voice soft, almost reverent as he finished applying the ointment. "I'm proud of you." His words struck something deep inside her, and she sighed, the weight of everything beginning to lift, if only a little. "I feel better," she whispered, opening her eyes to meet his gaze once more. There was so much unspoken between them, but in this moment, there didn't need to be any more words. His touch was enough. Jorvvic leaned down, brushing a soft kiss against her temple. "We'll rest for a while," he said, his voice full of that comforting authority he carried so effortlessly. "You've been through a lot, and you need time. Time to heal, time to be." She sighed deeply, letting herself sink into the softness of the bed. Jorvvic pulled the covers up, tucking her in with a careful gentleness. His presence was a quiet reassurance, one she desperately needed. He didn't ask for anything in return, and that's what made his care feel even more genuine. "Myra," he said after a moment, his voice steady and low. "Hunter is taking care of things out there. He'll find out what happened. You don't need to worry about that now." Her thoughts drifted back to the basement, to the servers that were now gone, and the fear of losing something important. But Jorvvic's words anchored her, reminded her that, for now, she was safe. "I can't stop thinking about it," she admitted, her voice tinged with frustration. "I can't, it's okay," Jorvvic interrupted softly, his hand coming to rest on hers. "We'll find out what happened. We're not alone in this. We'll face it together." His words were firm and confident, and they gave her the strength to let go of her worries, at least for the moment. She nodded, her eyelids growing heavy as exhaustion overtook her. Despite everything, despite the ache, the unanswered questions, the uncertainties, there was something undeniably comforting about being in his arms, about knowing that they would face whatever came next together. "I'm so tired," she whispered, the weight of the night, the emotions, the aftermath, all catching up with her at once. Jorvvic smiled gently, brushing her hair from her face. "Sleep," he said. "You're safe now. Everything will be fine." Myra allowed herself to rest, her breath evening out as she finally let go of the tension in her body. For the first time in a long while, she felt truly at peace, knowing that the answers would come, and whatever they faced, they would face it together. Chapter 67. Myra sat at the table, barely touching her breakfast, the food in front of her going cold as her mind raced. Jorvvic sat across from her, eating slowly, his calm demeanor in stark contrast to the storm swirling in her mind. She couldn't concentrate on anything but the servers. The servers were gone. She had invested so much into them, so many hours, countless resources, and now someone else had access to everything. Everything she had worked for, all the sensitive data. The very things that made her the hacker she was are now in someone else's hands. Her breath became shallow again. She couldn't stop the anxiety from rising. The panic was there, creeping up her spine, tightening her chest, threatening to overwhelm her again. She needed answers. She needed them now, but Hunter had yet to return. And every second that ticked by felt like a dangerous game of chance. Each moment, the enemy had a little more time to use her data, her servers, for their purposes. "I don't understand why he's taking so long," she muttered, more to herself than anyone. She felt a frustrated tear rise in her eyes, though she refused to let it fall. She had to stay strong. She had no time for weakness now. Jorvvic's eyes flicked up from his meal, noticing her restlessness. He seemed calm, unaffected, as though the situation wasn't as critical as she knew it was. That only made her feel more agitated. "Hunter is handling it," he replied with a calmness that should have been enough for her to calm down, but it wasn't. She needed to do something. She needed to fix it, to fix everything. Handling it. Myra's voice trembled slightly despite her best efforts to keep it steady. Jorvvic, those servers had personal data, confidential information. Whoever has them could be doing God knows what right now. And you're telling me to wait for Hunter to handle it? Her voice rose with panic, her hands gripping the edge of the table, her nails digging into the wood. I can't wait. Every second counts. I don't even know where to start looking. What if the people who took them are already using them for something far worse than I can imagine? Jorvvic met her eyes with a concerned expression, but he didn't seem to grasp the urgency. Myra, you're stressing yourself out over something that can be handled. We're on it, he repeated, his voice a steady anchor in the storm of her thoughts. But she couldn't anchor herself in his calmness. Not now. You don't understand, she forced out, her voice shaking despite her best attempts to sound composed. Those servers had a lot of sensitive data, and now someone else has access to it. And here I am, sitting doing nothing, completely clueless, not knowing what's happening while they're out there using it however they want. The words spilled out in a rush, and she found herself standing up abruptly, her chair scraping harshly against the floor. Jorvvic didn't flinch. He remained composed, but Myra could see the subtle shift in his eyes. He was concerned, but he wasn't worried in the same way she was. He wasn't suffocating under the pressure of knowing everything she had worked for was slipping through her fingers. But she had. Jorvvic, Myra said again, her voice tight. We don't have much time. We need to find them, and we need to find them now. Before she could argue again, the door finally creaked open. Myra froze as she looked up, and her heart did a strange, erratic skip when she saw Hunter standing in the doorway, his eyes scanning the room with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. It was the look of someone who had seen things, who had found something, someone who had answers, or at least a clue. She opened her mouth to speak, to ask him what he had found, but before she could say a word, Jorvvic muttered something under his breath, his tone laced with discontent. Speaking of the devil, Hunter's presence immediately shifted the dynamic in the room. Myra's breath caught in her throat, relief rushing through her veins. She hadn't realized how badly she had been craving the sight of him until she saw him standing there, his presence grounding her in a way nothing else could. Her immediate instinct was to rush toward him, to wrap herself in his arms and let him take the burden from her. But she held herself back, unwilling to seem too eager, even though every fiber of her being was pulling her toward him. What did you find? She demanded, stepping toward him, her voice firm despite the restlessness that churned within her. Hunter, tell me now. We don't have time. Hunter looked at her for a moment, his gaze lingering. There was something in his eyes, something unspoken, something dangerous that sent a chill through her. But then, as if snapping out of it, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out the piece of paper he'd found. Myra didn't wait for him to speak any further. She grabbed the paper from his hand, unfolding it with an urgency that mirrored her racing thoughts. The note was covered in a long string of binary code, a puzzle she couldn't quite solve just yet. What is it? Jorvvic asked, his voice low, curious. His eyes flicked from Myra to the paper, but there was no hint of urgency in his expression, just interest. It's code, Myra replied, her voice tight with concentration. She stared at the binary code, her mind working furiously to decode it. But it wasn't clicking. There was something off about it. It didn't seem like a random string, it was too precise, too intentional. Hunter spoke again, his tone oddly detached. I had one of our cryptographers look at it. It's encrypted, but it doesn't seem like a standard encryption. Where did you find this? Myra asked, looking up at Hunter, needing to know everything. On the empty floor of the basement, Hunter replied. No fingerprints, no markings. Just the paper and the code. Nothing else. Myra's stomach dropped. And you're sure no one saw this before? Sure. No one touched it except for me, Hunter confirmed. Her mind raced, but there was no time for a moment of clarity. The pieces weren't fitting together. The code, the missing servers, and the complete lack of traceable evidence, it all felt like a trap closing in on her. Jorvvic's voice brought her out of her thoughts. Do you know anyone who could have known where your servers were kept? He asked, his voice thoughtful. Myra paused. The question hung in the air, and she tried to think back. No, she said slowly. No one. Only I knew. I made sure no one else had access to the locations. I kept everything locked down tight. But even as she said it, doubt crept into her mind. Was I too careful? Could there have been a slip? A moment when she let something slip? The thought gnawed at her. But she couldn't think of anyone. Hunter's voice pulled her from her thoughts. Anyone who might have known? Anyone who could have betrayed you? No, Myra said again, more forcefully this time. I don't think so. I kept things tight. I didn't trust anyone. Jorvvic nodded, but there was a shadow in his eyes. That's what I'm saying. You're the best there is, Myra. But no matter how careful you are, there's always someone out there who's better. Someone who waits for the right moment to strike. It's not about your mistakes, it's about someone else's patience. Myra's heart pounded, and she felt a chill run through her. So, what do we do now? She whispered, the weight of everything pressing in on her. Now, Hunter said, his voice low and almost predatory, we find them. We find whoever is behind this, and we make them pay. Myra looked between the two of them, feeling the weight of the situation press down on her. The sense of urgency was palpable now. But even as she prepared herself for the fight ahead, the fear that she was no longer in control lingered in her chest, making each breath feel like a struggle. We need to act fast, she said quietly, almost to herself. We can't let them get away with this. Not now. Chapter 68. Myra sat at the table, barely touching her breakfast, the food in front of her going cold as her mind raced. Jorvvic sat across from her, eating slowly, his calm demeanor in stark contrast to the storm swirling in her mind. She couldn't concentrate on anything but the servers. The servers were gone. She had invested so much into them, so many hours, countless resources, and now someone else had access to everything. Everything she had worked for, all the sensitive data. The very things that made her the hacker she was are now in someone else's hands. Her breath became shallow again. She couldn't stop the anxiety from rising. The panic was there, creeping up her spine, tightening her chest, threatening to overwhelm her again. She needed answers. She needed them now, but Hunter had yet to return. And every second that ticked by felt like a dangerous game of chance. Each moment, the enemy had a little more time to use her data, her servers, for their purposes. I don't understand why he's taking so long, she muttered, more to herself than anyone. She felt a frustrated tear rise in her eyes, though she refused to let it fall. She had to stay strong. She had no time for weakness now. Jorvvic's eyes flicked up from his meal, noticing her restlessness. He seemed calm, unaffected, as though the situation wasn't as critical as she knew it was. That only made her feel more agitated. Hunter is handling it, he replied with a calmness that should have been enough for her to calm down, but it wasn't. She needed to do something. She needed to fix it, to fix everything. Handling it. Myra's voice trembled slightly despite her best efforts to keep it steady. Jorvvic, those servers had personal data, confidential information. Whoever has them could be doing God knows what right now. And you're telling me to wait for Hunter to handle it? Her voice rose with panic, her hands gripping the edge of the table, her nails digging into the wood. I can't wait. Every second counts. I don't even know where to start looking. What if the people who took them are already using them for something far worse than I can imagine? Jorvvic met her eyes with a concerned expression, but he didn't seem to grasp the urgency. Myra, you're stressing yourself out over something that can be handled. We're on it, he repeated, his voice a steady anchor in the storm of her thoughts. But she couldn't anchor herself in his calmness. Not now. You don't understand, she forced out, her voice shaking despite her best attempts to sound composed. Those servers had a lot of sensitive data, and now someone else has access to it. And here I am, sitting doing nothing, completely clueless, not knowing what's happening while they're out there using it however they want. The words spilled out in a rush, and she found herself standing up abruptly, her chair scraping harshly against the floor. Jorvvic didn't flinch. He remained composed, but Myra could see the subtle shift in his eyes. He was concerned, but he wasn't worried in the same way she was. He wasn't suffocating under the pressure of knowing everything she had worked for was slipping through her fingers. But she had. "Jorvvic," Myra said again, her voice tight. "We don't have much time. We need to find them, and we need to find them now." Before she could argue again, the door finally creaked open. Myra froze as she looked up, and her heart did a strange, erratic skip when she saw Hunter standing in the doorway, his eyes scanning the room with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. It was the look of someone who had seen things, who had found something, someone who had answers, or at least a clue. She opened her mouth to speak, to ask him what he had found, but before she could say a word, Jorvvic muttered something under his breath, his tone laced with discontent. Speaking of the devil, Hunter's presence immediately shifted the dynamic in the room. Myra's breath caught in her throat, relief rushing through her veins. She hadn't realized how badly she had been craving the sight of him until she saw him standing there, his presence grounding her in a way nothing else could. Her immediate instinct was to rush toward him, to wrap herself in his arms and let him take the burden from her. But she held herself back, unwilling to seem too eager, even though every fiber of her being was pulling her toward him. "What did you find?" she demanded, stepping toward him, her voice firm despite the restlessness that churned within her. "Hunter, tell me now. We don't have time." Hunter looked at her for a moment, his gaze lingering. There was something in his eyes, something unspoken, something dangerous, that sent a chill through her. But then, as if snapping out of it, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out the piece of paper he'd found. Myra didn't wait for him to speak any further. She grabbed the paper from his hand, unfolding it with an urgency that mirrored her racing thoughts. The note was covered in a long string of binary code, a puzzle she couldn't quite solve just yet. "What is it?" Jorvvic asked, his voice low, curious. His eyes flicked from Myra to the paper, but there was no hint of urgency in his expression, just interest. "It's code," Myra replied, her voice tight with concentration. She stared at the binary code, her mind working furiously to decode it. But it wasn't clicking. There was something off about it. It didn't seem like a random string. It was too precise, too intentional. Hunter spoke again, his tone oddly detached. "I had one of our cryptographers look at it. It's encrypted, but it doesn't seem like a standard encryption." "Where did you find this?" Myra asked, looking up at Hunter, needing to know everything. "On the empty floor of the basement," Hunter replied. "No fingerprints, no markings. Just the paper and the code. Nothing else." Myra's stomach dropped. "And you're sure no one saw this before?" "Sure. No one touched it except for me," Hunter confirmed. Her mind raced, but there was no time for a moment of clarity. The pieces weren't fitting together. The code, the missing servers, and the complete lack of traceable evidence all felt like a trap closing in on her. Jorvvic's voice brought her out of her thoughts. "Do you know anyone who could have known where your servers were kept?" he asked, his voice thoughtful. Myra paused. The question hung in the air, and she tried to think back. "No," she said slowly. "No one. Only I knew. I made sure no one else had access to the locations. I kept everything locked down tight." But even as she said it, doubt crept into her mind. Was I too careful? Could there have been a slip? A moment when she let something slip? The thought gnawed at her. But she couldn't think of anyone. Hunter's voice pulled her from her thoughts. "Anyone who might have known? Anyone who could have betrayed you?" "No," Myra said again, more forcefully this time. "I don't think so. I kept things tight. I didn't trust anyone." Jorvvic nodded, but there was a shadow in his eyes. "That's what I'm saying. You're the best there is, Myra. But no matter how careful you are, there's always someone out there who's better. Someone who waits for the right moment to strike. It's not about your mistakes, it's about someone else's patience." Myra's heart pounded, and she felt a chill run through her. "So, what do we do now?" she whispered, the weight of everything pressing in on her. "Now," Hunter said, his voice low and almost predatory, "we find them. We find whoever is behind this, and we make them pay." Myra looked between the two of them, feeling the weight of the situation press down on her. The sense of urgency was palpable now. But even as she prepared herself for the fight ahead, The fear that she was no longer in control lingered in her chest, making each breath feel like a struggle. "We need to act fast," she said quietly, almost to herself. "We can't let them get away with this. Not now." Chapter 69 Jorvvic. After what felt like an endless series of calls, I finally managed to get everything sorted, shifting the trial one day back. It wasn't what I wanted, but I couldn't afford to complain. Time was against us, and every second counted. The fact that we had only one day left to prepare made me feel uneasy, especially with the long journey ahead. My thoughts kept circling back to Myra. She had been through so much, and the last thing I wanted was for the travel to take a toll on her recovery. The bond between us had deepened after last night. I could see it in her. She was changing slowly, but with certainty. I kept my eyes on her, watching for any signs of discomfort. Her strength was growing, but I still felt that protective instinct, the need to make sure she was okay. She looked different. There was a new glow in her cheeks, a fullness I hadn't noticed before. Her dimples had returned, and her hair, once a little brittle, was now full and silky. Every little change felt like a victory, and it warmed me to see her improving. Myra was becoming stronger, not just physically but in every way. My heart swelled with pride. The way she fit into the clothes I'd bought for her, the way they hugged her form, told me everything I needed to know. She was no longer fragile. She was becoming something more, something powerful. The sight of her, so beautiful and so full of life, stirred something profound within me. It wasn't just admiration. It was a burning need to protect her, to cherish her, but also something more primal, a desire that I was struggling to contain. Despite that desire, I knew I had to keep it in check. Myra needed to heal. She needed space, not just physically but emotionally. She'd been through enough already, and I wasn't going to rush things. Not now. Just then, Seraphina caught my attention. She moved around the cabin, her movements fluid and effortless as always. Her energy filled the room. She was graceful, confident, and unapologetically herself. I couldn't help but watch her as she walked past me, her hips swaying, her eyes meeting mine with a quiet challenge. I turned away, forcing myself to focus on the phone call with Orion. He was holding down the fort back home, managing the pack while we were away. It was important, but my thoughts kept drifting back to Seraphina. The way she moved. The way she didn't care about the tension in the room. The way her presence filled every corner. It was like she knew exactly what I was feeling. As I spoke with Orion, I saw Seraphina glance at me, a subtle smile on her lips. She wasn't done. She was biding her time, waiting for a moment. And that moment came all too quickly. She stepped closer, leaning over me as I was still on the phone, her hand brushing my thigh. The touch was soft, but it sent a jolt through me, like a spark igniting something I wasn't ready to face. I sucked in a breath, trying to focus on the conversation, but all I could think about was her eyes, the way she moved, the way her body seemed to radiate a kind of untouchable allure. I had to fight to maintain control, to keep my thoughts clear. This wasn't the time. Myra still needed time. But Seraphina had a way of unraveling my resolve. "What is it, baby girl?" I asked, my voice softer than I intended, trying to hide the desire threatening to break through. "I'm tired," she said, her voice light, but there was something else in it. Something I couldn't quite place. Mischief? Lust? Or perhaps both. Her words stirred something profound in me. I nodded, offering a simple solution. "There's a small bedroom at the back. I can show you to it if you'd like." Her eyes twinkled in that knowing way they always did. I could tell she wasn't just tired. She was playing a game, and I was the willing participant. I caught myself before I said too much, trying to focus on the situation at hand. But Seraphina was already leading me toward the back of the plane, her steps confident and assured. When we reached the door, I opened it for her, stepping inside behind her. The room was small but cozy, just enough space for the two of us. She clapped her hands together, her excitement palpable. "It's big enough for two," she said, her words laced with a double meaning that I couldn't ignore. The heat in my chest flared. I fought to keep my focus. Myra, I began, but before I could finish, Seraphina had already pushed me past the door, stepping inside and closing it behind her with a soft click. She didn't need words. Her arms were around me in an instant, her lips brushing against my neck as she pulled me closer. "I regret not tasting you last night," she whispered, her voice low, almost sinful. Her breath was hot against my skin, and I could feel the weight of her words. The tension between us had been building for days, and now it was finally reaching its breaking point. I could feel the heat rising in my body, and I could feel the way my pulse quickened. I wanted her, I couldn't deny it, but I tried to remind myself of the bigger picture. Myra. Her recovery. But Seraphina wasn't interested in my rational thoughts. She wanted me, and she was making sure I knew it. "You said you were tired," I said, trying to push back the desire threatening to take over, but Seraphina wasn't having it. "I was," she said, her voice thick with desire. "But not enough to keep me from tasting you." The words hit me like a tidal wave, and all my resolve crumbled. I kissed her then, fiercely, unable to hold back any longer. She moaned softly against my lips, and in that moment, nothing else mattered. She was mine, and I was hers. The world outside faded away as we lost ourselves in each other. Chapter 70. Myra. Jorvvic's presence overwhelmed me, the weight of his gaze like an invisible force, locking me in place. His eyes never wavered, burning with an intensity that felt almost primal. The connection between us, the bond that had been forged and strained from the very beginning, thrummed in the air, thick and undeniable. I wanted to pull away, to escape his gaze and the yearning it stirred inside me, but I couldn't. Not anymore. Every part of me wanted to retreat, to put distance between us and protect myself. But the bond that linked us refused to let me. The pull was too strong, and as much as I fought it, I felt it deep in my chest. His lips parted, and he spoke, the words low, thick with emotion. "You're so beautiful, Myra," he murmured, each word drawing me deeper into his presence. His voice was like a caress, sending shivers down my spine. "I don't think you realize just how much power you have over me." I felt a pang of uncertainty in my heart, a wave of guilt mixing with the desire stirring within me. How could I ever deserve him? How could I accept his devotion when I had spent so much time resisting everything we were meant to be? I fought it again. I couldn't let myself fall completely, at least not yet. There were still doubts in my mind, fears that had yet to be conquered. But I couldn't deny the longing I felt for him, the undeniable connection that grew stronger with each passing moment. Jorvvic's fingers brushed my skin, his touch gentle but sure. He was careful, almost too cautious, as if sensing my hesitation, my inner battle. But his eyes, filled with a raw, animalistic hunger, told a different story. They burned with a desire that I knew mirrored my own. He wanted me. I could feel it, deep in my bones. "Do you have any idea what you do to me?" He growled softly, pulling me closer, his hands resting on my thighs, his fingers digging in just enough to remind me of the strength he was holding back. His voice was like a low rumble, thick with emotion. "You drive me crazy, Myra." I swallowed hard, and the words caught in my throat. I could feel my wolf stirring inside of me, demanding that I give in, that I let go of the fear that had been so deeply ingrained in me. But my mind fought back. The past loomed in my thoughts, the mistakes I had made, the walls I had built. Could I truly trust him after everything? Could I truly allow myself to be vulnerable? "I've wanted this from the very beginning," Jorvvic said, his voice softer now, but just as intense. "I wanted you from the moment I laid eyes on you. But I never wanted to force you. I never wanted to push you into something you weren't ready for. I've been patient, waiting for you to trust me. But now you don't have to fight it anymore. You're not alone in this, Myra." His words hit me like a storm, sweeping away the doubts, the guilt, the lingering hesitation. His patience and understanding had always been something I had underestimated. He had never once pressured me, never demanded anything I wasn't ready to give. But now, as his lips pressed against my forehead in a soft, almost tender kiss, I knew the time had come. It wasn't about the bond anymore. It wasn't about what I feared. It was about him. About us. "I'm sorry," I whispered, my voice barely audible. I had to say it. I needed him to know how much I regretted the walls I had built, the distance I had kept between us. I'm sorry for pushing you away, for making it harder than it needed to be. I was scared of the bond, of everything you represented. Jorvvic's eyes softened as he cupped my face, his thumb gently brushing over my cheek. His gaze was steady, filled with understanding that took me by surprise. It's okay, he said, his voice filled with warmth. You didn't know. I never blamed you for that. You had your reasons, and I respect that. You can't change the past, Myra, but you can control what happens next. And I'll be here. For as long as you'll have me. I closed my eyes for a moment, the weight of his words sinking in. I had been wrong to push him away, wrong to doubt him, to doubt us. He had never given up on me, even when I had turned my back on him. And here he was, offering me something so much greater than what I had expected. Forgiveness. Understanding. Patience. I don't deserve you, I whispered, my voice trembling as the weight of my regret hit me full force. You're everything I've ever wanted, and I was too scared to see it. Jorvvic's hand moved to my hair, gently tugging me back toward him. He kissed me then, softly, but with a tenderness that made my heart ache. When he pulled away, I saw the hunger still in his eyes, but it wasn't just desire. It was something more profound. Something I couldn't quite put into words. You've always been mine, Myra, he murmured. And now you're ready to accept it. We're in this together. No more fear, no more walls. Just us. The intensity in his words hit me harder than anything else. And in that moment, everything seemed to fall into place. The bond. The connection. The growing trust between us. It wasn't about the mistakes or the past. It was about the future we could build together, a future where we didn't have to fight against what we were meant to be. I'm ready, I said, my voice barely more than a whisper, but it carried all the sincerity I felt in my heart. I'm ready for us. Jorvvic's smile was soft, but it held a promise in it. A promise that everything we had, everything we could become, was worth the wait. Without another word, he pulled me closer, his arms wrapping around me in a protective embrace. I felt safe, secure, and for the first time, I felt truly at peace with the bond that had once terrified me.